Chapter 18.
"It's a house party, not a pantomime,"
Pip said, trying to wrestle her face out of Kara's grip. But Kara held on tight. Facial hijack.
"Yeah, but you're lucky. You have a face that can pull off eyeshadow. Stop wriggling. I'm almost done."
Pip sighed and went limp, submitting to the forced preening. She was still sulking that her friends had made her change out of her dungarees and into a dress of Lauren's that was short enough to be mistaken for a t-shirt. They'd laughed a lot when she'd said that. "Girls!" Pip's mum called up the stairs. "You'd better hurry up. Victor started showing Lauren his dance moves down here."
"Oh, geez," Pip said. "Am I done? We need to go and rescue her."
Kara leaned forward and blew on her face.
"Yep."
"Cracking," said Pip, grabbing her shoulder bag and checking, once again, that her phone was at full charge. "Let's go." "Hello, Pickle," her dad said loudly, as Pip and Kara made their way downstairs. "Lauren and I have decided that I should come to your kilometre party too."
"Calamity, Dad. And over my dead brain cells."
Victor strolled over, wrapped his arm round her shoulders and squeezed. "Little Pipsy, going to a house party." "I know," Pip's mum said, her smile wide and glistening. "With alcohol and boys." "Yes." He let go and looked down at Pip, a serious expression on his face, and his finger raised. "Pip, I want you to remember to be, at least, a little irresponsible." "Right," Pip announced, grabbing her car keys and strolling to the front door. "We're going now. Farewell, my backwards and abnormal parents." "Fare thee well," Victor said dramatically, gripping onto the banister and reaching for the departing teenagers, like the house was a sinking ship and he, the heroic captain, going down with it. Even the pavement outside was pulsing with the music. The three of them strolled up to the front door, and Pip raised her fist to knock. As she did, the door swung inward, opening a gateway into a writhing cacophony of deep-bass, tinny tunes, slurred chattering, and poor lighting. Pip took a tentative step inside, her first breath already tainted with the muggy, metallic smell of vodka, undertones of sweat, and the slightest hint of vomit. She caught sight of the host, Ant's friend George, trying to mesh his face with a girl's from the year below, his eyes open and staring. He looked their way and, without breaking the kiss, waved to them behind his partner's back. Pip couldn't let herself be complicit in such a greeting, so she ignored it and started down the corridor. Kara and Lauren walked beside her, Lauren having to step over Paul from politics, who was slumped against the wall, lightly snoring. "This looks like some people's idea of fun," Pip muttered, as they entered the open-plan living room and the chaos of teenage bustle hosted there. Bodies grinding and thrashing to the music. Towers of precariously balanced beer bottles. Drunken meaning-of-life monologues yelled across the room. Wet carpet patches. Unsubtle groin scratches, and couples pushed up against the condensation-dripping walls. "You're the one who was so desperate to come," Lauren said, waving to some girls she took after-school drama class with. Pip swallowed. "Yeah, and present Pip is always pleased with past Pip's decisions." Ant, Connor, and Zach spotted them then and made their way over, manoeuvring through the staggering crowd. "All right," Connor said, giving Pip and the others clumsy hugs. "You're late."
"I know," Lauren said. "We had to redress Pip."
Pip didn't see how dungarees could be embarrassing by association, Yet the jerky robot dance moves of Lauren's drama friends were totally acceptable.
Are there cups?
Kara said, holding up a bottle of vodka and lemonade. Yeah, I'll show you, Ant said, taking Kara off towards the kitchen. When Kara returned with a drink for her, Pip took frequent, imaginary sips as she nodded and laughed along with the conversation. When the opportunity presented itself, she sidled over to the kitchen sink, poured out the cup, and filled it with water. Later, when Zack offered to refill her cup for her, she had to pull the stunt again and got cornered talking to Joe King, who sat behind her in English. His only form of humour was to say a ridiculous statement, wait for his victim to pull a confused face, and then say, "I'm only Joe King." After the joke's third resurgence, Pip excused herself and went to hide in a corner, thankfully alone. She stood there, in the shadows, undisturbed, and scrutinised the room. She watched the dancers and the over-enthusiastic kissers, searching for any signs of shifty hand trades, hills, or gurning jaws. Any over-wide pupils. Anything that might give her a possible lead to Andy's drug dealer. 10 whole minutes passed, and Pip didn't notice anything dubious, other than a boy called Stephen smashing a TV remote and hiding the evidence in a flower vase. Her eyes followed him as he wandered through to a large utility room and towards the back door, reaching for a pack of cigarettes from his back pocket. Of course. Outside with the smokers should have been the first place on her list to scout out. Pip made her way through the mayhem, protecting herself from the worst of the lurchers and staggerers with her elbows. There were a handful of people outside. A couple of dark shadows rolling around on the trampoline at the bottom of the garden. A tearful Stella Chapman standing by the garden waste bin, wailing down the phone at someone. Another 2 girls from her year on a children's swing, having what looked like a very serious conversation, punctuated by hands-slapped-to-mouth gasps. And Stephen Thompson or Timpson, who she used to sit behind in maths. He was perched on a garden wall, a cigarette prone in his mouth, as he searched double-handed in his various pockets. Pip wandered over. "Hi," she said, plonking herself down on the wall next to him. "Hi, Pippa," Stephen said, taking the cigarette from his mouth so he could talk. "What's up?" "Oh, nothing much," Pip said. "Just came out here looking for Mary Jane." "Don't know who she is. Sorry," he said, finally pulling out a neon green lighter. "Not a who?" Pip turned to give him a meaningful look. "You know, I'm looking to blast a roach." "Excuse me?" Pip had spent an hour online that morning researching Urban Dictionary for its current street names. She tried again, lowering her voice to a whisper. "You know, looking for some herb. The doob. A bit of hippie lettuce, giggle smoke, some skunk, wacky tobacco. You know what I mean? Ganja." Stephen burst into laughter. "Oh my God," he cackled. "You are so smashed." "Certainly am." She tried to feign a drunken giggle, but it came off as rather villainous. "So, do you have any? Some swag grass?" When he stopped hooting to himself, he turned to look her up and down for a drawn-out moment. His eyes very obviously stalling over her chest and pasty legs. Pip squirmed inside, a gloopy cyclone of disgust and embarrassment. She mentally threw a reproach into Stephen's face, but her mouth had to remain shut. She was undercover. "Yeah," Stephen said, biting his bottom lip.
I can roll us a joint.
He searched his pockets again and pulled out a small baggie of weed and a packet of rolling papers.
Yes, please.
Pip nodded, feeling anxious and excited and a little sick.
You get rolling there. Roll it like a, croupier with a dice.
He laughed at her again and licked one edge of the paper, trying to hold eye contact with her while his stubby pink tongue was out. Pip looked away. It crossed her mind that maybe she had gone too far this time for a homework project. Maybe. But this wasn't just a project anymore. This was for Sal, for Ravi, for the truth. She could do this for them. Stephen lit the joint and took 2 long sucks on its end before passing it to Pip. She took it awkwardly between her middle and index fingers and raised it to her lips. She turned her head sharply so that her hair flicked over her face and pretended to take a couple of drags on the joint.
Lovely stuff,
she said, passing it back.
Spliffing, you could say.
You look nice tonight,
Stephen said, taking a drag and offering the joint again. Pip tried to take it without her fingers touching his. Another pretend puff, but the smell was cloying, and she coughed over her next question.
So,
she said, giving it back,
where might I score some of this?
You can share with me.
No, I mean, who do you buy it from? You know, so I can get in on that too.
Just this guy in town.
Stephen shuffled on the wall, closer to Pip.
Called Howie.
And where does Howie live?
Pip said, passing back the weed and using the movement as an excuse to shift away from Stephen.
Dunno,
Stephen said.
He doesn't deal from his house. I meet him at the station car park down the end with no cameras.
In the evening?
Pip asked.
Usually, yeah. Whatever time he texts me.
You have his number?
Pip reached down to her bag for her own phone.
Can I have it?
Stephen shook his head.
He'd be mad if he knew I was just hanging it out. You don't need to go to him if you want something. You can just pay me and I'll get it for you. I'll even discount.
He winked.
I'd really rather buy direct,
Pip said, feeling the heat of annoyance creeping up her neck.
No can do.
He shook his head, eyeing her mouth. Pip looked away quickly, her long dark hair a curtain between them. Her frustration was too loud, gorging itself on all other thoughts. He wasn't going to budge, was he? And then the spark of an idea pushed its way through.
Well, how can I buy through you?
She said, taking the joint from his hands.
You don't even have my number.
Oh, and what a shame that is,
Stephen said, his voice so slimy it practically dripped out of his mouth. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out his phone. Jabbing his finger at the screen, he entered his passcode and handed her the unlocked phone.
Put your digits in there,
he said.
Okay,
said Pip. She opened the phone book application and shifted her shoulders, facing Stephen so he couldn't see the screen. She typed "how" into the contact search bar, and it was the only result to pop up. Howie Bowers and his phone number. She studied the sequence of numbers. Damn. She'd never be able to remember the whole thing. Another idea flickered into life. Maybe she could take a picture of the screen. Her own phone was on the wall just beside her. But Stephen was right there, staring at her, chewing his finger. She needed some kind of distraction. She lurched forward suddenly, launching the joint across the lawn. "Sorry," she said. "I thought there was a bug on me."
Don't worry, I'll get it.
Stephen jumped down from the wall. Pip had just a few seconds. She grabbed her phone, swiped left into the camera, and positioned it above Stephen's screen. Her heart was thudding, her chest closing uncomfortably around it. The camera flicked in and out of focus, wasting precious time. Her finger hovered over the button. The shot cleared, and she took the picture, dropping her phone into her lap just as Stephen turned.
It's still lit,
he said, jumping back up on the wall, sitting far too close to her. Pip held out Stephen's phone to him. Sorry. I don't think I want to give you my number, actually, she said. I've decided that drugs aren't for me.
Don't be a tease,
Stephen said, closing his fingers round both his phone and Pip's hand. He leaned into her. No, thank you, she said, scooting back. Think I'm going to go inside. And then Stephen put his hand on the back of her head, grabbed her forward, and lunged for her face. Pip twisted out of the way and shoved him back. She pushed so hard that he was deseated and fell 3 feet from the garden wall, sprawled on the wet grass. You stupid slut, he said, picking himself up and wiping off his trousers. You degenerate, perverted, reprobate ape! Sorry, apes, Pip shouted back. I said no! That was when she realised. She didn't know how or when it had happened, but she looked up and saw that they were now alone in the garden. Fear flushed through her in an instant, her skin bristling with it. Stephen climbed back over the wall, and Pip turned, hurrying towards the door.
Hey, it's okay, we can talk for a bit more,
he said, grabbing her wrist to pull her back. Let me go, Stephen! She spat the words at him. But... Pip grabbed his wrist with her other hand and squeezed, digging her nails into his skin. Stephen hissed and let go, and Pip did not hesitate. She ran towards the house and slammed the door, flicking the lock behind her. Inside, she wound her way through the crowd on the makeshift Persian rug dance floor, being jostled this way and that. She searched through the flailing body parts and sweaty, laughing faces, searching for the safety of Kara's face. It was musty and hot inside the crush of all these bodies. But Pip was shaking, an aftershock of cold quaking through her, knocking her bare knees. Production log, entry 22. 3rd of October, 2017. Update. I waited in my car for 4 hours tonight. At the far end of the station car park. I checked. No cameras. 3 separate waves of commuters getting in from London Marylebone came and went, Dad among them. Luckily, he didn't spot my car. I didn't see anyone hanging around. No one who looked like they were there to buy or sell drugs. Not that I really know what that looks like. I never would have guessed Andy Bell was the kind. Yes, I know I managed to get Howie Bauer's number from Stephen the Creep. I could just ring Howie and see whether he'd be willing to answer some questions about Andy. Well, that's what Ravi thinks we should do. But let's be real. He's not going to give me anything that way. He's a drug dealer. He's not going to admit it to a stranger on the phone like he's casually discussing the weather or trickle-down economics. No. The only way he'll talk to us is if we have the appropriate leverage first. I'll return to the station tomorrow evening. Ravi has work again, but I can do this alone. I'll just tell my parents I'm doing my English coursework over at Kara's house. The lying gets easier the more I have to do it. I need to find Howie. I need this leverage. I also need sleep. Persons of interest: Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, Secret Older Guy, Nat De Silva, Daniel De Silva, Max Hastings, Drug Dealer, Howie Bowers. Chapter 19. Pip was 13 chapters in, reading by the harsh silver light from the torch on her phone, when she noticed a lone figure crossing under a street lamp. She was in her car, parked down the far end of the station car park, every half hour marked with the screech and growl of London or Aylesbury-bound trains. The street lamps had flickered on about an hour ago, when the sun had retreated, staining Little Kilton a darkening blue. The lights were that buzzy orange-yellow colour, illuminating the area with an unsettling industrial glow. Pip squinted against the window. As the figure passed under the light, she saw it was a man in a dark green jacket with a furred hood and bright orange lining. His hood was up over a mask made of shadows, with only a downward-lit triangle nose for a face. She quickly switched off her phone torch and put Great Expectations down on the passenger seat. She shifted her own seat back so she could crouch on the car floor, hidden from sight by the door, the top of her head and her eyes pressed up against the window. The man walked over to the very outer boundary of the car park and leaned against the fence there, in a gloomy space just between two orange-lit pools from the lamps. Pip watched him, holding her breath because it fogged the window and blocked her view. With his head down, the man pulled a phone out of one of his pockets. As he unlocked it and the screen lit up, Pip could see his face for the first time. A bony face, full of sharp lines and edges, and neatly kept dark stubble. Pip wasn't the best with ages, but at a guess, the man was in his late 20s or early 30s. True, this wasn't the first time tonight she thought she'd found Howie Bowers. There had been 2 other men she'd ducked and hid to watch. The first got into a banged-up car straight away and drove off. The second stopped to smoke, long enough for Pip's heart to pick up. But then he'd stubbed out the cigarette, blipped a car, and also headed off. But something hadn't felt right about those last 2 sightings. The men had been dressed in work suits and smart coats, clearly dawdlers of a trainload from the city. But this man was different. He was in jeans and a short parka, and there was no doubt that he was waiting for something. Or someone. His thumbs were working away on his phone screen, possibly texting a client to tell them he was waiting. Typical Pipism, getting ahead of herself. But she had one sure way to confirm that this lurking, parka-wearing man was Howie. She pulled out her phone, trying to hide its illumination by holding it low and turning it to face into her thigh. She scrolled down in her contacts to the entry for Howie Bowers and pressed the call button. Her eyes back to the window, thumb hovering over the red hang-up button. She waited. Her nerves spiking with every half-second. Then she heard it. Much louder than the outgoing call sound from her own phone. A mechanical duck started quacking, the sound coming from the hands of the man. She watched as he pressed something on his phone and raised it to his ear. "Hello?" came a distant voice from outside, muffled by her window. Fractionally later, the same voice spoke through the speakers of her phone. Howie's voice. It was confirmed. Pip pressed the hang-up button and watched as Howie Bowers lowered his phone and stared at it, his thick but remarkably straight eyebrows lowering eclipsing his eyes in shadows. He thumbed the phone and raised it to his ear again.
Crap.
Pip whispered, snatching her phone up and clicking it onto silent. Less than a second later, the screen lit up with an incoming call from Howie Bowers. Pip pressed the lock button and let the call silently ring out, her heart drumming painfully against her ribs. That was close. Too close. Stupid not to withhold her number, really. Howie put his phone away then and stood, head down, hands back in pockets. Of course, even though she now knew this man was Howie Bowers, she didn't have confirmation that he had been the man who'd supplied Andy with drugs. The only fact was that Howie Bowers was now currently dealing to kids at school, the same crowd that Andy had introduced her dealer to. It could be coincidence. Howie Bowers might not be the man Andy had worked with all that time ago. But in a small town like Kilton, you couldn't put too much trust in coincidences. Just then, Howie raised his head and nodded, pointedly. Then Pip heard it. Sharp, clicking footsteps against the concrete, drawing closer and louder. She didn't dare move to look for who was approaching, the clicks jolting through her with each step. And then the person crossed into view. It was a tall man wearing a long beige coat and polished black shoes, their sheen and sharp clicking a sign of their newness. His hair was dark and cropped close to his head. As he arrived at Howie's side, he spun to lean against the fence beside him. It took a few moments of straining her eyes to focus her gaze, before Pip gasped. She knew this man. Knew his face from the staff pictures on the Kilton Mail website. It was Stanley Forbes. Stanley Forbes, an outsider to Pip's investigation who had now cropped up twice. Becca Bell said she was kind of seeing him, and now here he was, meeting with the man who had possibly supplied Becca's sister with drugs. Neither of the men had spoken yet. Stanley scratched his nose and then pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket. He shoved the packet into Howie's chest, and only then did she notice that his face was flushed and his hands shaking. Pip raised her phone and, checking the flash was off, took a few pictures of the meeting.
This is the last time. Do you hear me?
Stanley spat, making no effort to keep his voice down. Pip could just about hear the edges of his words through the glass of the car window.
You can't keep asking for more. I don't have it.
Howie spoke far too quietly, and Pip only heard the mumbled start and end of his sentences.
But
Toe. Stanley rounded on him.
I don't think you would dare.
They stared into each other's faces for a tense and lingering moment. Then Stanley turned on his heels and walked quickly away, his coat flicking out behind him. When he was gone, Howie looked through the envelope in his hands before stuffing it in his coat. Pip took another few pictures of him with it in his hands. But Howie wasn't going anywhere yet. He stood against the fence, tapping away at his phone again, like he was waiting for someone else. A few minutes later, Pip saw someone approaching. Huddling back in her hiding spot, Pip watched as the boy strode over to Howie, raising his hand in a wave. She recognized him, too. A boy in the year below her at school. A boy who played football with Ant. Called Robin something. Their meeting was just as brief. Robin pulled out some cash and handed it over. Howie counted the money and then produced a rolled-up paper bag from his coat pocket. Pip took 5 quick pictures as Howie handed the bag to Robin and pocketed the cash. Pip could see their mouths moving, but she couldn't hear the secret words they exchanged. Howie smiled and clapped the boy on the back. Robin, stuffing the bag into his rucksack, wandered back up the car park, calling a low, "See you later," as he passed behind Pip's car, so close it made her jump. Ducking below the doorframe, Pip scrolled through the pictures she'd taken. Howie's face was clear and visible in at least 3 of them. And Pip knew the name of the boy she'd caught him selling to. It was textbook leverage, if anyone had ever written a textbook on how to blackmail a drug dealer. Pip froze. Someone was walking just behind her car, moving with shuffling footsteps, whistling. She waited 20 seconds and then looked up. Howie was gone, heading back towards the station. And now came the moment of indecision. Howie was on foot. Pip couldn't follow him in her car, but she really did not want to leave the bug-faced safety of her little car to follow a criminal without a reinforced Volkswagen shield. Fear started to uncurl in her stomach, winding up around her brain with one thought. Andy Bell went out in the dark on her own, and she never came back. Pip stifled the thought, breathed back the fear, and climbed out of the car, shutting the door as carefully as she could. She needed to learn as much as she could about this man. He could be the one who supplied Andy, the one who really killed her. Howie was about 40 paces ahead of her. His hood was down now, and its orange lining was easy to spot in the dark. Pip kept the distance between them, her heart getting in 4 beats between each of her steps. She drew back and increased the gap as they passed through the well-lit roundabout outside the station. She wouldn't get too close. She followed Howie as he turned right down the hill, past the town's mini-supermarket. He crossed the road and turned left along High Street, the other end from school and Ravi's house. She trailed behind him, all the way up Wyville Road, over the bridge that crossed the rail tracks. Beyond the bridge, Howie turned off the road onto a small path that carved across a grass verge through a yellowing hedge. Pip waited for Howie to get a little further ahead before she followed him down the path, emerging onto a small and dark residential road. She kept going, her eyes on the orange-furred hood 50 feet ahead of her. Darkness was the easiest of disguises. It made the familiar unknown and strange. It was only when Pip passed a street sign that she realized what road they were on. Roma Close. Her heart reacted, now getting in 6 beats between her feet. Roma Close. The very road where Andy Bell's car was found abandoned after her disappearance. Pip saw Howie swerving up ahead, and she darted to hide behind a tree, watching as he headed towards a small bungalow, pulled out his keys, and let himself in. As the door clicked shut, Pip emerged from her hiding place and approached Howie's house. Number 29, Roma Close. It was a squat, semi-detached house with tan bricks and a mossy slate roof. Both windows at the front were covered by thick blinds, the left one now cracking with streaks of yellow as Howie turned on the lights inside. There was a small gravel plot just outside the front door where a faded maroon car sat. Pip stared at it. There was no delay in her recognition this time. Her mouth fell open, and her stomach jumped to her throat filling her mouth with the regurgitated taste of the sandwich she'd eaten in the car. "Oh my God," she whispered. She stepped back from the house, pulling out her phone. She skipped through her recent calls and dialed Ravi's number. "Please tell me you're off shift," she said when he picked up.
I just got home. Why?
"I need you to come to Roma Close right now." Chapter 20. Pip knew from her murder map that it would take Ravi about 18 minutes to walk from his house to Roma Close. He was 4 minutes faster, running when he spotted her. "What is it?" he said, slightly out of breath and brushing the hair back off his face. "It is a lot of things," Pip said quietly. "I'm not quite sure where to start, so I just will." "You're freaking me out." His eyes flicked over her face, searching. "I'm freaking me out too." She paused to take a large breath and hopefully force her figurative stomach back down her windpipe. "Okay. I was looking for the drug dealer from my lead at the calamity party. He was there tonight, dealing in the car park, and I followed him home. He lives here, Ravi. The road where Andy's car was found." Ravi's eyes wandered up to trace the outline of the dark street. "How do you even know he's the guy that supplied Andy?" he asked. "I didn't for sure," she said. "I do now. But wait, there's another thing I have to tell you first, and I don't want you to be mad."
Why would I be mad?
He looked down at her, his soft face hardening around the eyes. Because I lied to you," she said, her gaze down on her own feet instead of Ravi's face. "I told you that Sal's police interview hadn't arrived yet. It did. Over 2 weeks ago."
What?
he said quietly. A look of unconcealed hurt clouded his face, wrinkling his nose and forehead. "I'm sorry," Pip said. "But when it arrived and I read through it, I thought you'd be better off not seeing it."
Why?
She swallowed. "Because it looked really bad for Sal. He was evasive with the police and outright told them he didn't want to say why he and Andy were arguing on that Thursday and Friday. It looked like he was trying to hide his own motive. And I was scared that maybe he'd actually killed her, and I didn't want to upset you." She chanced to look up at his eyes. They were drawn and sad.
You think Sal is guilty after all this?
"No, I don't. I just doubted it for a while, and I was scared what it would do to you. I was wrong to do that. I'm sorry. It wasn't my place. But I was also wrong to ever doubt Sal." Ravi paused and looked at her, scratching the back of his head.
Okay,
he said.
It's okay. I get why you did it. So what's going on?
I just found out exactly why Sal was so weird and evasive in his police interview, and why he and Andy were arguing. Come on. She beckoned him to follow and walked back over to Howie's bungalow. She pointed. "This is the drug dealer's house," she said. "Look at his car, Ravi." She watched Ravi's face as his eyes flicked up and down over the car. From windscreen to bonnet and headlight to headlight. Until they dropped to the number plate. And there they stayed. Backwards and forwards and back.
Oh,
he said. Pip nodded. Oh, indeed.
Actually, I think this is a holy pepperoni moment.
And both their eyes fell back on the number plate. R009KKJ. Sal wrote that number plate in the notes on his phone, Pip said. On Wednesday, the 18th of April, at about 7:45 p.m. He must have been suspicious. Maybe he'd heard rumours at school or something, so he followed Andy that evening and must have seen her with Howie in this car. And what she was doing.
That's why they were arguing in the days before she went missing,
Ravi added.
Sal hated drugs. Hated them.
And when the police asked him about their arguing, Pip continued, he wasn't being evasive to hide his own motive. He was protecting Andy. He didn't think she was dead. He thought she was alive and coming back, and he didn't want to get her in trouble with the police by telling them she was dealing drugs. And the final text he sent her on that Friday night?
I'm not talking to you until you've stopped,
Ravi quoted. You know something? Pip smiled. Your brother has never looked more innocent than right now.
Thanks.
He returned the smile.
You know, I've never said this to a girl before, but I'm glad you came knocking on my door out of the blue.
I distinctly remember you telling me to go away, she said.
Well, it appears you're hard to get rid of.
That I am. She bowed her head. Ready to do some knocking with me?
Wait, no, what?
He looked at her, appalled. Oh, come on, she said, striding towards Howie's front door. You're finally going to get some action.
Gah, so hard not to point out all the innuendos. Wait, Pip,
Ravi said, bounding after her.
What are you doing? He's not going to talk to us.
He will, Pip said, waving her phone above her head. I have leverage.
What leverage?
Ravi caught up with her just before the front door. She turned and flashed him a scrunched-up, crinkly-eyed smile. And then she took his hand. Before Ravi could take it away, she knocked it 3 times against the door. He widened his eyes and raised his finger in a silent telling off. They heard shuffling and coughing from inside. A few seconds later, the door was roughly pulled open. Howie stood there, blinking at them. He'd taken his coat off now and was wearing a stained blue t-shirt, his feet bare. He appeared with a smell of stale smoke and damp, mouldering clothes. Hello, Howie Bowers, Pip said. Please may we buy some drugs?
Who the hell are you?
Howie spat. I'm the hell person who took these lovely photos earlier tonight, Pip said, scrolling onto the pictures of Howie and holding the phone up to face him. She swiped with her thumb, so he saw the whole range. Interestingly, I know this boy you sold drugs to. His name's Robin. I wonder what would happen if I called his parents right now and told them to search his rucksack. I wonder if they'd find a small paper bag of treats. And then I wonder how long it would take for the police to come knocking round here, especially once I give them a call to help them along. She let Howie digest it all, his eyes darting between the phone, Ravi, and Pip's eyes. He grunted.
What do you want?
I want you to invite us in and answer some of our questions, Pip said. That's all, and we won't go to the police.
What about?
He said, picking something from his teeth with his fingernails. About Andy Bell. A look of badly performed confusion stretched into Howie's face. You know, the girl you supplied with drugs to sell on to school kids? The same girl who was murdered 5 years ago? Remember her? Pip said. Well, if you don't, I'm sure the police will remember.
Fine,
Howie said, stepping back over a pile of plastic bags, holding the door open.
You can come in.
Excellent, Pip said, with a look back to Ravi over her shoulder. She mouthed, leverage, to him, and he rolled his eyes. But as she went to enter the house, Ravi pulled her back behind him, crossing the threshold first. He stared Howie down until the man drew back from the door and moved down the tiny corridor. Pip followed Ravi inside, closing the door behind her.
This way,
Howie said gruffly, disappearing into the living room. Howie fell back into a tattered armchair, an open can of beer waiting for him on the armrest. Ravi stepped over to the sofa and, pushing away a pile of clothes, took the seat opposite Howie, straight-backed and as close to the edge of the sofa cushion as it was possible to be. Pip sat beside him, crossing her arms. Howie pointed his beer can at Ravi.
You're the brother of the guy that murdered her.
Allegedly, both Pip and Ravi said at the same time. The tension in the room flailed between the three of them, like invisible sticky tendrils that licked from one person to the other as eye contact shifted. You understand that we'll go to the police with these pictures if you don't answer our questions about Andy? Pip said, eyeing the beer that probably wasn't Howie's first since returning home.
Yes, darling.
Howie laughed a teeth-whistle laugh.
You've made that clear enough.
Good, she said. I'll keep my questions nice and clear too. When did Andy first start working with you, and how did it come about?
I don't remember.
He took a large glug of beer.
Maybe early 2011. And she was the one who came to me. All I know is I had this ballsy teenager strolling up to me in the car park telling me she could get me more business if I gave her a cut. Said she wanted to make money, and I told her that I had similar interests. Don't know how she found out where I sold.
So you agreed when she offered to help you sell?
Yeah, obviously. She was promising an in with the younger crowd. Kids I couldn't really get to. It was win-win.
And then what happened? Ravi said. Howie's cold eyes alighted on Ravi, and Pip could feel him tensing where their arms almost touched.
We met up, and I set her some ground rules, like about keeping the stash and money hidden, about using codes rather than names. Asked what kind of stuff she thought kids at her school would be into. I gave her a phone to use for business stuff, and that was it, really. I sent her out into the big, wide world.
Howie smiled, his face and stubble unnervingly symmetrical. Andy had a second phone? Pip asked.
Yeah, obviously. Couldn't be arranging deals on a phone her parents pay for, could she? I bought her a burner phone, prepaid in cash. 2, actually. I got the second one when the credit on the first ran out. Gave it to her only a few months before she got killed.
Where did Andy keep the drugs before she sold them on? Said Ravi.
That was part of the ground rules.
Howie sat back, speaking into his can.
I told her this little business venture of hers would go nowhere if she didn't have somewhere to hide the stash and a second phone without her parents finding it. She assured me she had just the place, and no one else knew about it.
Where was it? Ravi pressed. He scratched his chin.
I think it was some kind of loose floorboard in her wardrobe. She said her parents had no idea it existed and she was always hiding shit there.
So the phone is probably still hidden in Andy's bedroom, Pip said.
I don't know. Unless she had it on her when she...
Howie made a gurgling sound as he crossed his fingers sharply across his throat. Pip looked over at Ravi before her next question, a muscle tensing in his jaw as he ground his teeth, concentrating so hard on not dropping his eyes from Howie, like he thought he could hold him in place with his stare. "Okay," she said. "So which drugs was Andy selling at house parties?" Howie crushed the empty can and threw it on the floor.
"Started just weed," he said. "By the end she was selling a load of different things." "She asked which drugs Andy sold," said Ravi. "List them." "Yeah, okay."
Howie looked irked, sitting up taller and picking at a textured brown stain on his t-shirt.
"She sold weed, sometimes MDMA, methadone, ketamine. She had a couple of regular buyers of Rohypnol."
"Rohypnol?" Pip repeated, unable to hide her shock. "You mean roofies? Andy was dealing roofies at school parties?"
"Yeah. They're for chilling out though, too. Not just what most people think."
"Did you know who was buying Rohypnol from Andy?" she said.
There was this posh kid, I think she said. Dunno."
Howie shook his head. A posh kid? Pip's mind immediately drew a picture of him, his angular face and sneering smile, his floppy yellow hair. Was this posh kid a blonde guy? Howie looked blankly at her and shrugged.
"Answer or we go to the police,"
Ravi said.
"Yeah, it could have been that blonde guy."
Pip cleared her throat to give herself some thinking time. "Okay," she said. "How often would you and Andy meet?"
"We met whenever we needed to, whenever she had orders to collect or cash to give me. I'd say it was probably about once a week, sometimes more, sometimes less."
"Where did you meet?" Ravi said.
"Either at the station or she sometimes came over here."
Were you... Pip paused. "Were you and Andy involved romantically?" Howie snorted. He sat up suddenly, swatting something near his ear.
"Fuck no, we weren't,"
he said, his laughter not wholly covering the annoyance creeping up his neck in red patches. "Are you sure about that?"
"Yes, I'm sure."
The cover of amusement was cast aside now. "Why are you getting defensive, then?" Pip said.
"Course I'm defensive. There's 2 kids in my house berating me about stuff that happened years ago and threatening cops."
He kicked out at the crumpled beer can on the floor, and it sailed across the room, clattering into the blinds just behind Pip's head. Ravi jumped up from the sofa, stepping in front of her.
"What are you gonna do about it?"
Howie leered at him, staggering to his feet.
"You're a fucking joke, man."
"All right, everyone, calm down," Pip said, standing up too. "We're almost finished here. You just have to answer honestly. Did you have a sexual relationship with..."
"No, I already said no, didn't I?"
The flush reached his face, peeking out above the line of his beard. "Did you want to have a sexual relationship with her?"
"No!"
He was shouting now.
"She was just business to me and me to her, okay? It wasn't more complicated than that."
"Where were you the night she was killed?" Ravi demanded.
"I was passed out drunk on that sofa."
"Do you know who killed her?" said Pip.
"Yeah, his brother."
Howie pointed aggressively at Ravi.
"Is that what this is? You want to prove your murdering scum brother was innocent?"
Pip saw Ravi stiffen, looking down at the jagged hilltop knuckles on his fists. But then he caught her eyes and shook the hardness out of his face, tucking his hands into his pockets. "Okay, we're done here," Pip said, laying her hand on Ravi's arm. "Let's go." No, I don't think so." In 2 giant leaps, Howie darted over to the door, blocking their way out. "Excuse me, Howard," Pip said, her nervousness cooling into fear. No, he laughed, shaking his head. "I can't let you leave." Ravi stepped up to him. "Move." "I did what you asked," Howie said, turning to Pip. "Now you have to delete those pictures of me." Pip relaxed a little. "Okay," she said. "Yes, that's fair." She held up her phone and showed Howie as she deleted every single picture from the car park until she swiped right onto a photo of Barney and Josh, both asleep in the dog bed. "Done." Howie moved aside and let them pass. Pip pulled open the front door, and as she and Ravi stepped outside into the brisk night air, Howie spoke one last time. "You go around asking dangerous questions, girl. You're going to find some dangerous answers." Ravi yanked the door shut behind them. He waited until the house was at least 20 paces behind them before saying, "Well, that was fun. Thanks for the invite to my first blackmailing." "Welcome," she said. "My first too. But it was effective. We found out that Andy had a second phone. Howie had complicated feelings for her, and Max Hastings had a taste for Rohypnol." She raised her phone and clicked onto the photo app. "Just recovering those photos in case we need future Howie leverage." "Oh, fantastic," he said. "Can't wait. Maybe then I can add blackmail as a special skill to my CV. You know you use humour as a defence mechanism when you're rattled?" Pip smiled at him, letting him through the hedge gap ahead of her. "Yep, and you get bossy and posh." He looked back at her for a long moment, and she broke first. They started laughing, and then they just couldn't stop. The adrenaline come-down descended into hysterics. Pip fell into him, wiping away tears, snatching staccato breaths between cackles. Ravi stumbled, his face creased, laughing so hard he had to bend over and hold his gut. They laughed until Pip's cheeks ached, and her stomach felt tight and sore. But the after-laugh sighs just set them off again.
Production log, entry 23, 6th of October, 2017. I should really be concentrating on my university applications. I have about a week to finish off my personal statement before the deadline for Cambridge. Just a small break right now from tooting my horn and shaking my tail feathers at admissions officers. So, Howie Bowers doesn't have an alibi for the night Andy disappeared. By his own admission, he was passed out drunk at his house. Without corroboration, this could be a total fabrication. He is an older guy, and Andy could have ruined him by turning him in to the police for dealing. His relationship with Andy had criminal foundations, and judging by his defensive reaction, possibly some sexual undertones. And her car, the car that police believe was driven with her body in the boot, was found on his street. I know Max has an alibi for the night Andy disappeared, the same alibi Sal asked his friends to give him. But let me think out loud here. Andy's abduction window was between 10:40 p.m. and 12:45 a.m. There is a possibility that Max could have worked with the upper limit of that time frame. His parents were away, Jake and Sal had left his house, and Millie and Naomi went to sleep in the spare room a bit before 12:30. Max could have left the house at that time without anyone knowing. Maybe Naomi could have too. Or together? Max has a naked picture of a murder victim he claims he was never romantically involved with. He is technically an older guy. He was involved in Andy's drug dealing and regularly bought roofies from her. Posh ol' Max Hastings isn't looking so wholesome anymore. Maybe I need to follow this rehypnol line of intel. See if there is any other evidence of what I'm starting to suspect. How could I not? He was buying roofies, for crying out loud. Though they are both looking simultaneously suspicious, there's no Max-Howie tag team going on here. Max only bought drugs in Kilton through Andy, and Howie only knew vaguely of Max and his buying habits via Andy. But I think the most important lead we got from Howie is Andy's second burner phone. That is priority number 1. The second phone most likely has all the details of the people she was selling drugs to. Maybe confirmation of the nature of her relationship with Howie. And if Howie wasn't the secret older guy, maybe Andy was using her burner phone to contact this man, to keep it secret. The police had Andy's actual phone after they found Sal's body. If there were any evidence of a secret relationship on it, the police would have followed it up. If we find that phone, maybe we find her secret older guy. Maybe we find her killer. And this will all be over. As it stands, there are 3 possible candidates for secret older guy: Max, Howie, or Daniel Da Silva. If the burner phone confirms any one of them, I think we'd have enough to go to the police. Or it could be someone we haven't found yet. Someone waiting in the wings, preparing for their starring role in this project. Someone like Stanley Forbes, maybe? I know there's no direct link between him and Andy, so he doesn't make the person of interest list. But doesn't it seem a little fluky that he's the journalist who wrote scathing articles about Andy's killer boyfriend, and now he's dating her little sister, and I saw him giving money to the same drug dealer who had supplied Andy? Or are these coincidences? I don't trust coincidences. Persons of interest: Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, secret older guy, Nat Da Silva, Daniel Da Silva, Max Hastings, Howie Bowers.
Chapter 21. Barney, 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 plops! Pip sang, both the dog's front paws in her hands, as they danced around the dining table. Then her mum's old CD got stuck in a surface scratch, telling them to hit the road, jat, 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 jat. Awful sound! Pip's mum, Leanne, entered with a dish of roasted potatoes, placing them on a trivet on the table. Skip to the next one, Pips, she said, leaving the room again. Pip set Barney down and prodded the button on the CD player. That last relic of the 20th century that her mum was not ready to give up for touchscreens and Bluetooth speakers. Fair enough. Even watching her use the TV remote was painful. "Have you carved, Vic?" Leanne shouted, backing into the room with a bowl of steaming broccoli and peas, a small knob of butter melting on top.
"The poultry is pared, my fair lady," came his response.
"Josh, dinner's ready," Leanne called. Pip went to help her dad carry in the plates and the roast chicken, Josh sidling in behind them. "You finished your homework, sweetie?" Mum asked Josh as they all took their acknowledged seats at the table. Barney's place was on the floor beside Pip, a co-conspirator in her mission to drop small bits of meat when her parents weren't looking. Pip nipped in and grabbed the potato dish before her dad could beat her to it. He, like Pip, was a spud connoisseur.
"Joshua, may you bestow the bestow upon your father."
When each of their plates were loaded up and everyone had dug in, Leanne turned to Pip, her fork pointed at her. "When's the deadline for sending in your UCAS application, then?" "The 15th, Pip said. "I'm going to try to send it in a couple of days, be a tad early." "Have you spent enough time on your personal statement? All you ever seem to be doing is that EPQ at the moment." "When am I ever not on top of things?" Pip said, spearing a particularly overgrown broccoli stump. The Sequoia dendrum giganteum tree of the broccoli world. "If I ever miss a deadline, it will be because the apocalypse has started." "Okay, well, Dad and I can read it through after dinner if you want." "Yep, I'll print a copy." The train whistle of Pip's phone blared, making Barney jump and her mum scowl. "No phones at the table," she said. "Sorry," Pip said. "I'm just putting it on silent." It could very well be the start of one of Kara's lengthy monologues sent line by line, where Pip's phone became a station out of hell, all the trains in a frenzied scram, screaming over each other. Or maybe it was Ravi. She pulled out the phone and looked down at the screen in her lap to flick the ringer button. She felt the blood drain from her face. All the heat guttered down her back, slopping into her gut where it churned, pushing her dinner back up. Her throat constricted at the sudden drop into cold fear. "Pip? I... suddenly desperate for a wee," she said, jumping up from her chair with her phone in her hand, almost tripping over the dog. She darted from the room and across the hall. Her thick woolen socks slipped out under her on the polished oak, and she fell, catching the weight of the fall on one elbow.
"Pippa!"
Victor's voice called. "I'm okay," she said, picking herself up. "Just skidded." She shut the bathroom door behind her and locked it. Slamming down the toilet seat lid, she turned shakily to sit on top of it. Her phone between both hands, she opened it and clicked onto the message. "You stupid bitch. Leave this alone while you still can." From Unknown.
Production log, entry 24. 8th of October, 2017. I can't sleep. School starts in 5 hours and I can't sleep. There's no part of me that thinks this can be a joke anymore. The note in my sleeping bag, this text, it's real. I've plugged all the leaks in my research since the camping trip. The only people who know what I've discovered are Ravi and those I've interviewed. Yet someone knows I'm getting close, and they are starting to panic. Someone who followed me into the woods. Someone who has my phone number. I tried to message them back, a futile "who is this?" It errored. It couldn't send it. I've looked it up. There are certain websites and apps you can use to anonymize texts, so I can neither reply nor find out who sent it. They are fittingly named Unknown. Is Unknown the person who actually murdered Andy Bell? Do they want me to think they can get to me too? I can't go to the police. I don't have enough evidence yet. All I have are unsworn statements from people who knew different fragments of Andy's secret lives. I have 7 persons of interest, but no one main suspect yet. There are too many people in Little Kilton who had motive to kill Andy. I need tangible proof. I need that burner phone. And only then will I leave this alone, unknown. Only when the truth is out there, and you no longer are.
Chapter 22. "Why are we here?" Ravi said when he caught sight of her. "Shh!" Pip hissed, grabbing his coat sleeve to pull him behind the tree with her. She peeked her head out past the trunk, watching the house across the street. "Shouldn't you be at school?" he asked. "I've pulled a sickie, okay?" Pip said. "Don't make me feel worse about it than I already do."
"You've never pulled a sickie before."
"Only ever missed 4 days of school. Ever. And that was because of chicken pox," she said quietly, her eyes on the large detached cottage. Its old bricks speckled from pale yellow to dark russet, and were overrun with ivy that climbed up to the crooked roofline, where 3 tall chimneys perched. A large white garage door, behind the empty drive, winked the morning autumn sunshine back at them. It was the last house on the street, before the road climbed up to the church.
"What are we doing here?"
Ravi said, tucking his head around the other side of the tree to see Pip's face. "I've been here since just after 8, she said, hardly pausing to breathe. "Becca left about 20 minutes ago. She's interning over at the Kilton Mail office. Dawn left just as I was arriving. My mum says she works part-time at a charity head office in Wickham. It's 9:15 now, so she should still be out for a while, and there's no alarm on the front of the house." Her last word slipped into a yawn. She'd hardly slept last night, waking to stare again at the text from Unknown, until the words were burned into the underside of her eyelids, haunting her every time she closed her eyes.
"Pip,"
Ravi said, bringing her attention back to him.
"And yet again, why are we here?"
His eyes were wide in their telling-off way already.
"Tell me it's not what I think it is."
"To break in," Pip said. "We have to find that burner phone." He groaned.
"How did I know you were going to say that?"
"It's actual evidence, Ravi. Actual, physical evidence. Proof that she was dealing drugs with Howie. Maybe the identity of the secret older guy Andy was seeing. If we find it, we can phone an anonymous tip-in to the police and maybe they'll reopen the investigation and actually find her killer."
"Okay, but here's a quick observation,"
Ravi said, holding up his finger.
"You're asking me, the brother of the person everyone believes murdered Andy Bell, to break into the Bell house? Not to mention the amount of trouble I would be in anyway as a brown kid breaking into a white family's house."
"Shit, Ravi," Pip said, stepping back behind the tree, her breath catching in her throat. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking." She really hadn't been thinking. She was so convinced the truth was just waiting for them in this house that she hadn't considered the position this would put Ravi in. Of course he couldn't break in with her. This town already treated him like a criminal. How much worse would it be for him if they got caught? Since Pip was a little girl, her dad had always taught her about their different experiences of the world, explaining whenever something happened, whenever someone followed him around a shop, whenever someone questioned him for being alone with a white kid, whenever someone presumed he worked security at his office, not as the firm's partner. Pip grew up determined never to be blind to this, nor her invisible step up that she'd never had to fight for. but she'd been blind this morning. She was angry at herself, her stomach twisting in uncomfortable hurricane turns. "I'm so sorry," she said again. "I was being stupid. I know you can't take the same risks I can. I'll go in alone. Maybe you can stay here. Keep a lookout."
No,
he said thoughtfully, fingers burrowing through his hair.
If this is how we're going to clear Sal's name, I have to be there for that. That's worth the risk. It's too important. I still think this is reckless, and I'm crapping myself, but...
He paused, flashing her a small smile.
We're partners in crime, after all. That means partners no matter what.
"Are you sure?" Pip shifted, and the strap of her rucksack fell down to her elbow crook.
I'm sure,
he said, reaching out and lifting the strap back up for her. "Okay." Pip turned to survey the empty house. "And if it's any consolation, I wasn't planning on us getting caught."
So what is the plan? He said. Break a window? She gaped at him.
"No way! I was planning to use a key. We live in Kilton. Everyone has a spare key outside somewhere."
Oh, right. Let's go and scope out the target, Sarge.
Ravi looked intently at her, pretending to do a complex sequence of military hand gestures. She flicked him to get him to stop. Pip went first, walking briskly across the road and over the front lawn. Thank goodness the Bells lived right at the end of a quiet street. There was no one around. She reached the front door and turned to watch Ravi darting across, head down to join her. They checked under the doormat first, the place where Pip's family kept their spare key. But no luck. Ravi reached up and felt the frame above the front door. He pulled his hand back, empty, fingertips covered in dust and grime. "Okay, you check that bush. I'll check this one." There was no key under either, nor hidden around the fitted lanterns, nor on any secret nail behind the creeping ivy.
Oh, surely not,
Ravi said, pointing at a chrome wind chime mounted beside the front door. He snaked his hand through the metal tubes, gritting his teeth when two knocked tunefully together. "Ravi?" she said in an urgent whisper. "What are you—" He pulled something off the small wooden platform that hung in the middle of the chimes and held it up to her. A key with a little nub of old blue tack attached.
Aha, he said. Student becomes master. You may be the Sarge, but I am Chief Inspector.
Zip it, Sing. Pip swung her bag off and lowered it to the ground. She rustled inside and immediately found what she was looking for, her fingers alighting on their smooth vinyl texture. She pulled them out.
What? I don't even want to ask,
Ravi laughed, shaking his head as Pip pulled on the bright yellow rubber gloves. "I'm about to commit a crime," she said. "I don't want to leave any fingerprints. There's a pair in here for you too." She held out her fluorescent yellow palm, and Ravi placed the key into it. He bent to rifle through her bag and stood up again, his hands gripped round a pair of purple flower-patterned gloves.
What are these? He said.
"My mum's gardening gloves. Look, I didn't have long to plan this heist, okay?"
Clearly,
Ravi muttered. "They're the bigger pair. Just put them on."
Real men wear floral when trespassing,
Ravi said, slipping them on and clapping his gloved hands together. He nodded that he was ready. Pip shouldered her bag and stepped up to the door. She took a breath and held it in. Gripping her other hand to steady it, she guided the key into the lock and twisted. Chapter 23. The sunlight followed them inside, cracking into the tiled hallway in a long, glowing strip. As they stepped over the threshold, their shadows carved through the beam of light, both of them together as one stretched silhouette, with two heads and a tangle of moving arms and legs. Ravi closed the door, and they walked slowly down the hallway. Pip couldn't help but tiptoe, even though she knew no one was home. She'd seen this house many times before, pictured at different angles, with police in black and high-vis swarming outside. But that was always outside. All she'd ever seen of the inside were snippets when the front door was open, and a press photographer clipped the moment into forever. The border between outside and in felt significant here. She could tell Ravi felt it too, the way he held his breath. There was a heaviness to the air in here. Secrets captured in the silence, floating around like invisible motes of dust. Pip didn't even want to think too loudly, in case she disturbed it. This quiet place, the place where Andy Bell was last seen alive when she was only a few months older than Pip. The house itself was part of the mystery, part of Kilton's history. They moved towards the stairs, glancing into the plush living room on the right and the huge, vintage-style kitchen on the left, fitted with duck-egg blue cabinets and a large, wood-top island. And then they heard it. A small thump upstairs. Pip froze, and Ravi grabbed her gloved hand with his. Another thump, closer this time, just above their heads. Pip looked back at the door. Could they make it in time? The thumps became a sound of frantic jingling, and a few seconds later, a black cat appeared at the top of the stairs. "Holy crap!" Ravi said, dropping his shoulders and her hand, his relief like an actual blast of air rippling through the quiet. Pip sniffed a hollow, anxious laugh, her hands starting to sweat inside the rubber. The cat bounded down the stairs, stopping halfway to meow in their direction. Pip, born and raised a dog person, wasn't sure how to react. "Hi, cat," she whispered, as it padded down the rest of the stairs and slinked over to her. It rubbed its face on her shins, curling in and out of her legs. "Pip, I don't like cats," Ravi said uneasily, watching with disgust as the cat started to press its fur-topped skull into his ankles. Pip bent down and patted the cat lightly with her rubber-gloved hand. It came back over to her and started to purr. "Come on," she said to Ravi. Unwinding her legs from the cat, Pip headed for the stairs. As she took them, Ravi following behind, the cat meowed and raced after them, darting round his legs. "Pip!" Ravi's voice trailed nervously as he tried not to step on it. Pip shooed the cat, and it trotted back downstairs and into the kitchen. "I wasn't scared," he added unconvincingly. Gloved hand on the banister, she climbed the rest of the stairs, almost knocking off a notebook and a USB stick that were balanced on the post at the very top. Strange place to keep them. When they were both upstairs, Pip studied the various doors that opened onto the landing. That back bedroom on the right couldn't be Andy's. The floral bedspread was ruffled and slept in, paired socks on the chair in the corner. Nor could it be the bedroom at the front, where a dressing gown was strewn on the floor and a glass of water on a bedside table. Ravi was the first to notice. He tapped her gently on the arm and pointed. There was only one door up here that was closed. They crossed over to it. Pip grasped the gold handle and pushed open the door. It was immediately obvious this was her room. Everything felt staged and stagnant. Though it had all the props of a teenage girl's bedroom, pinned-up photos of Andy standing between Emma and Chloe as they posed with their fingers in V's, a picture of her and Sal with a candy floss between them, an old brown teddy tucked into the bed with a fluffy hot water bottle beside it, an overflowing makeup case on the desk. The room didn't feel quite real. A place entombed in 5 years of grief. Pip took a first step onto the plush cream carpet. Her eyes flicked from the lilac walls to the white wooden furniture. Everything clean and polished. The carpet showing recent vacuum tracks. Dawn Bell must still clean her dead daughter's room, preserving it as it had been when Andy left it for the final time. She didn't have her daughter, but she still had the place where she'd slept, where she'd woken, where she'd dressed, where she'd screamed and shouted and slammed the door, where her mum whispered goodnight and turned off the light. Or so Pip imagined, reanimating the empty room with the life that might have been lived here. This room, perpetually waiting for someone who was never coming back, while the world ticked on outside its closed door. She looked back at Ravi, and by the look on his face, she knew there was a room just like this in the Singh's house. And though Pip had come to feel like she knew Andy, the one buried under all those secrets, this bedroom made Andy a real person to her for the first time. As she and Ravi crossed over to the wardrobe, Pip silently promised the room that she would find the truth. Not just for Sal, but for Andy too. The truth that could very well be hidden right here.
Ready?
Ravi whispered. She nodded. He opened the wardrobe onto a rack bulging with dresses and jumpers on wooden hangers. At one end hung Andy's old Kilton Grammar School uniform, squashed against the wall by skirts and tops. No room to part even an inch of space between the clothes. Struggling with the rubber gloves, Pip pulled her phone out of her jeans pocket and swiped up to turn on the torch. She got down on her knees, Ravi beside her, and they crawled under the clothes, the torch lighting up the old floorboards inside. They started prodding the boards, tracing their fingers round the shape of them, trying to prise up their corners. Ravi found it. It was the one against the back wall, on the left. He pushed down one corner, and the other side of the board kicked up. Pip shuffled forward to pull up the floorboard, sliding it behind them. With her phone held up, Pip and Ravi leaned over to look inside the dark space below. No! She moved the torch down inside the small space to be absolutely sure, pivoting the light into each corner. It illuminated only layers of dust, gusting out in whirlwinds now because of their picked-up breath. It was empty. No phone, no cash, no drug stash. Nothing.
It's not here,
Ravi said. The disappointment was a physical sensation gouging through Pip's gut, leaving a space for the fear to fill it.
I really thought it would be here,
he said. Pip had too. She thought the phone screen would light up the killer's name for them, and the police would do the rest. She thought she'd be safe from unknown. It was supposed to be over, she thought, her throat constricting the way it did before she cried. She slid the floorboard back in place and inched backwards out of the wardrobe after Ravi, her hair getting briefly tangled in the zip of a long dress. She stood, closed the doors, and turned to him.
"Where could the burner phone be then?" he said.
"Maybe Andy had it on her when she died," Pip said. "And now it's buried with her, or otherwise destroyed by the killer."
Or,
Ravi said, studying the items on Andy's desk.
Or someone knew where it was hidden, and they took it after her disappearance, knowing that it would lead the police to them if it was found.
Or that, Pip agreed. But that doesn't help us now. She joined Ravi at the desk. On top of the makeup case was a paddle hairbrush with long blonde hairs still wound round the bristles. Beside it, Pip spotted a Kilton Grammar academic planner for the year 2011 to 2012, almost identical to the one she owned for this year. Andy had decorated the title page of her planner under the plastic with doodled hearts and stars, and small printouts of supermodels. She flipped through some of the pages. The days were filled with scribbled homework and coursework assignments. November and December had various university open days listed. The week before Christmas, there was a note to herself to maybe get Sal a Christmas present. Dates and locations of calamity parties, school deadlines, people's birthdays. And, strangely, random letters with times scribbled in next to them. "Hey." She held it up to show Ravi. "Look at these weird initials. What do you think they mean?" Ravi stared for a moment, resting his jaw in his gardening-gloved hand. Then his eyes darkened as he tensed his brows. He said,
"Do you remember that thing Howie Bowers said to us? That he told Andy to use codes instead of names?"
"Maybe these are her codes." Pip finished his sentence for him, tracing her rubber finger over the random letters. "We should document these." She laid the planner down and pulled out her phone again. Ravi helped her tug one of her gloves off, and she thumbed on to the camera. Ravi skipped the pages back to February 2012, and Pip took pictures of each double page as they flicked right through to that week in April, just after the Easter holidays, where the last thing Andy had written on the Friday was, "Start French revision notes soon." 11 photos in all. "Okay," Pip said, pocketing her phone and slipping back into the glove. The front door slammed below them. Ravi's head snapped round, terror pooling in the pupils of his eyes. Pip dropped the planner in its place. She nodded her head towards the wardrobe. "Get back in," she whispered. She opened the doors and crawled inside, looking for Ravi. He was on his knees now, just outside the cupboard. Pip shuffled aside to give him space to crawl back in. But Ravi wasn't moving. Why wasn't he moving? Pip reached forward and grabbed him, pulling him into her, against the back wall. Ravi snapped back into life then. He grasped the wardrobe doors and quietly swung them closed, shutting them inside. They heard sharp-heeled steps in the hallway. Was it Dawn Bell, back from work already? "Hello, Monty," a voice carried through the house. It was Becca. Pip felt Ravi shaking beside her, right through into her own bones. She took his hand, the rubber gloves squeaking as she held it. They heard Becca on the stairs then, louder with each step, the jingling collar of the cat behind her. "Ah, that's where I left them," she said, footsteps pausing on the landing. Pip squeezed Ravi's hand, hoping he could feel how sorry she was. Hoping he knew she would take the fall if she could. "Monty, have you been in here?" Becca's voice drew nearer. Ravi closed his eyes. "You know you're not supposed to go in this room." Pip buried her face into his shoulder. Becca was in the room with them now. They could hear her breathing, hear the ticking of her tongue as she moved it around her mouth. More steps, stifled by the thick carpet. And then the sound of Andy's bedroom door clicking shut. Becca's words were muffled through it now as she called, "Bye, Monty!" Ravi opened his eyes slowly, squeezing Pip's hand back, his panicked breaths rippling through her hair. The front door slammed again.
Production log, entry 25. 9th of October 2017. Well, I thought I'd need about 6 coffees to keep me awake for the rest of the day. Turns out that close call with Becca more than did the trick. Ravi still wasn't quite himself by the time he had to leave for work. I can't believe how close we came to getting caught. And the burner phone wasn't there. But it might not all have been for nothing. I emailed the photos of Andy's planner to myself so I could see them bigger on my laptop screen. I've trawled through each one dozens of times, and I think there are some things to pick up on here. This is the week after the Easter holidays, the week Andy disappeared. There's quite a lot to note on this page alone. I can't ignore that Fat De Silva 0, Andy 3 scorecard comment. This was just after Andy had posted the nude video of Nat online. And I know from Nat that she only returned to school on Wednesday the 18th of April, and Andy called her a slut in the corridor, prompting the death threat stuffed in Andy's locker. But, judging this comment at face value, it seems Andy was gloating over 3 victories she'd had over Nat in her twisted high school games. What if the topless video accounts for one of these goals, and Andy blackmailing Nat to drop out of the Crucible was another? What was the third thing Andy did to Nat De Silva that she's reveling in here? Could that have been what made Nat snap and turned her into a killer? Another significant entry on that page is on Wednesday the 18th of April. Andy wrote, CP at 7:30. If Ravi is right, and Andy is noting things down in code, I think I've just cracked this one. It's so simple. CP equals car park, as in the train station car park. I think Andy was reminding herself that she had a meeting with Howie in the car park that evening. I know that she did, in fact, meet Howie that evening, because Sal wrote Howie's number plate in his phone at 7:42 p.m. on the very same Wednesday. There are many more instances of CP with an accompanying time in the photos we took. I think I can confidently say that these refer to Andy's drug trades with Howie, and that she was following Howie's instruction to use codes, to keep her activities hidden from any prying eyes. But, as all teenagers, she was prone to forgetting things, especially her schedule. So she wrote the meetings down on the one item she would have looked at once every lesson at least. The perfect memory prompt. So now that I think I've cracked Andy's code, there are some other initialized entries with times written in the planner. During this mid-March week, Andy wrote on Thursday the 15th, IV at 8. This one I'm stumped on. If it follows the same code pattern, then IV equals IV. If like CP, IV refers to a place, I have absolutely no idea what it is. There's nowhere in Kilton I can think of with those initials. Or what if IV refers to somebody's name? It only appears 3 times in the pages we photographed. There's a similar entry that appears much more frequently, HH at 6, but on this March 17th entry, Andy has also written before Calam underneath it. Calam presumably means calamity party. So maybe HH actually just means Howie's house, and Andy was picking up drugs to take to the party. An earlier spread in March caught my eye too. Those numbers scrawled in and scribbled out on the Thursday 8th of March are a phone number. 11 digits starting with 07. It has to be. Thinking out loud here, why would Andy be writing down a phone number in her planner? Of course, the planner would have been on her at most times, both in school and afterwards, just as mine is a permanent fixture in my bag. But if she was taking a new number, why not enter it straight into her phone? Unless, perhaps, she didn't want to put that number into her actual phone. Maybe she wrote it down because she didn't have her burner phone on her at the time, and that's where she wanted the number to go. Could this be secret older guy's number? Or maybe a new phone number for Howie? Or a new client wanting to buy drugs from her? And after she entered it into her second phone, she must have scribbled over it to hide her tracks. I've been staring at the scribble for a good half an hour. It looks to me like the first 8 digits are 077000900. It's possible those last 2 numbers are a double 8 instead, but I think that's just the way the scribble crosses them. And then for the last 3 digits, it gets a bit tricky. The third final digit looks like a 7 or a 9, the way it seems to have a leg and a hooked line at the top. The next number I'm pretty confident is either a 7 or a 1, judging by that straight upward line. And then bringing up the rear is a number with a curve in it, so either a 6, a 0, or an 8. This leaves us with 12 possible combinations. I've tried ringing the first 3. I got the same robotic response to each call. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed has not been recognised. Please hang up and try again. In the second set, I got through to an elderly woman up in Manchester who'd never been to or even heard of Little Kilton. Another, not recognised, and a no longer in service. The third set racked up 2 not recognised and a generic phone provider voicemail. In the final 3 numbers, I got through to the voicemail for a boiler engineer called Garrett Smith, with a thick Geordie accent, 1 no longer in service, and a final straight to a generic voicemail. Chasing this phone number is another dud. I can hardly make out those last 3 digits, and the number is over 5 years old now and probably out of use. I'll keep trying the numbers that went to generic voicemails, just in case anything comes of it. But I really need A, a proper night's sleep, and B, to finish my Cambridge application. Persons of interest: Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, Secret Older Guy, Nat Da Silva, Daniel Da Silva, Max Hastings, Howie Bowers. Production log, entry 26. 11th of October, 2017. Application to Cambridge sent off this morning, and school has registered me for the pre-interview ELAT exam on the 2nd of November for Cambridge English applicants. In my free periods today, I started looking back through my literature essays to send into admissions. I like my Toni Morrison one. I'll send that off. But nothing else is good enough. I need to write a new one. About Margaret Atwood, I think. I should really be getting on with it now. But I found myself dragged back into the world of Andy Bell, clicking onto my EPQ document when I should be starting a blank page. I've read over Andy's planner so many times that I can almost recite her February to April schedule by heart. One thing is abundantly clear. Andy Bell was a homework procrastinator. Two other things are quite clear, leaning heavily on assumption. CP refers to Andy's drug deal meetings with Howie at the station car park, and HH refers to those at his house. I still haven't managed to work out IV at all. It appears only 3 times in total. On Thursday 15th of March at 8 p.m, Friday the 23rd of March at 9 p.m, and Thursday the 29th of March at 9 p.m. Unlike CPs or HHs, which jump around at all different times, IV is once at 8 and twice at 9. Ravi's been working on this too. He just sent me an email with a list of possible people, places he thinks IV could refer to. He's spread the search further afield than Kilton, looking into neighbouring towns and villages as well. I should have thought to do that. His list: Imperial Vault nightclub in Amersham, the Ivy House Hotel in Little Chalfont. Ida Vaughan, aged 90, lives in Chesham. The 4 Cafe in Wendover. IV is 4 in Roman numerals. Okay, on to Google I go. Imperial Vault's website says that the club was opened in 2010. From its location on the map, it looks like it's just in the middle of nowhere. A concrete slab nightclub and car park amid a mass of green grass pixels. It has student nights every Wednesday and Friday and holds regular events like Ladies' Night. The club is owned by a man called Rob Hewitt. It's possible that Andy was going there to sell drugs. We could go and look into it, ask to speak to the owner. The Ivy House Hotel doesn't have its own website, but it has a page on TripAdvisor, only 2.5 stars. It's a small family-run B&B with 4 available rooms, right by Chalfont Station. From the few pictures on the site, it looks quaint and cosy, but it's right on a busy road and loud when you're trying to sleep, according to Carmel 672, and Trevor 59 wasn't happy with them at all. They double-booked his room and he'd had to find other accommodation. T9 Jones said the family were lovely, but that the bathroom was tired and filthy, with dirt tracked all round the tub. She's even posted some pictures on her review to bolster her point. Crap. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I've been saying oh my god out loud for at least 30 seconds, but it's not enough. Oh my god. And Ravi isn't picking up his damn phone. My fingers can't keep up with my brain. T9 Jones posted 2 close-up pictures of the bathtub at different angles. And then she has a long shot of the entire bathroom. Beside the bath is a huge, full-length mirror on the wall. We can see T9 Jones, and the flash of her phone reflected in it. We can see the rest of the bathroom too, from its cream ceiling with circle spotlights down to its tiled floor. A red and white tiled floor. I'll eat my fluffy foxhead hat if I'm wrong, but I'm almost certain it is the very same tiled floor from a grainy printed photo pinned up behind a Reservoir Dogs poster in Max Hastings' bedroom. Andy naked, but for a small pair of black pants, pouting at a mirror. This mirror in the Ivy House Hotel, Little Chalfont. If I'm right, then Andy went to that hotel at least 3 times in the span of 3 weeks. Who was she there to meet? Max? Secret older guy? Looks like I'm going to Little Chalfont after school tomorrow.
Chapter 24. There were a few moments of muffled shrieking as the train pulled off and started to gain speed. It jerked and jogged Pip's pen, scribbling a line down the page from her essay introduction. She sighed, ripped the piece of paper from the pad, and screwed it into a ball. It was no good anyway. She shoved the paper ball into the top of her rucksack and readied her pen again. She was on the train to Little Chalfont. Ravi was meeting her there, straight from work, so she thought she could put the 11 minutes there to good use. Get a chunk of her Margaret Atwood essay drafted. But reading her own words back, nothing felt right. She knew what she wanted to say, each idea perfectly formed and moulded, but the words got muddled and lost on the way from brain to fingers. Her mind stuck in Andy Bell sidetracks. The recorded voice on the tannoy announced that Chalfont was the next stop, and Pip gratefully looked away from the thinning A4 pad and shoved it back in her rucksack. The train slackened and came to a stop, with a sharp, mechanical sigh. She skipped down onto the platform and fed her ticket into the barriers. Ravi was waiting for her outside. "Sarge," he said, flicking his dark hair out of his eyes. "I was just coming up with our crime-fighting theme tune. So far, I've got chilled strings and a pan flute when it's me, and then you come on with some heavy, Darth Vader-ish trumpets." "Why am I the trumpets?" she said. "Because you stomp when you walk. Sorry to be the one to tell you." Pip pulled out her phone and typed the Ivy House Hotel address into her Maps app. The line appeared on screen, and they followed the 3-minute-long walking directions, Pip's blue circle avatar sliding along the route in her hands. She looked up when her blue circle collided with the red destination pin. There was a small wooden sign just before the drive that read, "Ivy House Hotel" in fading carved letters. The drive was sloped and pebbled, leading to a red brick house almost wholly covered in creeping ivy. It was so thick with the green leaves that the house itself seemed to shiver in the gentle wind. Their footsteps crunched up the drive as they headed for the front door. Pip clocked the parked car, meaning someone must be in. Hopefully, it was the owner's, and not a guest. She jabbed her finger onto the cold metal doorbell and let it ring out for one long note. They heard a small voice inside, some slow, shuffled steps, and then the door swung inward, sending a tremor through the ivy around the frame. An old woman with fluffy grey hair, thick glasses, and a very premature Christmas-patterned jumper stood before them and smiled.
"Hello, dears," she said. "I didn't realise we were expecting someone. What name did you make the booking under?"
she said, ushering Pip and Ravi inside and closing the door. They stepped into a dimly lit squared hallway, with a sofa and coffee table on the left, and a white staircase running along the far wall. "Oh, sorry," Pip said, turning back to face the woman. "We haven't actually got a booking."
"I see. Well, lucky for you two we aren't booked up, so—"
"Sorry," Pip cut in, looking awkwardly at Ravi. "I mean, we're not looking to stay here. We're looking for... We have some questions for the owners of the hotel. Are you—"
"Yes, I own the hotel,"
the woman smiled, looking unnervingly at a point just left of Pip's face.
"Ran it for 20 years with my David. He was in charge of most things, though. It's been hard since my David passed a couple of years ago. But my grandsons are always here, helping me get by, driving me around. My grandson Henry is just upstairs cleaning the rooms."
"So, 5 years ago you and your husband were running the hotel?"
Ravi said. The woman nodded, and her eyes swayed over to him.
"Very handsome,"
she said quietly, and then to Pip,
"Lucky girl."
No, we're not, Pip said, looking at Ravi. She wished she hadn't. Out of the old lady's wandering eyeline, he shimmied his shoulders excitedly and pointed to his face, mouthing, "Very handsome," at Pip.
"Would you like to sit down?"
the woman said, gesturing to a green velvet sofa beneath a window.
"I know I would."
She shuffled over to a leather armchair facing the sofa. Pip walked over, intentionally treading on Ravi's foot as she passed. She sat down, knees pointed towards the woman, and Ravi slotted in beside her, still with that stupid grin on his face.
"Where's my—"
the woman said, patting her jumper and her trouser pockets, a blank look falling over her face. So, Pip said, drawing the woman's attention back to her. "Do you keep records of people who have stayed here?"
"It's all done on the computer now, isn't it?"
the woman said.
"Sometimes by the telephone. David always sorted all the bookings. Now Henry does it for me."
"So how did you keep track of the reservations you had?" Pip said, guessing already that the answer would be lacking.
"My David did it. He had a spreadsheet printed out for the week."
The woman shrugged, staring out of the window.
Would you still have your reservation spreadsheets from 5 years ago?
Asked Ravi.
No, the whole place would be flooded in paper.
But do you have the documents saved on a computer? Pip said.
Oh, no, we threw David's computer out after he passed. It was a very slow little thing, like me, she said. My Henry does all the bookings for me now.
Can I ask you something? Pip said, unzipping her rucksack and pulling out the folded bit of printer paper. She straightened out the page and handed it to the woman. Do you recognize this girl? Has she ever stayed here? The woman stared down at the photo of Andy, the one that had been used in most newspaper reports. She lifted the paper right to her face, then held it at arm's length, then brought it close again.
Yes,
she nodded, looking from Pip to Ravi to Andy.
I know her. She's been here.
Pip's skin prickled with nervous excitement. You remember that girl stayed with you 5 years ago? She said. Do you remember the man she was with? What he looked like? The woman's face muddied, and she stared at Pip, her eyes darting right and left, a blink marking each change in direction.
No, she said shakily. No, it wasn't 5 years ago. I saw this girl. She's been here.
In 2012? Pip said.
No.
The woman's eyes settled past Pip's ear.
It was just a few weeks ago. She was here. I remember.
Pip's heart sank a few 100 feet, a drop tower back into her chest. That's not possible, she said. That girl has been dead for 5 years.
But
The woman shook her head, the wrinkled skin around her eyes folding together.
But I remember. She was here. She's been here.
5 years ago?
Ravi prompted.
No,
the woman said, anger creeping into her voice.
I remember, don't I? I don't...
Grandma!
A man's voice called from upstairs. A set of heavy boots thundered down the stairs, and a fair-haired man came into view.
Hello?
He said, looking at Pip and Ravi. He walked over and proffered his hand.
I'm Henry Hill,
he said. Ravi stood and shook his hand.
I'm Ravi. This is Pip. Can we help you with something?
He asked, darting concerned looks over at his grandmother.
We were just asking your grandma a couple of questions about someone who stayed here 5 years ago,
said Ravi. Pip looked back to the old woman and noticed that she was crying, tears snaking down her tissue paper skin, dropping from her chin onto the printout of Andy. The grandson must have noticed as well. He walked over and squeezed his grandma's shoulder, taking the piece of paper out of her shaking grip.
"Grandma,"
he said,
"why don't you pop the kettle on and make us a pot of tea? I'll help out these people here, don't worry."
He helped her up off the chair and steered her towards a door to the left of the hall, handing the photo of Andy to Pip as they passed. Ravi and Pip looked at each other, questions in their eyes, until Henry returned a few seconds later, closing the kitchen door to muffle the sound of the boiling kettle.
"Sorry,"
he said with a sad smile.
"She gets upset when she gets confused. The Alzheimer's. It's starting to get quite bad. I'm actually just cleaning up to put the place on the market. She keeps forgetting that."
"I'm sorry," Pip said. "We should have realised. We didn't mean to upset her."
"No, I know, of course you didn't,"
he said.
"Can I help with whatever it is?"
"We were asking about this girl." Pip held up the paper. "Whether she stayed here 5 years ago."
"And what did my grandma say?"
"She thought she'd seen her recently. Just weeks ago." She swallowed. "But this girl died in 2012.
"She does that quite often now,"
he said, looking between the two of them.
"Gets confused about times and when things happened. Sometimes still thinks my granddad is alive. She's probably just recognizing your girl from 5 years ago, if that's when you think she was here."
"Yeah," Pip said. "I guess."
"Sorry I can't be of more help. I can't tell you who stayed here 5 years ago. We haven't kept the old records. But if she recognized her, I guess that gives you your answer."
Pip nodded. "It does. Sorry for upsetting her."
"Will she be okay?"
said Ravi.
"She'll be fine,"
Henry said gently.
"Cup of tea will do the trick."
They strolled out of Kilton Station, the town just dimming as it ticked into the hour of 6, and the sun slumped off to the west. Pip's mind was a centrifuge, spinning over the shifting pieces of Andy, separating them and putting them back together in different combinations. "Weighing it up," she said, "I think we can confirm that Andy stayed at the Ivy House Hotel." She thought the bathroom tiles and the woman's time-confused recognition were proof enough of that. But this confirmation loosened and rearranged certain pieces. They turned right into the car park, heading for Pip's car down at the far end, speaking in harmonized ifs and so's as they walked.
"If Andy was going to that hotel,"
Ravi said,
"must be because that's where she met secret older guy, and they were both trying to avoid getting caught."
Pip nodded in agreement. "So," she said, "that means that whoever secret older guy was, he couldn't have Andy over at his house. And the most likely reason for that would be that he lived with his family or a wife." This changed things. Pip carried on. Daniel De Silva lived with his new wife in 2012, and Max Hastings was living with his parents, who knew Sal well. Both of them would have needed to be away from home to carry on a secret relationship with Andy. And let's not forget, Max has a naked photo of Andy taken inside the Ivy House Hotel, a photo he supposedly found, she said, using fingered air quotes.
"Yeah,"
Ravi said.
"But Howie Bowers lived alone then. If it was him Andy was secretly seeing, they wouldn't have needed to stay in a hotel."
"That's what I was thinking," Pip said. Which means we can now rule Howie out as a candidate for secret older guy. Although that doesn't mean he can't still be the killer.
True,
Ravi agreed.
but at least it starts to clear the picture a little. It wasn't Howie who Andy was seeing behind Sal's back in March, and it wasn't him she spoke of ruining.
They had deduced all the way over to her car. Pip fiddled in her pocket and blipped the key. She opened the driver door and shoved her rucksack inside, Ravi taking it on his lap in the passenger seat. But as she started to climb in, she looked up and noticed a man leaning against the far fence, about 60 feet away, in a green parka coat with bright orange lining. Howie Bowers, furred hood up, obscuring his face, nodding at the man beside him. A man whose hands were gesticulating wildly as he mouthed silent and angry-looking words. A man in a smart wool coat with floppy blonde hair. Max Hastings. Pip's face drained. She dropped into her seat.
What's wrong, Sarge?
She pointed out of his window to the fence where the two men stood. Look! Max Hastings, who had lied to her yet again, saying he never bought drugs in Kilton after Andy disappeared, that he had no clue who her dealer was. And here he was, shouting at that very drug dealer, the words lost and blown apart in the distance between them all. Oh, Ravi said. Pip started the engine and pulled out, driving away before either Max or Howie could spot them, before her hands started to shake too much. Max and Howie knew each other. Yet another tectonic shift in the world of Andy Bell.
Production log, entry 27, 12th of October, 2017. Max Hastings. If anyone should go on the persons of interest list in bold, it's him. Jason Bell has been downgraded as #1 suspect, and Max has now stepped up to take the title. He's lied twice now in Andy-related matters. You don't lie unless you have something to hide. Let's recap. He's an older guy. He has a naked picture of Andy taken in a hotel he could very well have been meeting her in March 2012. He was close to both Sal and Andy, he regularly bought Rohypnol from Andy, and he knows Howie Bowers pretty well from the looks of it. This also opens up the possibility of another pair who could have colluded together in Andy's murder. Max and Howie. I think it's time to pick up the Rohypnol trail and run with it. I mean, it's not normal 19-year-olds that buy roofies for school parties, is it? It's the thing that links this messy Max, Howie, Andy triangle. I'll message some 2012 Kilton grammar schoolers and see if I can shed some light on what was going on at calamity parties. And if I find that what I'm suspecting is true, could Max and Rohypnol be key players in what happened to Andy that night? Like the missing cards on a Cluedo board. Persons of interest: Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, Secret Older Guy, Nat Da Silva, Daniel Da Silva, Max Hastings, Howie Bowers. Production log, entry 28, 13th of October, 2017. Emma Hutton replied to my text while I was at school. This is what she said.
Yeah, maybe. I do remember girls saying they thought their drinks had been spiked, but to be honest, everyone used to get really, really drunk at those parties, so they were probably just saying it because they didn't know their limits or for attention. I never had mine spiked.
Chloe Birch replied 40 minutes ago when I was watching The Fellowship of the Ring with Josh.
No, I don't think so. I never heard any rumours like that. But girls sometimes say that when they've drunk too much, don't they?
Last night, I messaged a few people who were tagged in photos with Naomi at calamities in 2012. and helpfully had their email addresses on their profiles. I lied slightly, told them I was a reporter for the BBC called Poppy, because I thought it would encourage them to talk. If they had anything to say, that is. One of them just responded.
Email to hanslauraj116@yahoo.com from pfa20@gmail.com. Sent the 12th of October. Subject line: Information request for an independent BBC News story.
Dear Laura Hans, I'm a reporter working on an independent news story for the BBC about underage house parties and drug use. From my research, I can see that you used to attend certain house parties that were nicknamed calamities in the Kilton area in 2012. I wonder if you can offer any comment as to whether you ever heard any rumours or saw any instances of girls having their drinks spiked at these events. I would be extremely grateful if you can provide any information regarding this matter, and please know that any comments you offer will be anonymised and treated with the utmost discretion. Thank you for your time. Yours sincerely, Poppy Firth Adams.
Email to pfa20@gmail.com from hanslauraj116@yahoo.com. Sent at 9:22 p.m. Subject line: Reply to information request for an independent BBC News story. Hi, Poppy. No worries at all. I'm happy to help. Actually, I do remember there being talk of drinks being spiked. Of course, everyone used to drink to excess at these parties, so the issue was a little confused. But I did have a friend called Natalie De Silva who thought she'd had a drink spiked at one of those parties. She said she couldn't remember anything of the night and she'd only had one drink. I think that was in early 2012, if I remember correctly. I might still have her phone number if you wanted to get in contact with her. Good luck with your report. Could you let me know when it airs? I'd be interested to see it. Best wishes, Laura.
Production log, entry 29, 14th of October 2017. 2 more responses this morning while I was out at Josh's football match. The first one said she didn't know anything about it and didn't want to offer any comment. The second one said this.
Email to pfa20@gmail.com from joanna95riddell@aol.com. Sent at 12:44 p.m. Subject line: Reply to information request for an independent BBC News story.
Dear Poppy Firth Adams, thank you for your email. I agree that it is a really important topic that needs more attention in mainstream media. I actually do know of instances of drink spiking happening at those house parties. At first, they were just rumours that I presumed came from people drinking too much and pushing the blame elsewhere. But then at one party, around February 2012, one of my friends, who I won't name, got completely messed up. She couldn't speak and could barely move at all. I had to get some guys to help me carry her out to her dad's car. And the next day, she couldn't even remember being at the party. A few days later, she asked me to go to Kilton Police Station to report the incident. She went and spoke to this young officer, can't remember his name. Then, I'm not sure anything ever came of it. But I was always careful to watch my drinks after that. So yes, I do believe girls were getting their drinks spiked at these parties. With what, I don't know. I hope this is helpful for your report, and feel free to come back to me if you have more questions. All the best, Joe Riddell.
The plot just keeps on thickening. I think I can safely assume that drinks were being spiked at calamity parties in 2012, though the fact wasn't widely known to partygoers. So, Max was buying Rohypnol from Andy, and girls were getting their drinks spiked at the parties he started. It doesn't take a genius to put the two together. Not only that, Nat De Silva may very well have been one of the girls he spiked. Could this be relevant to Andy's murder? And did anything happen to Nat the night she thought she'd been drugged? I can't ask her, She's what I would call an exceptionally hostile witness. And finally, to top it all off, Joanna Riddell said that her friend thought she was spiked and reported it to the Kilton police, to a young male officer. Well, I've done my research, and the only young and male officer in 2012 was, yep, ding ding ding, Daniel Da Silva. The next youngest male officer was 41 in 2012. Joanna said that nothing came of the report. Was that just because the unnamed girl reported it after any drug would have shown up in her system? Or was Daniel involved somehow, trying to cover something up? And why? I think I've just stumbled on another link between entries on the persons of interest list between Max Hastings and the two De Silvas. I'll call Ravi later, and we can brainstorm what this possible triangle could mean. But my focus needs to be on Max right now. He's lied enough times, and now I have real reason to believe he was spiking girls' drinks at parties and secretly seeing Andy behind Sal's back at the Ivy House Hotel. If I had to stop the project right now and point my finger, it would be pointing at Max. He is suspect number one. But I can't just go and talk to him about all this. He's another hostile witness, and now, possibly, one with a history of assault. He won't talk without leverage. So I have to find some, the only way I know how. By way of serious cyberstalking. I need to find a way to get onto his Facebook profile and hound him through every post and picture, looking for anything that connects him to Andy or the Ivy House Hotel or drugging girls. Something I can use to make him talk, or, even better, go straight to the police with. I need to get round Nancy Tango Tits, aka Max's, privacy settings.
Chapter 25. Pip ceremoniously placed her knife and fork across her plate with exaggerated precision. "Now, may I leave the table?" She looked at her mum, who was scowling. "I don't see what the rush is," her mum said. "I'm just right in the middle of my EPQ, and I want to hit my targets before bed." "Yes, off you pop, Pickle," her dad smiled, reaching over to scrape Pip's leftovers onto his own plate. "Vic!" Her mum now turned to scowl at him, as Pip stood and tucked in her chair. "Oh, darling, some people have to worry about their kids rushing off from dinner to inject heroin into their eyeballs. Be thankful it's homework." "What's heroin?" Josh's small voice said, as Pip left the room. She took the steps 2 at a time, leaving her shadow Barney at the foot of the stairs, his head tilting in confusion as he watched her go to that dog-forbidden place. She'd had the chance to think over all things Nancy Tango Tits at dinner, and now she had an idea. Pip closed her bedroom door, pulled out her phone, and dialed. "Hello, muchacha!" Cara chimed down the line. "Hey," Pip said. "Are you busy binging Downton, or do you have a few minutes to help me be sneaky?" "I'm always available for sneakiness. What do you need?" "Is Naomi in?" "No, out in London." "Why?" Suspicion crept into Cara's voice. "Okay. Sworn to secrecy?" "Always. What's up?" Pip said, "I've heard rumours about old calamity parties that might give me a lead for my EPQ, but I need to find proof, which is where the sneakiness comes in." She hoped she'd played it just right, omitting Max's name and downplaying it enough that Cara wouldn't worry about her sister, leaving just enough gaps to intrigue her. "Ooh, what rumours?" she said. Pip knew her too well. Nothing substantial yet, but I need to look through old calamity photos. That's what I need your help with.
Okay, hit me.
Max Hastings' Facebook profile is a decoy, you know, for employers and universities. His actual one is under a fake name, and he has really strict privacy settings. I can only see things that Naomi has tagged in as well.
And you want to log in as Naomi so you can look through Max's old photos?
Bingo, Pip said, sitting down on her bed and dragging the laptop over.
Can do,
Kara's voice trilled.
Technically, we're not snooping on Naomi. Like that time when I just had to know whether Ginger Benedict Cumberbatch-alike was her new boyfriend. So,
this doesn't technically break any rules, Dad.
Plus, Nay should learn to change her password sometime. She has the same one for everything.
Can you get onto her laptop? Pip said.
Just opening it now.
A pause, filled with the tapping of keys and a clicking mousepad. Pip could picture Kara now, with that ridiculously oversized top-knot she always wore on her head when she was dressed in pyjamas. Which was, in Kara's case, as often as physically possible.
Okay, she's still signed in here. I'm on.
Can you click onto security settings? Asked Pip.
Yep.
Uncheck the box next to login alerts so she won't know I'm logging in from a new machine.
Done.
Okay, Pip said. That's all the hacking I need from you.
Shame,
Kara said.
That was much more thrilling than my EPQ research.
Well, you shouldn't have chosen to do yours on mould, Pip said. Kara read out Naomi's email address, and Pip typed it into the Facebook login page.
Her password will be Isabel0610, Kara said.
Excellent, Pip typed it in. Thanks, comrade. Stand down.
Loud and clear. Although, if Naomi finds out, I'm dobbing you in it straight away.
Understood, said Pip.
All right, Plops, Dad's yelling. Tell me if you find out anything interesting.
Okay, Pip said, even though she knew she couldn't. She dropped the phone and, leaning over her laptop, pressed the Facebook login button. Quickly glancing at Naomi's newsfeed, she noticed that, like her own, it was filled with cats doing silly things, quick-time recipe videos, and posts with ungrammatical motivational quotes over pictures of sunsets. Pip typed Nancy Tango Tits into the search bar and clicked on to Max's profile. The spinning loading circle on the tab disappeared, and the page popped up, a timeline full of bright colours and smiling faces. It didn't take long for Pip to realise why Max had two profiles. There's no way he would have wanted his parents to see what he got up to away from home. There were so many photos of him in clubs and bars, his blonde hair stuck down on his sweaty forehead, jaw tensed, and his eyes reeling and unfocused. Posing with his arms round girls, sticking his stippled tongue out at the camera, drops from spilled drinks splattered on his shirts. And those were just the recent ones on his timeline. Pip clicked onto Max's photos and began the long scroll down towards 2012. Every 80 or so photos down, she had to wait for the 3 loading bars to take her further into Nancy Tango Tits' past. It was all much of the same. Clubs, bars, bleary eyes. There was a brief respite from Max's nocturnal activities, with a series of photos from a ski trip. Max, standing in the snow, wearing just a Borat mankini. The scrolling took so long that Pip propped up her phone and pressed play on the True Crime podcast episode she was halfway through. She finally reached 2012 and took herself right back to January before looking through the photos properly, studying each one. Most photos were of Max with other people, smiling in the foreground, or a crowd laughing as Max did something stupid. Naomi, Jake, Millie, and Sal were his main co-stars. Pip lingered for a long time on a picture of Sal flashing his brilliant smile at the camera while Max licked his cheek. Her gaze flicked between the two drunk and happy boys, looking for any pixelated imprint of the possible and tragic secrets that existed between them. Pip paid particular attention to those photos with a crowd of people, searching for Andy's face in the background, searching for anything suspicious in Max's hand, for him lurking too close to any girl's drink. She clicked forward and back through so many photos of calamity parties that her tired eyes, scratchy from the laptop's drying white light, turned them into flipbook moving pictures. Until she right-arrowed onto the photos from that night, and everything became sharp and static again. Pip leaned forward. Max had taken and uploaded 10 photos from the night Andy disappeared. Pip immediately recognized everyone's clothes and the sofas from Max's house. Added to Naomi's 3 and Millie's 6, that made a total of 19 photos from that night. 19 snapshots of time that existed alongside Andy Bell's last hours of life. Pip shivered and pulled the duvet over her feet. The photos were of a similar nature to the ones Millie and Naomi had taken. Max and Jake, gripping controllers and staring out of frame. Millie and Max posing with funny filters superimposed over their faces. Naomi in the background, staring down at her phone, unaware of the posed photo going on behind her. 4 best friends, without their 5th. Sal out allegedly murdering someone instead of goofing around with them. That's when Pip noticed it. When it had been just Millie and Naomi, it was simply a coincidence. But now that she was looking at Max's too, it made a pattern. All 3 of them had uploaded their photos from that night on Monday the 23rd, all between 9:30 and 10 p.m. Wasn't it a little strange that, in the midst of all the craziness of Andy's disappearance, they all decided to post these photos at almost the exact same time? And why upload these photos at all? Naomi said she and the others had decided on the Monday night to tell the police the truth about Sal's alibi. Was uploading these photos the first step in that decision? To stop hiding Sal's absence? Pip typed up some notes about this upload coincidence. Then she clicked save and closed the laptop. She got ready for bed, wandering back from the bathroom with her toothbrush in mouth, humming as she scribbled her to-do list for tomorrow. Finish Margaret Atwood essay was underlined 3 times. Tucked up in bed, she read 3 paragraphs of her current book before tiredness started meddling with the words, making them strange and unfamiliar in her head. She only just managed to hit the light before sleep took her. It was with a sniff and a jerk of the leg that Pip sat bolt upright in bed. She leaned against the headboard and rubbed her eyes as her mind stirred into wakefulness. She pressed the home button on her phone, the screen light blinding her. It was 4:47 a.m. What had woken her? Was it a screaming fox outside? A dream? Something stirred then on the tip of her tongue and the tip of her brain. A vague thought, too fluffy, spiky and morphing to put into words, beyond the span of just awake comprehension. But she knew where it was drawing her. Pip slid quickly out of bed. The cold room stung her exposed skin, turning her breath into ghosts. She grabbed her laptop from the desk and took it back to bed, wrapping the duvet round her for warmth. Opening the computer, she was blinded again by the silvery backlight. Squinting through it, she opened up Facebook, still signed in as Naomi, and navigated her way back to Nancy Tango Tits and the photos from that night. She looked through them all once, and then back again, a little slower. She stopped on the second-to-last picture. All 4 of the friends were captured within it. Naomi was sitting with her back to the camera, looking down. Though she was in the background, you could see her phone in her hands, lighting up its lock screen with small white numbers, her eyes down on it. The main focus of the photo was on Max, Millie, and Jake, the 3 of them standing by the near side of the sofa, smiling as Millie rested her arms over both the boys' shoulders. Max was still holding a controller in his outside hand, and Jake's disappeared out of shot on the right. Pip shivered, but it wasn't from the cold. The camera must have been at least 5 feet in front of the grinning friends to get that much in the frame. And in the dead silence of the night, Pip whispered, "Who's taking the picture?" Chapter 26. It was Sal. It had to be. Despite the cold, Pip's body was a flume of racing blood, warm and fast, hammering through her heart. She moved mechanically, her mind adrift in waves of thoughts, shouting unintelligibly over each other. But her hands somehow knew what to do. A few minutes later, she downloaded the trial version of Photoshop onto her computer. She saved Max's photo and opened the file up in the program. Following an online tutorial by a man with a silky Irish accent, she enlarged the photo and then sharpened it. Her skin flashed cold to hot. She sat back and gasped. There was no doubt about it. The little numbers projected on Naomi's phone read 0009. They said Sal left at 10:30, but there they were, all 4 of the friends at 9 minutes past midnight, encased in the frame, and not one of them could have taken the photo themselves. Max's parents were away that night, and no one else had been there. That's what they'd always said. It was just the 5 of them until Sal left at 10:30 to go and kill his girlfriend. And here, right in front of Pip's eyes, was proof that that was a lie. There was a 5th person there after midnight. And who could it have been but Sal? Pip scrolled up to the topmost strip of the enlarged photo. Behind the sofa on the far wall was a window, and in its very centre pane was the flash of the phone camera. You couldn't distinguish the figure holding the phone from the darkness of outside, but just beyond the streaks of bright white, there was a faint halo of reflected blue, only just visible against the surrounding black. The very same blue as the corded shirt Sal was wearing that night, the one Ravi still wore sometimes. Her stomach flipped as she thought his name, as she imagined the look in his eyes when he saw this photo. She extracted the enlarged image to a document and cropped it to show only Naomi with her phone on one page and the flash in the window on another. Along with the original saved photo, she sent each page over to the wireless printer on her desk. She watched from her bed as the printer sputtered each page, making that gentle steam train rattle as it did. Pip closed her eyes for just a moment, listening to the soft chugging sound. "Pips, can I come in and vacuum?" Pip's eyes snapped open. She pulled herself up from her slumped position the whole right side of her body aching from hip to neck. "You're still in bed?" her mum said, opening the door. "It's 1:30, lazy. I thought you were already up." "No, Pip said, her throat dry and scratchy. "Was just tired. I'm not feeling so well. Can you do Josh's room first?" Her mum paused and looked at her, her warm eyes staining with worry. "You're not overworking yourself, are you, Pip?" she said. "We've talked about this." "No, I promise." Her mum closed the door, and Pip climbed out of bed, almost knocking her laptop off. She got ready, pulling her dungarees on over a dark green jumper, fighting to get the brush through her hair. She picked up the 3 photo printouts, placed them in a plastic folder, and slid them inside her rucksack. Then she scrolled to the recent calls list in her phone and dialed. "Ravi!"
What's up, Sarge?
"Meet me outside your house in 10 minutes. I'll be in the car."
Okay. What's on the menu today? More blackmailing? Side order of breaking and entering?
"It's serious. Be there in 10. Sitting in her passenger seat, his head almost touching the roof of the car, Ravi stared down, open-mouthed at the printed photo in his hands. It was a long while before he said anything. They sat in silence, Pip watching as Ravi traced his finger over the fuzzy blue reflection in the far window.
Sal never lied to the police,
he said eventually. "No, he didn't," Pip said. "I think he left Max's at 12:15, just like he originally said. It was his friends who lied. I don't know why, but on that Tuesday they lied, and they took away his alibi."
This means he's innocent, Pip.
His big, round eyes fixed on hers. "That's what we're here to test. Come on." She opened her door and stepped out. She'd picked Ravi up and driven him straight here, parking on the grass verge off Wyville Road, her hazard lights flashing. Ravi closed the car door and followed as Pip started up the road.
How are we testing that?
"We need to be sure, Ravi, before we accept it as truth," she said, making her steps fall in time with his. "And the only way to be sure is to do an Andy Bell murder reenactment. To see, with Sal's new time of departure from Max's, whether he would still have had enough time to kill her or not." They turned left down Tudor Lane and traipsed all the way to just outside Max Hastings' sprawling house, where this had all begun 5.5 years ago. Pip pulled out her phone. "We should give the pretend prosecution the benefit of the doubt," she said. "Let's say that Sal left Max's just after that photo was taken, at 10 minutes past midnight. What time did your dad say Sal got home?"
Around 12:50,
he replied. "Okay. Let's allow for some misremembering and say it was more like 12:55, which means that Sal had 45 minutes door to door. We have to move fast, Ravi. Use the minimum possible time it might have taken to kill her and dispose of her body."
Normal teenagers sit at home and watch TV on a Sunday, he said.
"Right, I'm starting the stopwatch now." Pip turned on her heels and marched back up the road the way they'd come, Ravi at her side. Her steps fell somewhere between a fast walk and a slow jog. 8 minutes and 47 seconds later, they reached her car, and her heart was already pounding. This was the intercept point. "Okay." She turned the key in the ignition and pulled back onto the road. "So this is Andy's car, and she has intercepted Sal. Let's say that she was driving for a faster pickup time. Now we go to the first quiet spot where the murder theoretically could have taken place." She hadn't been driving long before Ravi pointed.
"There," he said. "That's quiet and secluded. Turn off here."
Pip pulled off onto the small dirt road, packed in by tall hedgerows. A sign told them that the winding single-track road led down to a farm. Pip stopped the car, where a widened passing place was cut into the hedge, and said, "Now we get out. They didn't find any blood in the front of the car, just the boot." Pip glanced at the ticking stopwatch as Ravi was crossing round the bonnet to meet on her side of the car. 15:29, 15:30. "Okay," she said. "Let's say that right now they are arguing. It's starting to get heated. Could have been about Andy selling drugs or about this secret older guy. Sal is upset. Andy's shouting back." Pip hummed tunelessly, rolling her hands to fill the time of the imaginary scene. "And right about now, maybe Sal finds a rock on the road or something heavy from Andy's car. Maybe no weapon at all. Let's give him at least 40 seconds to kill her." They waited. "So now Andy's dead." Pip pointed down at the gravel road. "He opens the boot." Pip opened her boot. "And he picks her up." She bent down and held out her arms, taking enough time to lift the invisible body. He puts her inside the boot, where her blood was found. Pip laid her arms down on the carpeted boot floor and stepped back to shut it. "Now back in the car," Ravi said. Pip checked the timer. 20:02, 20:03. She put the car in reverse and swung back out onto the main road. "Sal's driving now," she said. "His fingerprints get on the steering wheel and around the dashboard. He'd be thinking of how to dispose of her body. The closest possible foresty area is Lodgewood. So maybe he'd come off Wyville Road here," she said, turning, the woods appearing on their left. "But he would have needed to find a place to get the car up close to the woods," said Ravi. They chased the woods for several minutes, searching for such a place, until the road grew dark under a tunnel of trees pressing in on either side. "There!" They spotted one together. Pip indicated and pulled off onto the grassy verge that bordered the forest. "I'm sure the police searched here 100 times, as these are the closest woods to Max's house," she said. "But let's just say Sal managed to hide the body here." Pip and Ravi got out of the car once more. 26:18. "So, he opens the boot and drags her out." Pip recreated the action, noticing the muscles in Ravi's jaw clench and release. He'd probably had nightmares about this very scene, his kind older brother dragging a dead and bloodied body through the trees. But maybe, after today, he'd never have to picture it again. "Sal would have had to take her quite far in, away from the road," she said. Pip mimicked dragging the body, her back bent, staggering slowly backwards. "Up here's pretty hidden from the road," Ravi said once Pip had dragged her about 200 feet through the trees. "Yep." She let go of Andy. 29:48. "Okay," she said. "So the hole has always been a problem. How could he have had enough time to dig one deep enough anyway? But now that we're here..." She glanced around the sun-dappled trees. "There's quite a few downed trees in these woods. Maybe he didn't need to dig much at all. Maybe he found a shallow ditch ready-made for him. Like there!" She pointed to a large, mossy dip in the ground, a tangle of old, dry roots creeping through it, still attached to a long fallen tree. "He would have needed to make it deeper," Ravi said. "She's never been found. Let's allow 3 or 4 minutes for digging." Agreed. When the time came, she dragged Andy's body into the hole. Then he would have needed to fill it again, cover her with dirt and debris. "Let's do it then," Ravi said, his face determined now. He stabbed the toe of his boot into the dirt and kicked a spray of soil into the hole. Pip followed suit, pushing mud, leaves and twigs in to fill the small ditch. Ravi was on his knees, sweeping whole armfuls of earth over and on top of Andy, Okay, Pip said when they were done, eyes on the once hole that was now invisible on the forest floor. So now her body is buried. Sal would have headed back. 37:59. They jogged back to Pip's car and climbed inside, kicking mud all over the floor. Pip three-point turned, swearing when a horn screamed at them from an impatient 4x4 trying to pass, her ears ringing with it all the way. When they were back on Wyville Road, she said, "Right, now Sal drives to Roma Close, where Howie Bowers happens to live, and he ditches Andy's car." They pulled into it a few minutes later, and Pip parked out of sight of Howie's bungalow. She blipped the car behind them.
"And now, we walk to my house,"
Ravi said, trying to keep up with Pip, her steps breaking into an almost run. They were both concentrating too hard for words, their eyes down on their pounding feet, treading in allegedly Sal's years-old footsteps. They arrived outside the Singh's house, breathless and warm. A sheen of sweat was tickling Pip's upper lip. She wiped it on her sleeve and pulled out her phone. She pressed the stop button on the timer. The numbers rushed through her, dropping all the way to her stomach where they began to flutter. She looked up at Ravi.
"What?"
His eyes were wide and searching. "So," Pip said, "we gave Sal an upper limit 45-minute time window between locations, and our reenactment worked with the closest possible locations and in an almost inconceivably prompt manner."
"Yes, it was the speediest of murders."
"And?" Pip held her phone out to him and showed him the timer.
58 minutes, 19 seconds.
Ravi read aloud.
Ravi.
His name fizzed on her lips, and she broke into a smile.
Sal couldn't possibly have done it. He's innocent. The photo proves it.
Shit.
He stepped back and covered his mouth, shaking his head.
He didn't do it.
Sal's innocent.
He made a sound then, one that grew slowly in his throat, gravelly and strange. It burst out of him, a quick bark of laughter, shaded with the breathiness of disbelief. The smile stretched so slowly across his face, it was as though it were unfolding muscle by muscle. He laughed again, the sound pure and warm. Pip's cheeks flushing with the heat of it. And then, the laughter still on his face, Ravi looked up at the sky, the sun on his face, and the laugh became a yell. He roared up into the sky, neck strained, eyes screwed shut. People eyed him from across the street, and curtains twitched in houses. But Pip knew he didn't care. And neither did she, watching him in this raw, confusing moment of happiness and grief. Ravi looked down at her, and the roar cracked into laughter again. He lifted Pip from her feet, and something bright whirred through her. She laughed, tears in her eyes as he spun her round and round.
We did it,
he said, putting her down so clumsily that she almost fell over. He stepped back from her, looking suddenly embarrassed, wiping his eyes.
We actually did it. Is it enough? Can we go to the police with that photo?
I don't know, Pip said. She didn't want to take this away from him, but she really didn't know. Maybe it's enough to convince them to reopen the case. Maybe it isn't. But we need answers first. We need to know why Sal's friends lied. Why they took his alibi away from him. Come on. Ravi took one step and hesitated.
You mean, ask Naomi?
She nodded, and he drew back.
You should go alone,
he said.
Naomi won't talk if I'm there. She physically can't talk. I bumped into her last year and she burst into tears just looking at me.
Are you sure? Pip said. But you, out of everyone, deserve to know why.
It's the way it has to be. Trust me. Be careful, Sarge.
Okay. I'll ring you straight after. Pip wasn't quite sure how to leave him. She touched his arm and then walked past and away, carrying that look on Ravi's face with her. Chapter 27. Pip walked back towards her car on Roma Close, her tread much lighter on this, the return journey. Lighter because now she knew for sure. And she could say it in her head. Sal Singh did not kill Andy Bell. A mantra to the beat of her steps. She dialed Kara's number. "Well, hello, sugar," Kara answered. "What are you doing now?" Pip asked. "I'm actually doing homework club with Naomi and Max. They're doing job applications and I'm cracking on with my own EPQ. You know I can't focus alone." Pip's chest tightened. "Both Max and Naomi are there now?" "Yep." "Is your dad in?" "Nah, he's over at my Auntie Lila's for the afternoon." "Okay, I'm coming over," Pip said. "Be there in 10. "Wicked! I can leech some of your focus." Pip said goodbye and hung up. She felt an ache of guilt for Kara, that she was there and would now be involved in whatever was about to come out. Because Pip wasn't bringing focus to the homework club. She was bringing an ambush. Kara opened the front door to her, wearing her penguin pajamas and bear claw slippers. "Chica," she said, rubbing Pip's already messy hair. "Happy Sunday! Mi club de homeworko, es su club de homeworko." Pip closed the front door and followed Kara towards the kitchen. "We've banned talking," Kara said, holding the door open for her. "And no typing too loudly, like Max does." Pip stepped into the kitchen. Max and Naomi were sitting next to each other at the table, laptops and papers splayed out in front of them. Steaming mugs of just-made tea in their hands. Kara's place was on the other side, a mess of paper, notebooks and pens strewn across her keyboard. "Hey, Pip," Naomi smiled. "How are you doing?" "Fine, thanks," Pip said, her voice suddenly gruff and raw. When Pip looked at Max, he turned his gaze away immediately, staring down at the surface of his taupe-coloured tea. "Hi, Max," she said pointedly, forcing him to look back at her. He raised a small, closed-mouthed smile, which might have looked like a greeting to Kara and Naomi, but she knew it was meant as a grimace. Pip walked over to the table and dropped her rucksack onto it, just across from Max. It thumped against the surface, making the lids of all 3 laptops wobble on their hinges. "Pip loves homework," Kara explained to Max. "Aggressively so." Kara slid back into her chair and wiggled the mousepad to bring her computer back to life. "Well, sit," she said, using her foot to pull a chair out from under the table. Its feet scraped and shrieked against the floor. "What's up, Pip?" Naomi said. "Do you want a tea?" "What are you looking at?" Max cut in. "Max!" Naomi hit him roughly on the arm with a pad of paper. Pip could see Kara's confused face in her periphery, but she didn't take her eyes away from Naomi and Max. She could feel the anger pulsing through her nostrils flaring with its surge. She hadn't known until she saw their faces that this was how she would feel. She thought she would be relieved. Relieved that it was all over, that she and Ravi had done what they set out to do. But their faces made her seethe. These weren't just small deceits and innocent gaps in memory anymore. This was a calculated, life-changing lie. A momentous treachery unburied from the pixels. And she would not look away, or sit, until she knew why. "I came here first, just as a courtesy," she said, her voice shaking. "Because, Naomi, you've been like a sister to me nearly my whole life. Max, I owe you nothing."
"Pip, what are you talking about?"
Kara said, her voice strained with the beginnings of worry. Pip unzipped her bag and pulled out the plastic folder. She opened it and, leaning across the table, laid the 3 printed pages out in the space between Max and Naomi. "This is your chance to explain before I go to the police. What do you have to say, Nancy Tango Tits?" She glared at Max.
What are you on about? He scoffed.
"That's your photo, Nancy. It's from the night Andy Bell disappeared, isn't it?"
"Yes,"
Naomi said quietly. "But why?" "The night Sal left Max's house at 10:30 to go and kill Andy?"
"Yes, it is,"
Max spat.
"And what point are you trying to make?"
"If you stopped blustering for 1 second and look at the photo, you'll see my point," Pip snapped back. "Obviously you're no stickler for detail, or you wouldn't have uploaded it in the first place. So, I'll explain. Both you and Naomi, Millie and Jake are in this picture."
"Yeah. So?"
he said. "So, Nancy, who took that picture of the 4 of you?" Pip noticed Naomi's eyes widen, her mouth hanging slightly open as she stared down at the photo.
"Yeah, okay," Max said. "So maybe Sal took the photo. It's not like we said he wasn't there at all. He must have taken this earlier on in the night."
"Nice try," Pip said. "But—"
"My phone."
Naomi's face fell. She reached up to hold it in her hands.
"The timer's on my phone."
Max went quiet, looking down at the printouts, a muscle tensing in his jaw.
"Well, you can hardly see those numbers. You must have doctored this photo," he said.
"No, Max. I got it from your Facebook, as it is. Don't worry, I've researched this. The police can access it even if you delete it now. I'm sure they'd be very interested to see it." Naomi turned to Max, her cheeks reddening.
"Why didn't you check properly?"
"Shut up," he said, quietly but firmly.
"We're going to have to tell her,"
Naomi said, pushing back her chair with a scrape that cut right through Pip.
"Shut up, Naomi,"
Max said again.
"Oh my God."
Naomi stood and started pacing the length of the table.
"We have to tell her."
"Stop talking," Max said, getting to his feet and grabbing Naomi by the shoulders.
"Don't say anything else."
"She'll go to the police, Max. Won't you?"
Naomi said, tears pooling in the grooves around her nose.
"We have to tell her."
Max took in a deep and juddering breath, his eyes darting between Naomi and Pip.
"Fuck!"
he shouted abruptly, letting go of Naomi and kicking out at the table leg.
What the hell is going on?
Kara said, pulling at Pip's sleeve. Tell me, Naomi, Pip said. Max fell back into his chair, his blonde hair in wilting clumps across his face. Why have you done this? He looked up at Pip. Why didn't you just leave everything alone? Pip ignored him. Naomi, tell me, she said. Sal didn't leave Max's at 10:30 that night, did he? He left at 12:15, just like he told the police. He never asked you all to lie to give him an alibi. He actually had one. He was with you. Sal never once lied to the police. You all did, on that Tuesday. You lied to take away his alibi. Naomi squinted as tears glazed her eyes. She looked at Kara and then slowly over to Pip. And she nodded. Pip blinked. Why? Chapter 28. Why? Pip said again, when Naomi had stared wordlessly down at her feet long enough. Someone made us, she sniffed. Someone made us do it. What do you mean? Me, Max, Jake, and Millie. We all got a text on that Monday night. From an unrecognised number. It told us we had to delete every picture of Sal taken on the night Andy disappeared, and to upload the rest as normal. It told us that at school on Tuesday, we had to ask the head teacher to call in the police so we could make a statement. And we had to tell them that Sal actually left Max's at 10:30, and that he'd asked us to lie before. But why would you do that? Asked Pip. Because... Naomi's face cracked as she tried to hold back her sobs. Because they knew something about us. About something bad we'd done. She couldn't hold them back anymore. She slapped her hands to her face and bawled into them, the cries strangled against her fingers. Kara jumped up from her seat and ran over, wrapping her arms round her sister's waist. She looked over at Pip as she held the quaking Naomi, her face pale with the touch of fear. Max, Pip said. Max cleared his throat, his eyes down on his fiddling hands. Something happened on New Year's Eve 2011. Something bad. Something we did. We? Naomi spluttered. We, Max? It all happened because of you. You got us into it, and you're the one who made us leave him there. You're lying. We all agreed at the time, he said. I was in shock. I was scared. Naomi, Pip said. We went out to that crappy little club in Amersham, she said. The Imperial Vault? Yeah, and we had all had a lot to drink, and when the club closed it was impossible to get a taxi. We were like 70th in the queue and it was freezing outside. So Max, who'd driven us all there, he said that actually he hadn't drunk that much and was okay to drive. And he convinced me, Millie and Jake to get in the car with him. It was so stupid. Oh God, if I could go back and change one thing in my life, it would be that moment. She trailed off. Sal wasn't there? Pip asked. No, she said. I wish he had been, because he'd never have let us be that stupid. He was with his brother that night. So Max, who was just as drunk as the rest of us, he was driving too fast up the A413. It was like 4 o'clock, and there were no other cars on the road, and then... The tears came again. And then...
This man comes out of nowhere, Max said.
No, he didn't. He was standing well back on the shoulder, Max. I remember you losing control of the car.
Well, then we remember very differently,
Max snapped defensively.
We hit him and spun. When we came to a stop, I pulled off the road, and we went to see what had happened.
Oh, God. There was so much blood, Naomi cried. And his legs were bent out all wrong.
He looked dead, okay?
Max said.
We checked to see if he was breathing, and we thought he wasn't. We decided it was too late for him. Too late to call an ambulance. And because we'd all been drinking, we knew how much trouble we'd be in. Criminal charges. Prison. So we all agreed and left.
Max made us, Naomi said. You got inside our heads and scared us into agreeing, because you knew you were the one really in trouble.
We all agreed, Naomi! All 4 of us!
Max shouted, a red flush creeping to the surface of his face.
We drove back to mine because my parents were in Dubai. We cleaned off the car and then crashed it again into the tree just before my driveway. My parents never suspected a thing and got me a new one a few weeks later.
Kara was now crying too, wiping the tears before Naomi could see them. Did the man die? Pip said. Naomi shook her head. He was in a coma for a few weeks, but he pulled through. But... Naomi's face creased in agony. He's paraplegic. He's in a wheelchair. We did that to him. We should never have left him. They all listened as Naomi cried, struggling to suck in air between the tears.
Somehow,
Max eventually said,
someone knew what we had done. They said that if we didn't do everything they asked, they would tell the police what we did to that man. So, we did it. We deleted the pictures, and we lied to the police.
But how could someone have found out about your hit and run? Said Pip. We don't know, Naomi said. We all swore to never tell anyone, ever. And I never did.
Me neither,
Max said. Naomi looked over at him with a weepy scoff.
What?
He stared back at her. Me, Jake, and Millie have always thought you were the one who let it slip.
Oh, really?
He spat. Well, you're the one who used to get completely plastered almost every night.
I never told anyone,
he said, turning back to Pip now.
I have no idea how someone found out.
There's a pattern of you letting things slip, said Pip. Naomi, Max accidentally told me you were MIA for a while the night Andy disappeared. Where were you? I want the truth. I was with Sal, she said. He wanted to talk to me upstairs, alone. About Andy. He was angry at her about something she'd done. He wouldn't say what. He told me she was a different person when it was just the 2 of them, but he could no longer ignore the way she treated other people. He decided that night that he was going to end things with her. And he seemed almost relieved after he came to that decision. So, let's be clear, Pip said. Sal was with you all at Max's until 12:15 the night Andy disappeared. On the Monday, someone threatens you to go to the police and say he left at 10:30 and to delete all trace of him from that night. The next day, Sal disappears and is found dead in the woods. You know what this means, don't you? Max looked down, picking at the skin around his thumbs. Naomi covered her face again. Sal was innocent.
We don't know that for sure,
Max said. Sal was innocent. Someone killed Andy, and then they killed Sal, after making sure he'd look guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Your best friend was innocent, and you've all known it for 5 years.
I'm sorry,
Naomi wept.
I'm so sorry. We didn't know what else to do. We were in too deep. We never thought that Sal would end up dead. We thought if we just played along, the police would catch whoever had hurt Andy. Sal would be cleared and we'd all be okay. We told ourselves it was just a small lie at the time. But we know now what we did.
Sal died because of your small lie. Pip's stomach twisted with a rage quieted with sadness.
We don't know that, Max said. Sal might still have been involved in what happened to Andy.
He didn't have time to be, said Pip.
What are you going to do with the photo?
He said quietly. Pip looked over at Naomi, her red, puffy face etched with pain. Kara was holding her hand, staring at Pip, tears trickling down her cheeks. Max, Pip said. Did you kill Andy?
What?
He stood up, scraping the messy hair out of his face.
No! I was at my house the whole night!
You could have left when Naomi and Millie went to bed.
Well, I didn't, okay?
Do you know what happened to Andy?
No, I don't.
Pip, Kara spoke up now.
Please don't go to the police with that photo. Please. I can't have my sister taken away as well as Mum.
Her bottom lip trembled, and she scrunched her face, trying to hold back the sobs. Naomi wrapped her arms round her. Pip's throat ached with a helpless, hollow feeling, watching them both in so much pain. What should she do? What could she do? She didn't know whether the police would take this photo seriously anyway. But if they did, Kara would be left all alone, and it would be Pip's fault. She couldn't do that to her. But what about Ravi? Sal was innocent, and there was no question of her abandoning him now. There was only one way through this, she realised. I won't go to the police, she said. Max heaved a sigh, and Pip eyed him, disgusted, as he tried to hide a faint smile crossing his mouth. Not for you, Max, she said. For Naomi. And everything your mistakes have done to her. I doubt the guilt has played much on your mind, but I hope you pay in some way. They're my mistakes too, Naomi said quietly. I did this too. Kara walked over to Pip and hugged her from the side, tears soaking into her jumper. Max left then without another word. He packed up his laptop and notes, swung his bag on his shoulder, and took off towards the front door. The kitchen was silent as Kara went to splash her face in the sink and filled up a glass of water for her sister. Naomi was the first to break the silence. I'm so sorry, she said. I know, Pip said. I know you are. I won't go to the police with the photo. It would be far easier, but I don't need Sal's alibi to prove his innocence. I'll find another way. What do you mean? Naomi sniffed. You're asking me to cover for you and what you did. And I will. But I will not cover up the truth about Sal. She swallowed, and it grated all the way down her tight and scratchy throat. I'm going to find who really did all this. The person who killed Andy and Sal. That's the only way to clear Sal's name and protect you at the same time. Naomi hugged her, burying her tear-stained face in Pip's shoulder. Please do, she said quietly. He's innocent. And it's killed me every day since. She stroked Naomi's hair and looked over at Cara, her best friend, her sister. Pip's shoulders slumped as a weight settled there. The world felt heavier than it had ever been before. Part 3.
Production log, entry 31. 16th of October, 2017. He's innocent. All day at school, those 2 words have ticker-taped around my head. This project is no longer the hopeful conjecture it started life as. It's no longer me indulging my gut instinct because Sal was kind to me when I was small and hurting. It's no longer Ravi hoping against hope that he really knew the brother he loved. It's real. No shred of maybe, possibly, allegedly left. Sal Singh did not kill Andy Bell. And he did not kill himself. An innocent life was taken, and everyone in this town turned it ugly in their mouths, turned him into a villain. But if a villain can be made, then they can be unmade. 2 teenagers were murdered in Little Kilton 5.5 years ago, and we hold the clues to finding the killer. Me and Ravi and this ever-expanding Word document. I went to meet Ravi after school. I've only just got home. We went to the park and talked for over 3 hours, well into darkness. He was angry when I told him why Sal's alibi had been taken away. A quiet kind of angry. He said it wasn't fair that Naomi and Max Hastings got to walk away from everything without punishment, when Sal, who never hurt anyone, was killed and framed as a murderer. Of course it's not fair. Nothing about any of this is fair. But Naomi never meant to hurt Sal. It's clear from her face. Clear from the way she's tiptoed through life since. She acted out of fear, and I can understand that. Ravi does too, though he's not sure he can forgive her. His face fell when I said I didn't know whether the photo was enough for the police to reopen the case. I'd bluffed to get Max and Naomi to talk. The police might think I doctored the image and refused to apply for a warrant to check Max's profile. He's deleted the photo already, of course. Ravi thinks I'd have more credibility with the police than him, but I'm not so sure. A teenage girl rabbiting on about photo angles and tiny white numbers on a phone screen, especially when the evidence against Sal is so solid. Not to mention Daniel Da Silva on the force, shutting me down. And the other thing. It took Ravi a long time to understand why I wanted to protect Naomi. I explained that they are family, that Cara and Naomi are both sisters to me, and though Naomi may have played her part in what happened, Cara is innocent. It would kill me to do this to her. To make her lose her sister after her mum too. I promised Ravi that this wouldn't be a setback, that we don't need Sal to have an alibi to prove his innocence, we just have to find the real killer. So we came to a deal. We are giving ourselves 3 more weeks. 3 weeks to find the killer or solid evidence against a suspect. And if we have nothing after that deadline, Ravi and I will take the photo to the police, see if they'll even take it seriously, So that's it. I have just 3 weeks now to find the killer, or Naomi's and Kara's lives get blown apart. Was it wrong of me to ask Ravi to do this? To wait, when he's waited so long already? I'm torn between the Wards and the Singhs and what's right. I don't even know what's right anymore. Everything is so muddied. I'm not sure I'm the good girl I once thought I was. I've lost her along the way. But there's no time to waste thinking about it. So, from the persons of interest list, we now have 5 suspects. I've taken Naomi off the list. My reasons for suspecting her have now been explained away. The MIA thing and her being so awkward when answering questions about Sal. Recap on all the suspects. Suspect 1, Howie Bowers. Connection to Andy Bell. Supplied Andy with drugs to sell. Possible sexual relationship? Lived alone equals no alibi that night. Andy's car was found abandoned on his road, Roma Close, and her blood found in the boot. Knew exact location of Andy's hiding spot for burner phone and stash, and they are now gone. Suspect 2, Jason Bell. Connection to Andy Bell, father. Was having an affair. Andy knew and Jason knew she found out. Emotionally abusive to his family? Questioned by the police in a formal interview. Left dinner party for a period of time the night she went missing. Used past tense when talking about Andy in an early press conference. Suspect 3, Daniel Da Silva. Connection to Andy Bell, secret older guy candidate, Ivy House Hotel. Andy said they had sex when she was 15 and used statutory rape claim to blackmail Nat, his sister. Andy could have ruined him by reporting statutory rape or destroying his new marriage. Report on drink spiking by Max Hastings, made to him and not followed up. A police officer may have had access to Andy's house in searches and could have removed evidence that led to him. Burner phone. Suspect 4, Nat Da Silva. Connection to Andy Bell, bullied by Andy. Crucible blackmail, re Daniel, her brother, topless video and a mystery third victory Andy had over her. Proven to be violent, punched a girl at university and served time for actual bodily harm. Left Andy a death threat in her school locker. Claims she has an alibi, but was in bed by 11 and could have snuck out later. Suspect 5, Max Hastings. Connection to Andy Bell, secret older guy candidate. Andy could have ruined his friendships with Sal and Co. Has a nude photo of Andy taken at the Ivy House Hotel. Bought drugs from Andy and regularly bought Rohypnol. Lied about knowing Howie Bowers, Andy's supplier. Still buying? Girls were getting drugged at calamity parties. May have drugged Nat Da Silva at party. Knew about the hit and run. Along with the note and text I received, I now have another lead straight to the killer. The fact that they knew about the hit and run. First up, and most obviously, Max knew about it because he was the one who did it. He could have pretended to threaten himself along with his other friends so he could pin Andy's murder on Sal. But, as Naomi said, Max has always partied a lot, drinking and taking drugs. He could have let slip about the hit and run to someone while in that state. Someone he knew, like Nat Da Silva or Howie Bowers. Or maybe even Andy Bell, who then, in turn, could have told any of the names above. Daniel Da Silva was a working policeman who responded to traffic accidents. Maybe he put 2 and 2 together. Or could one of them have been on the same road that night and watched it all happen? It's feasible, then, that any of the 5 could have learned about the accident and used it to their advantage. But Max remains the strongest option in that respect. I know Max technically has an alibi for the majority of the Andy disappearance window, but I do not trust him. He could have left when Naomi and Millie went to bed. As long as he intercepted Andy before 12:45, when she was expected to pick her parents up, it's still possible. Or maybe he went to help finish something that Howie started. He said he didn't leave his house, but I don't trust his answers. I think he called my bluff. I think he knew it was so unlikely I would turn Naomi into the police, so he didn't have to be honest with me. I'm in a bit of a catch-22 here. I can't protect Naomi without simultaneously protecting Max, too. The other lead this new information gives me is that the killer somehow had access to the phone numbers of Max, Naomi, Millie, and Jake, as well as mine. But again, this doesn't really narrow it down. Max obviously had them, and Howie could have had access that way. Nat De Silva probably had all their numbers, especially as she was good friends with Naomi. Daniel could have got them through her. Jason Bell may seem like the black sheep in this matter, but if he did kill Andy and had her phone, she probably had each of their numbers saved on it. I haven't narrowed anything down, and I'm running out of time. I need to pursue every open lead, find the loose threads that, when pulled, can unravel this writhing and confusing ball of string. And finish my bloody Margaret Atwood essay!
Chapter 29. Pip unlocked the front door and shunted it open. Barney bounded down the hall and escorted her back as she moved towards the familiar voices.
"Hello, Pickle,"
Victor said as Pip popped her head into the living room.
"We only just beat you home. I'm about to sort some dinner for Mum and me. Joshua ate at Sam's house. Did you eat at Kara's?"
"Yeah, I did," she said. They'd eaten, but they hadn't talked much. Kara had been quiet all week at school. Pip understood. This project had sent the foundations of her family spinning. Her life as it was dependent on Pip finding the truth. She and Naomi had asked on Sunday after Max left who Pip thought had done it. She didn't tell them anything, only warned Naomi to stay away from Max. She couldn't risk sharing Andy's secrets with them, in case they came hand in hand with threats from the killer. That was her burden to bear. "So how was parents' evening?" Pip asked. "Yeah, good," Leanne said, patting Josh's head. "Getting better in science and maths, aren't you, Josh?" Josh nodded, fumbling Lego bricks together on the coffee table.
"Although Miss Speller did say you have a proclivity for being the class clown."
Victor threw a mock-serious face in Josh's direction. "I wonder where he gets that from," Pip said, throwing the same face right back at her dad. He hooted and slapped his knees.
"Don't sass me, girl."
"I don't have time to," she replied. "I'm going to get a few hours' work done before bed." She stepped back into the hallway and towards the stairs.
"Oh, sweetie," Mum sighed. "You work too hard."
"There's no such thing," Pip said, waving from the stairs.
On the landing, she stopped just outside her bedroom and stared.
The door was slightly open, and the sight jarred with Pip's memory of this morning before school. Joshua had taken 2 bottles of Victor's aftershave and, wearing a cowboy hat, held one in each hand, squirting as he sashayed along the upstairs hallway, saying, "I'm Rooty Tooty Perfume Booty, and this house ain't big enough for the both of us, Pippo!" Pip had escaped, closing her door behind her so that her room wouldn't later smell of a sickly amalgamation of Brave and Pour Homme. Or maybe that had been yesterday morning. She hadn't slept well this week. and the days were sticking to each other. "Has someone been in my room?" she called downstairs. "No, we just got in," her mum replied. Pip went inside and dumped her rucksack on the bed. She walked over to her desk and knew, with only half a glance, that something wasn't right. Her laptop was open, the screen tilted right back. Pip always closed the lid when she left it for the day. She clicked the on button, and as it burred back into life, she noticed that the neat stack of printouts beside her computer had been fanned out. One had been picked up and placed at the top of the pile. It was the photograph, the evidence of Sal's alibi. And it wasn't where she'd left it. Her laptop sang 2 welcome notes and loaded her home screen up. It was just as she'd left it. The Word document of her most recent production log in the taskbar beside a minimized Chrome tab. She clicked into her log. It opened on the page below her spider diagram. Pip gasped. Below her final words, someone had typed, "You need to stop this, Pippa." Over and over again. Hundreds of times. So many that it filled 4 entire A4 pages. Pip's heart became 1,000 drumming beetles scattering under her skin. She drew her hands away from the keyboard and stared down at it. The killer had been here, in her room, touching her things, looking through her research, pressing the keys on her laptop. Inside her home. She pushed away from the desk and bounded downstairs. Mum," she said, trying to speak normally over the breathless terror in her voice. "Did anyone come over to the house today?" "I don't know. I've been at work all day and went straight to Josh's parents' evening." "Why?" "Oh, nothing," Pip said, improvising. "I ordered a book and thought it would turn up. Actually, one more thing. There was a story going round school today. A couple of people's houses have been broken into. They think they're using people's spare keys to get in. Maybe we shouldn't keep ours out until they're caught." "Oh, really?" Leanne said, looking up at Pip. "Oh, I suppose we shouldn't then." "I'll get it," Pip said, trying not to skid as she hurried for the front door. She pulled it open, and a blast of cool October night air prickled her burning face. She bent to her knees and pulled over one corner of the outside doormat. The key winked the hallway light back at her. It was sitting not in, but just next to its own imprint in the dirt. Pip reached forward and grabbed it, and the cold metal stung her fingers. She laid under her duvet, arrow straight and shivering. She closed her eyes and focused her ears. There was a scraping sound somewhere in the house. Was someone trying to get inside? Or was it just the willow tree that sometimes scuffed against her parents' window? A thud from the front. Pip jumped. A neighbour's car door slamming? Or someone trying to break in? She got out of bed for the 16th time and went to the window. She moved a corner of the curtain and peeked through. It was dark. The cars on the front drive were dusted with pale silver moon streaks, but the navy blush of night hid everything else. Was someone out there, in the darkness, watching her? She watched back, waiting for a sign of movement, for a ripple of darkness to shift and become a person. Pip let the curtain fall again and got back into bed. The duvet had betrayed her and lost all the body heat she'd filled it with. She shivered under it again, watching the clock on her phone tick through 3 a.m. and onwards. When the wind howled and rattled her window, and Pip's heart jumped to her throat, she threw the duvet off and climbed out again. But this time she tiptoed across the landing and pushed open the door into Josh's room. He was sound asleep, his peaceful face lit up by his cool blue star nightlight. Pip crept over to the foot of his bed. She climbed up and crawled over to the pillow end, avoiding the sleeping lump of her brother. He didn't wake, but moaned a little when she flicked his duvet over herself. It was so warm inside. And Josh would be safe if she was here to watch him. She lay there, listening to his deep breaths, letting her brother's sleep heat thaw her. Her eyes crossed and tripped over each other as she stared ahead, transfixed by the soft blue light of spinning stars. Chapter 30.
Naomi's been a bit jumpy since,
Cara said, walking Pip down the corridor to her locker. There was still something awkward between them, a solid thing only just starting to melt around the edges, though they both pretended it wasn't there. Pip didn't know what to say.
Well, she's always been a bit jumpy, but even more now,
Cara continued anyway.
Yesterday, Dad called her from the other room and she jumped so hard that she threw her phone across the kitchen. Completely smashed it up. Had to send it off this morning to get fixed.
Oh, Pip said, opening up her locker and stacking her books inside. Does she need a spare phone? My mum just upgraded and still has the old one.
Nah, it's fine. She found an old one of hers from years ago. Her SIM didn't fit, but we found an old pay-as-you-go one with some credit left. That'll do her for now.
Is she okay? Pip said.
I don't know,
Cara replied.
Don't think she's been okay for a long while. Not since Mom died, really. And I'd always thought there was something more she was struggling with.
Pip closed the locker and followed her. She hoped Cara hadn't noticed the makeup-pasted dark circles under her eyes, or the bloodshot spider legs of veins running through them. Sleep wasn't really an option anymore. Pip had sent off her Cambridge admission essays and started studying for her ELAT entrance exam. But her deadline for keeping Naomi and Cara out of everything was ticking down every second. And when she did sleep, there was a dark figure in her dreams just out of sight, watching her.
It'll be okay,
Pip said.
I promise.
Cara gave her hand a squeeze as they turned their separate ways down the corridor. A few doors down from her English classroom, Pip stopped sharply, her shoes squeaking against the floor. Someone was trudging down the hall towards her. Someone with pixie-cut white hair and black-winged eyes.
Nat,
Pip said with a small wave. Nat de Silva slowed and came to stop just in front of her. She didn't smile and she didn't wave. She barely looked at her.
What are you doing in school?
Pip said, noticing Nat's electronic ankle tag was a sock-covered bulge above her trainers. I forgot all the details of my life was suddenly your business, Penny.
Pippa.
Don't care, she spat, her top lip arching in a sneer. If you must know for your perverted project, I've officially hit rock bottom. My parents are cutting me off, and no one will hire me. I just begged that slug of a head teacher for my brother's old caretaker job. They can't hire violent criminals, apparently. There's an after-Andy effect for you to analyse. She really played the long game with me.
I'm sorry, Pip said.
No. Nat picked up her feet and strode away, the gust of her sudden departure ruffling Pip's hair. You're not. After lunch, Pip returned to her locker to grab her Russia textbook for double history. She opened the door, and the paper was just sitting there on top of her book pile. A folded piece of printer paper that had been pushed through the top slit. A flash of cold dread dropped through her. She checked over both shoulders that no one was watching her, and reached in for the note. This is your final warning, Pippa. Walk away. She read the large black printed letters only once, folded the page back up, and slipped it inside the cover of her history textbook. She pulled out the book, a two-handed job, and walked away. It was clear now. Someone wanted her to know that they could get to her at home and at school. They wanted to scare her. And she was. Terror chased away her sleep, made her watch out of the dark window these last 2 nights. But daytime Pip was more rational than the one at night. If this person was really prepared to hurt her or her family, wouldn't they have done it by now? She couldn't walk away from this. From Sal and Ravi. From Kara and Naomi. She was in too deep. And the only way was down. There was a killer hiding in Little Kilton. They'd seen her last production log entry, and now they were reacting. Which meant that Pip was on the right track somewhere. A warning was all it was. She had to believe that. Had to tell herself that when she lay sleepless at night. And although unknown might be closing in on her, she was also closing in on them. Pip pushed the classroom door with the spine of her textbook, and it swung open much harder than she'd meant. Ouch! Elliot said, as the door crashed into his elbow. The door bounded back into Pip, and she tripped, dropping her textbook. It landed with a loud thwack.
Sorry, Mr. Ward, she said. I didn't know you were right there.
That's okay. He smiled. I'll interpret it as your eagerness for learning rather than an assassination attempt.
Well, we are learning about 1930s Russia.
Ah, I see, he said, bending to pick up her book. So it was a practical demonstration?
The note slipped out from the cover and glided to the floor. It landed on its crease and came to rest, partly open. Pip lunged for the paper, scrunching it up in her hands.
Pip?
She could see Elliot trying to make eye contact with her, but she stared straight ahead.
Pip, are you okay?
He asked.
Yep,
she nodded, flashing a closed-mouth smile, biting back that feeling you get when someone asks if you're okay, and you're anything but.
I'm fine.
Listen,
he said gently.
If you're being bullied, the worst thing to do is keep it to yourself.
I'm not,
she said, turning to him.
I'm fine. Really.
Pip?
I'm good, Mr. Ward,
she said, as the first group of chattering students slipped in the door behind them. She took her textbook from Elliot's hands and wandered over to her seat, knowing his eyes were following her as she went.
Pips,
Connor said as he shoved his bag down on the place beside her.
Lost you after lunch.
And then In a whisper, he added,
So why are you and Cara acting all frosty? You fallen out or something?
No, she said. We're all fine. Everything's fine.
Production log, entry 33. 21st of October 2017. I'm not ignoring the fact that I saw Nat De Silva in school just a few hours before I found the note in my locker. Especially considering her history with death threats in lockers. And although her name has now climbed to the top of the suspect list, it is in no way definitive. In a small town like Kilton, sometimes things that seem connected are entirely coincidental, and vice versa. Running into someone in the only high school in town does not a murderer make. Almost everyone on my suspect list has a connection with that school. Both Max Hastings and Nat De Silva went there. Daniel De Silva used to work there as a caretaker. Both of Jason Bell's daughters went there. I actually don't know if Howie Bowers went to Kilton Grammar or not. I can't seem to find any information online about him. But all of these suspects would know I go there. They could have followed me. Could have been watching me on Friday morning when I was at my locker with Cara. It's not like there's any security at the school. Anyone can walk in unchallenged. So maybe Nat. But maybe the others too. And I've just talked myself back round to square one. Who is the killer? Time is running out, and I'm still no closer to pointing my finger. From everything Ravi and I have learned, I still consider Andy's burner phone as the most important lead. It's missing, but if we can find it, or the person who has it, then our job here is done. The phone is physical, tangible evidence. Exactly what we need if we're going to find a way to bring the police in on this. A printed photo with blurry details they might sneer at, but no one could ignore the secret second phone of the victim. Yes, I've mused before that maybe the burner phone was on Andy when she died and it's lost forever with her body. But let's pretend it wasn't. Let's say that Andy was intercepted as she drove away from home. Let's say that she was killed and disposed of. And then the killer thinks to themselves, oh no, the burner phone could lead to me. And what if the police find it in their searches? So they have to go and get it. There are 2 people on my list that I've confirmed knew about the burner phone. Max and Howie. If Daniel De Silva was secret older guy, then he surely knew about it too. Howie, in particular, knew where it was hidden. What if one of them went to the Bell house and removed the burner phone after killing Andy before it could be found? I have some more questions for Becca Bell. I don't know if she'll answer them, but I have to try.
Chapter 31. She felt the nerves as barbs sticking in her gut as she walked up to the building. It was a tiny glass-fronted office building with a small metallic sign reading Kilton Mail beside the main door. And although it was a Monday morning, the place looked and felt abandoned. No sign of life or movement in any of the lower windows. Pip pressed the button on the wall next to the door. It made a tinny whining sound that grated in her ears. She let it go, and seconds later, a muffled, robotic voice came through the speaker. "Hello?" Hi," Pip said. "I'm here to see Becca Bell." "Okay," the voice said. "I'll buzz you in. Give the door a good push 'cause it's sticky." A harsh buzz sounded. Pip pushed the door and barged it with her hip, and with a clacking noise, the door unstuck and swung inwards. She closed it behind her and stood there in a small and cold room. There were 3 sofas and a couple of coffee tables, but no people. "Hello?" she called. A door opened, and a man strolled through, flicking the collar up on his long beige coat. A man with straight, dark hair, pushed to the side and grey-tinged skin. It was Stanley Forbes. "Oh." He stopped when he saw Pip. Just on my way out. Who are you?" He stared at her with narrowed eyes. His lower jaw jutted out, and Pip felt goosebumps crawling down her neck. It was cold in here. "I'm here to see Becca," she said. "Oh, right." He smiled without showing his teeth. "Everyone's working in the back room today. Heating's busted at the front. That way." He pointed at the door he'd come through. "Thank you," she said, but Stanley wasn't listening. He was already halfway out of the front door. It banged shut, drowning out the "ooh" in her thanks. Pip walked over to the far door and pushed through it. A short corridor opened up into a larger room, with 4 paper-laden desks pushed against each wall. There were 3 women in here, each typing away at the computers on their desks, jointly creating a pitter-patter song that filled the room. None of them had noticed her over the sound of it. Pip walked towards Becca Bell, her short blonde hair scraped back in a stubby ponytail, and cleared her throat. "Hi, Becca," she said. Becca spun around in her chair, and the other 2 women looked up. "Oh," she said. "It's you that's here to see me. Shouldn't you be at school?" "Yeah, sorry, it's half-term," Pip said, shifting nervously under Becca's gaze, thinking of how close she and Ravi had been to getting caught by her in the Bell house. Pip looked instead over Becca's shoulder, at the computer screen full of typed words. Becca's eyes followed hers, and she turned back to minimize the document. "Sorry," she said. "It's the first piece I'm writing for the newspaper, and my first draft is absolutely awful. My eyes only." She smiled. "What's it about?" Pip asked. "Oh, it's just about this old farmhouse that's been uninhabited for 11 years now, just off the Kilton end of Sycamore Road. They can't seem to sell it." She looked up at Pip. "A few of the neighbours are thinking about pitching in to buy it, trying to apply for change of use and doing it up as a pub. I'm writing about why that's a terrible idea." One of the women across the room cut in. "My brother lives near there, and he doesn't think it's such a terrible idea. Beer on tap just down the road. He's ecstatic." She gave a hacking foghorn laugh, looking to her other colleague to join in. Becca shrugged, glancing down at her hands as she picked up the sleeve of her jumper. "I just think the place deserves to be a home for a family again one day," she said. "My dad almost bought and restored it years ago, before everything happened. He changed his mind in the end, but I've always wondered what things would be like if he hadn't." The other 2 keyboards fell silent. "Oh, Becca, sweethearts," the woman said. "I had no idea that was the reason. Well, I feel terrible now." She slapped her forehead. "I'll do the tea rounds for the rest of the day." "No, don't worry." Becca gave her a small smile. The other 2 women turned back to their computers. "Pippa, isn't it?" Becca spoke quietly. "What can I help you with? If it's about what we discussed before, you know I don't want to be involved." "Trust me, Becca," Pip said, her voice dipping into whispers. "This is important. Really important. Please." Becca's wide blue eyes stared up at hers for a few lingering moments. Fine. She stood up. Let's go out to the front room. The room felt colder the second time around. Becca took a seat on the nearest sofa and crossed her legs. Pip sat at the other end and turned to face her. So... She tapered off, not quite sure how to phrase it, nor how much she should tell her. She stalled, staring into Becca's Andy-like face. What is it? Becca said. Pip found her voice. So, while researching, I found out that Andy might have been dealing drugs and selling at calamity parties. Becca's neat brows drew down to her eyes as she cast a distrustful look at Pip. No, she said. There's no way. I'm sorry, I've confirmed it with multiple sources, Pip said. She can't have done. The man who supplied her gave her a secret second phone, a burner phone to use in her deals, Pip carried on over Becca's protests. He said that Andy hid the phone along with her stash in her wardrobe. I'm sorry, but I think someone's been playing a trick on you, Becca said, shaking her head. There's no way my sister was selling drugs. I understand it must be hard to hear, Pip said. But I'm learning that Andy had a lot of secrets. This was one of them. The police didn't find the burner phone in her room, and I'm trying to find out who might have had access to her room after she went missing. What? But... Becca sputtered, still shaking her head. No one did. The house was cordoned off. I mean, before the police arrived. After Andy left the house and before your parents discovered she was missing. Was there any way someone could have broken into your house without you knowing? Had you gone to sleep? I... Her voice cracked. No, I don't know. I wasn't asleep. I was downstairs watching TV. But you... Do you know Max Hastings? Pip said quickly, before Becca could object again. Becca stared at her, confusion glassing over her eyes. She said. Yeah, he was Sal's friend, wasn't he? The blonde guy. Did you ever notice him hanging round near your house after Andy disappeared? No, she said quickly. No. But why? What about Daniel De Silva? Do you know him? Pip said, hoping this quick-fire questioning was working, that Becca would answer before she thought not to answer. Daniel, she said. Yeah, I know him. He was close with my dad. Pippa's eyes narrowed. Daniel De Silva was close to your dad? Yeah, Becca sniffed. He worked for my dad for a while, after he quit that caretaker's job at school. My dad owns a cleaning company, but he took a shine to Daniel and promoted him to a job in the office. He was the one who convinced Daniel to apply to be a police officer, supported him through the training. Yeah, I don't know if they're still close. I don't speak to my dad. So did you see a lot of Daniel? Asked Pip. Quite a bit. He often popped round, stayed for dinner sometimes. What has this got to do with my sister? Daniel was a police officer when your sister went missing. Was he involved in the case at all? Well, yeah, Becca replied. He was one of the first responding officers when my dad reported it. Pip felt herself tilting forward, her hands against the sofa cushion, leaning into Becca's words. Did he do a search of the house? Yeah, Becca said. He and this policewoman took our statements and then they did their primary search. Could Daniel have been the one that searched Andy's room? Yeah, maybe. Becca shrugged. I don't really see where you're going with this. I think you've been misled by someone, really. Andy was not involved in drugs.
Daniel De Silva was the first to access Andy's room,
Pip said, more to herself than to Becca. Why does that matter? Said Becca, annoyance starting to stir in her voice. We know what happened that night. We know Sal killed her regardless of what Andy or anyone else was up to. I'm not sure he did, Pip said, widening her eyes in what she hoped was a meaningful way. I'm not so sure Sal did it. And I think I'm close to proving it.
Production log, entry 34. 23rd of October, 2017. Becca Bell did not respond well to my suggestion that Sal might be innocent. I think asking me to leave was proof enough of that. It's not surprising. She's had 5.5 unwavering years of knowing that Sal killed Andy. 5.5 years to bury the grief for her sister. And here I come, kicking up the dirt and telling her she's wrong. But she'll have to believe it soon, along with the rest of Kilton, when Ravi and I find out who really killed both Andy and Sal. And after my conversation with Becca, I think the front runner has changed again. Not only have I unearthed a strong connection between 2 names on my suspect list, another possible murder team, Daniel De Silva and Jason Bell, but I've confirmed my suspicions about Daniel. He not only had access to Andy's room after she went missing, but he was probably the first person to search it. He would have had the perfect opportunity to take and hide the burner phone, and remove any trace of himself from Andy's life. Web searches bring up nothing useful about Daniel, but I have just seen this on the Thames Valley Police Kilton area page.
Have your say meetings. Meet your local neighbourhood officers and have a say on policing priorities in your local area. Upcoming events. Type Have Your Say meeting. Date Tuesday the 24th of October 2017. Time 12 till 1. Venue Library, Little Kilton.
Kilton has only 5 designated police officers and 2 police community support officers. I like my odds that Daniel will be there. I don't like my odds that he'll tell me anything.
Chapter 32.
And there are still too many youths like coming in the evenings,
An old woman croaked, her arm raised beside her head. We spoke about this at a previous meeting, Mrs. Faversham, a female police officer with ringlet-sprung hair said. They aren't engaging in any antisocial behaviour. They are just playing football after school. Pip was sitting on a bright yellow plastic chair in an audience of just 12 people. The library was dark and stuffy, and the air filled her nostrils with that wonderful cosmic smell of old books and the fusty smell of old people. The meeting was slow and dreary, but Pip was alert and sharp-eyed. Daniel De Silva was one of the 3 officers taking the meeting. He was taller than she'd expected, standing there in his black uniform. His hair was light brown and wavy, styled back from his forehead. He was clean-shaven, with a narrow, upturned nose and wide, rounded lips. Pip tried to not watch him for long stretches of time in case he noticed. There was another familiar face here too, sitting just 3 seats down from Pip. He stood up, suddenly, flashing his open palm at the officers.
Stanley Forbes, Kilton Mail, he said. Several of my readers have complained that people are still driving too fast down the high street. How do you intend to tackle this issue?
Daniel stepped forward now, nodding for Stanley to retake his seat.
Thanks, Stan, he said. The street already has several traffic calming measures. We have discussed performing more speed checks, and if it's a concern, I am happy to reopen that conversation with my superiors. Mrs. Faversham had 2 more complaints to drawl through, and then the meeting was finally over. "If you have any other policing concerns," the 3rd officer said, noticeably avoiding eye contact with old Mrs. Faversham, "please fill out one of the questionnaires behind you." She gestured. "And if you prefer to talk to any of us in private, we will be sticking around for the next 10 minutes. Pip held back for a while, not wanting to appear too eager. She waited as Daniel finished talking to one of the library volunteers, and then she pushed up from her chair and approached him. "Hi," she said. "Hello." He smiled. "You seem a few decades too young for a meeting like this."
She shrugged. "I'm interested in law and crime."
"Nothing too interesting in Kilton," he said. "Just loitering kids and slightly fast cars."
Oh, if only. "So, you've never made an arrest over suspicious salmon handling?" she said, laughing nervously. Daniel stared blankly at her. "Oh, that's an actual British law." She felt her cheeks redden. Why didn't she just play with her hair or fiddle like normal people do when nervous? "The Salmon Act of 1986 made it illegal to... Never mind." She shook her head. "I had a couple of questions I wanted to ask you."
"Shoot," he said, "as long as it's not about salmon."
"It's not." She coughed lightly into her fist and looked up. "Do you remember reports being made about 5 or 6 years ago of drug use and drinks being spiked at house parties thrown by Kilton grammar students?" He tensed his chin, and his mouth sank into a thoughtful frown.
"No," he said. "I don't remember that. Are you wanting to report a crime?"
She shook her head. "No. Do you know Max Hastings?" she said. Daniel shrugged.
"I know the Hastings family a bit. They were my very first call-out alone after I finished training."
"For what?"
"Oh, nothing big. Their son had crashed his car into a tree in front of the house. Needed to file a police report for the insurance." "Why?"
"No reason," she said, faux nonchalantly. She could see Daniel's feet starting to turn away from her. "Just one more thing I'm interested to know."
"Yep."
"You were one of the first responding officers when Andy Bell was reported missing. You conducted the primary search of the Bell residence." Daniel nodded, lines tightening around his eyes. "Was that not some sort of conflict of interest, seeing as you were so close to her father?"
"No," he said. "It wasn't. I'm a professional when I have this uniform on. And I have to say, I don't really like where these questions are going. Excuse me."
He shuffled a few inches away. Just then, a woman appeared behind Daniel and stepped in beside him and Pip. She had long, fair hair and a freckled nose, and a giant belly pushing out the front of her dress. She must have been at least 7 months pregnant. "Well, hi," she said in a forced pleasant tone to Pip. "I'm Dan's wife. How entirely unusual for me to catch him talking to a young girl. Must say, you aren't his usual type."
"Kim,"
Daniel said, placing his arm on her back.
"Come on."
"Who is she?"
"Just some kid who came to the meeting. I don't know."
He led his wife away to the other side of the room. At the library's exit, Pip took one more look over her shoulder. Daniel stood with his wife talking to Mrs. Faversham, deliberately not looking over at her. Pip pushed the door and went outside, huddling further into her khaki coat as the cold air enclosed her. Ravi was waiting for her just up the road, opposite the cafe. "You were right not to come in," she said when she arrived at his side. He was pretty hostile to just me. And Stanley Forbes was there too.
"Lovely guy,"
Ravi said sarcastically, dipping his hands in his pockets to hide them from the bitter wind.
"So you didn't learn anything?"
"Oh, I didn't say that," Pip said, stepping in closer to him to shield herself from the wind. "He let one thing slip. Don't even know if he realized it."
"Stop pausing for dramatic effect."
"Sorry," she said. "He said he knew the Hastings, that he was the one who filed the police report when Max crashed his car into the tree by their house."
"Oh."
Ravi's lips opened around the sound.
"So maybe he could have known about the hit and run?"
Maybe he could. Pip's hands were so cold now that they started to curl into claws. She was about to suggest going back to hers when Ravi stiffened, his eyes fixed on a point behind her. She turned. Daniel De Silva and Stanley Forbes had just left the library, the door banging behind them. They were deep in hushed conversation, Daniel explaining something with gestured hands. Stanley's head did a half-owl spin, checking around them. And that's when he spotted Pip and Ravi. Stanley's eyes cooled, and his gaze was a cold blast in the wind as it flicked between the two of them. Daniel looked over and stared, but his eyes were just on Pip, sharp and blistering. Ravi took her hand.
"Let's go,"
he said. Chapter 33. "All right, Puppuccino," Pip said to Barney, bending down to unclip the lead from his tartan collar. "Off you go." He looked up at her with his sloped and smiling eyes. And when she straightened up, he was off, bounding up the muddy track ahead and winding between the trees in that forever puppy way that he ran. Her mum had been right. It was a little too late to be going out on a walk. The woods were darkening already, the sky a churned grey peeking through the gaps between the autumn-speckled trees. It was 6:15 already, and her weather app told her that sunset was in 2 minutes. She wouldn't stay out long. She just needed a quick jaunt to get her away from her workstation. She needed air. Needed space. All day she had flitted between studying for her exam next week and staring hard at the names in her suspect list. She would stare for so long that her gaze went cross-eyed, drawing imaginary and thorny lines that budded from the letter tips of one name to wrap round the others until the list was just a chaotic mess of swaddled names and tangled bonds. She didn't know what to do. Perhaps try to talk to Daniel De Silva's wife. There certainly was palpable friction between the couple. And why? What possible secrets had caused it? Or should she focus back on the burner phone? Consider breaking into the homes of those suspects that knew about the phone and searching for it there? No. She had come on this walk to forget Andy Bell, and to clear her head. She reached into her pocket and unwound her headphones. Tucking them into her ears, she pressed play on her phone, resuming the True Crime podcast episode she was on. She had to turn the volume right up, struggling to hear the episode over the crunch of her wellies on the path of fallen leaves. Listening to the voice in her ears, to the story of another murdered girl, Pip tried to forget her own. She took the short circuit through the woods, her eyes on the shadows from scraggy branches above, shadows that grew lighter as the world around was growing darker. When the twilight took a turn towards darkness, Pip walked off the path, dipping into the trees to get to the road faster. She called Barney when the gate to the road was visible, 30 feet in front of her. When she reached it, she paused her podcast and spooled the headphones back round her phone. "Barney! Come on!" she called, slipping it into her pocket. A car flew by on the road, the full beam of its headlights blinding Pip when she looked into them. "Doggo!" she called, louder and higher this time. "Barney! Come!" The trees were dark and still. Pip wet her lips and whistled. "Barney! Here, Barney!" No sound of paws trampling through the fallen leaves. No golden flash among the trees. Nothing. Cold fear began to creep up her toes and down her fingers. "Barney!" she shouted, and her voice cracked. She ran back the way she'd come, back into the dark, engulfing trees. "Barney!" she screamed, crashing along the path, the dog lead swinging in wide, empty arcs from her hand. Chapter 34. "Mum! Dad!" She shoved open the front door, tripping on the doormat and falling to her knees. The tears stung, pooling at the crack between her lips. "Dad!" Victor appeared at the kitchen door. "Pickle?" he said, and then he saw her. "Pippa, what is it? What happened?" He hurried forward as she picked herself up from the floor. "Barney's gone," she said. "He didn't come when I called. I went around the whole woods calling him. He's gone. I don't know what to do. I've lost him, Dad." Her mum and Josh were in the hallway now too, watching her silently. Victor squeezed her arm. "It's okay, Pickle," he said in his bright and warm voice. "We'll find him, don't you worry." Her dad grabbed his thick padded coat from the understairs cupboard and 2 torches. He made Pip put on a pair of gloves before he handed one of them to her. The night was dark and heavy by the time they were back in the woods. Pip walked her dad round the path she'd taken. The 2 white torch beams cut through the darkness. "Barney!" her dad called in his booming voice, thrown forward and sideways as echoes through the trees. It was 2 hours later, and 2 hours colder, that Victor said it was time to go home. "We can't go home until we find him," she sniffed. "Listen." He turned to her, the torch lighting them from below. "It's too dark now. We will find him in the morning. He's wandered off somewhere and he'll be okay for one night." Pip went straight up to bed after their late and silent dinner. Her parents both came up to her room and sat on her bedspread. Her mum stroked her hair as she tried not to cry. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault, sweetie," Leanne said. "Don't worry. He'll find his way home. Now, try to get some sleep." She didn't. Not much, at least. One thought crept into her head and burrowed there. What if this really was her fault? What if this was because she'd ignored her final warning? What if Barney wasn't just lost? What if he'd been taken? Why had she not been paying attention? They sat in the kitchen, eating an early breakfast none of them were hungry for. Victor, who looked like he hadn't slept much either, had already called in to work to take the day off. He listed their plan of action between cereal bites. he and Pip would go back to the woods. Then they would widen the search and start knocking on doors, asking after Barney. Mum and Josh would stay back and make some missing posters. They would go and put them up in the high street and pass them out. When they were done, they would all meet up and search the other woodland areas near town. They heard barking in the woods, and Pip's heart picked up, but it was just a family walking with 2 beagles and a labradoodle. They said they hadn't seen a golden retriever lone and wandering, but they would look out for one now. Pip's voice was hoarse by the time they'd circled the woods for the second time. They'd knocked on their neighbours' houses up Martin's End Way. No one had seen a lost dog. Early afternoon, and Pip's train whistle text tone blared in the quiet forest.
Is that Mum?
Her dad said. No, Pip said, reading the message. It was from Ravi.
Hey,
it said.
I've just seen missing posters for Barney up in town. Are you okay? Do you need help?
Her fingers were too numb from the cold to type a response. They stopped briefly for sandwiches and then carried on, her mum and Josh joining them now, traipsing through trees and across private farmland, choral shouts of Barney carrying on the wind. But the world turned on them, and darkness fell again. Back home, drained and quiet, Pip picked through the Thai takeaway Victor had collected from town. Her mum had put a Disney film on in the background to lighten the mood, but Pip was just staring down at the noodles, wrapped like tightening worms round her fork. She dropped the fork when a train whistle sounded, vibrating in her pocket. She placed her plate on the coffee table and pulled out her phone. The screen glared up at her. Pip tried her hardest to blink the terror from her eyes, to force her jaw closed. She fought a blank look onto her face and put the phone face down on the sofa. "Who's that?" her mum asked. "Just Cara." It wasn't. It was unknown. "Want to see your dog again?" Chapter 35. The next text didn't come until 11 in the morning. Victor was working from home. He came into Pip's bedroom at around 8 and told her that they were going off on another search and would be back at lunchtime.
You should stay here and get on with your revision, he said. This exam is very important. Leave Barney to us.
Pip nodded. She was relieved, in a way. She didn't think she could walk alongside her family, calling out his name, knowing that he wasn't there to be found. Because he wasn't lost. He was taken. By Andy Bell's killer. But there was no time to waste hating herself, asking why she hadn't listened to the threats. Why she'd been stupid enough to think herself invincible. She just had to get Barney back. That was all that mattered. Her family had been gone for a couple of hours when her phone screeched, making her flinch and slosh coffee over her duvet. She grabbed the phone and read the text over several times. Take your computer and any USBs or hard drives that your project is saved on. Bring them to the tennis club car park with you and walk 100 paces into the trees on the right side. Do not tell anyone and come alone. If you follow these instructions, you will get your dog back. Pip jumped up, spattering more coffee on her bed. She moved fast before the fear could congeal and paralyze her. She stepped out of her pajamas and into a jumper and jeans. She grabbed her rucksack, undid the zips, and upturned it, spilling her schoolbooks and academic planner onto the floor. She unplugged her laptop and piled both it and the charger into the bag. The 2 memory sticks she'd saved her project on were in the middle drawer of her desk. She scooped them out and shoved them in on top of the computer. She ran down the stairs, almost stumbling as she swung the heavy bag up onto her back. She slipped on her walking boots and coat and grabbed her car keys from the side table in the hall. There was no time to think this through. If she stopped to think, she'd falter and lose him forever. Outside, the wind was cold against her neck and fingers. She ran to the car and climbed in. Her grip was sticky and shaky on the steering wheel as she pulled out of the drive. It took her 5 minutes to get there. She would have been quicker if she hadn't got stuck behind a slow driver, tailgating and flashing them to hurry up out of the way. She turned into the car park beyond the tennis courts and pulled into the nearest bay. Grabbing her rucksack from the passenger seat, she left her car and headed straight for the trees that bordered the car park. Before stepping from concrete onto mud, Pip paused for just a moment to look over her shoulder. There was some kids' club on the tennis courts, shrieking and whacking balls into the fence. A couple of mums with young and squawking toddlers standing beside a car, chatting away. There was no one there with their eyes fixed on her. No car she recognised. No person. If she was being watched, she couldn't tell. She turned back to the trees and started to walk. She counted in her head each step she took, panicking that her strides were either too long or too short, and she wouldn't end up where they wanted her to. At 30 paces, her heart throbbed so hard that it jolted her breath. At 67, the skin on her chest and under her arms prickled as sweat broke the surface. At 94, she started muttering, "Please, please, please," under her breath. And then she stopped, 100 steps into the trees. And she waited. There was nothing around her, nothing but the stippled shade from half-bare trees and leaves from red to pale yellow padding the mud. A long, high whistling sounded above her, trailing into 4 short bursts. She looked up to see a red kite flying over her, just a sharp, wide-winged outline against the grey sun. The bird flew out of sight, and she was alone again. It was almost a whole minute later that her phone shrieked from her pocket. Fumbling, she pulled it out and looked down at the text. "Destroy everything and leave it there. Do not tell anyone what you know. No more questions about Andy. This is finished now." Pip's eyes flicked over the words, forward and back. She forced a deep breath down her throat and put away the phone. Her skin seared under the gaze of the killer's eyes, watching her from somewhere unseen. On her knees, she slid her rucksack to the ground, took out the laptop, its charger, and the 2 memory sticks. She laid them out on the autumn leaves and pulled open the laptop lid. She got to her feet, and as her eyes filled and the world blurred, she stamped down on the first memory stick with her boot heel. One side of the plastic casing cracked and sprang away. The metal connector part dented. She stamped again, and then turned her left boot onto the other stick, jumping on them both as their parts cracked and splintered off. Then she turned to her laptop, the screen looking at her with a line of dim sunlight glinting back. She watched her dark silhouette reflected in the glass as she drew up her leg and kicked out at it. The screen flattened over its hinge, lying in the leaves prone with its keyboard, a large crack webbed across it. The first tear dropped to her chin as she kicked again, at the keyboard this time. Several letters came away with her boot, scattering into the mud. She stamped, and her boots cracked right through the glass on the screen, pushing out into the metal casing. She jumped and jumped again, tears chasing each other as they snaked down her cheeks. The metal around the keyboard was cracked now, showing the motherboard and the cooling fan below. The green circuit board snapped into pieces beneath her heel, and the little fan severed and flew away. She jumped again and stumbled on the mangled machine, falling on her back in the soft and crackling leaves. She let herself cry there for a few short moments. Then she sat upright and picked up the laptop, its broken screen hanging limply from one hinge, and hurled it against the trunk of the nearest tree. With another thud, it came to rest on the ground in pieces, lying dead among the tree roots. Pip sat there, coughing, waiting for the air to return to her chest, her face stinging from the salt. And she waited. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to do now. She'd done everything they asked. Was Barney about to be released to her here? She should wait and see. Wait for another message. She called his name and waited. More than half an hour passed. And nothing. No message. No Barney. No sound of anyone but the faint screams of the kids on the tennis court. Pip pushed onto her feet, her soles sore and lumpy against the boots. She picked up her empty rucksack and wandered away. One last lingering look back at the destroyed machine.
"Where did you go?"
Dad said when she let herself back into the house. Pip had sat in the car for a while in the tennis car park, to let her rubbed red eyes settle before she returned home. "I couldn't concentrate here," she said quietly, "so I went to do my revision in the cafe."
"I see," he said with a kind smile. "Sometimes a change of scenery is good for concentration."
"But, Dad..." She hated the lie that was about to come out of her mouth. "Something happened. I don't know how. I went to the toilet for just a minute, and when I came back, my laptop was gone. No one there saw anything. I think it was stolen." She looked down at her scuffed boots. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left it." Victor shushed her and folded her into a hug. One she really, really needed.
"Don't be silly," he said. "Things are not important. They are replaceable. I only care if you're okay."
"I'm okay," she said. "Any sign this morning?"
"None yet, but Josh and Mum are going back out this afternoon, and I'm going to ring round the local shelters. We will get him back, Pickle."
She nodded and stepped back from him. They were going to get Barney back. She'd done everything she had been told to do. That was the deal. She wished she could say something to her family, to take some of the worry out of their faces. But it wasn't possible. It was another of those Andy Bell secrets Pip had found herself trapped inside. As for giving up on Andy now, could she really do that? Could she walk away knowing that Sal Singh wasn't guilty? Knowing a killer walked the same Kilton streets as her? She had to, didn't she? For the dog she loved for 10 years, the dog who loved her back even harder. For her family's safety. For Ravi, too. How would she convince him to give up on this? He had to, or his could be the next body in the woods. This couldn't go on. It wasn't safe anymore. There was no choice. The decision felt like a shard from the shattered laptop screen had stuck through her chest. It stabbed and cracked every time she breathed. Pip was upstairs at her desk, looking through past papers for the ELAT exam. The day had grown dark, and Pip had just flicked on her mushroom-shaped desk lamp. She was working to the Gladiator soundtrack playing through her phone speakers, flicking her pen in time with the strings. She paused the music when someone knocked on her door. "Yep," she said, spinning in her desk chair. Victor came in and closed the door behind him.
"You working hard, Pickle?"
She nodded. He walked over and propped his back against her desk, his legs crossed out in front of him.
"Listen, Pip,"
he said gently.
"Someone just found Barney."
Pip's breath stuck halfway down her throat. Why don't you look happy?"
"He must have fallen in somehow. They found him in the river."
Her dad reached down and took her hand.
"I'm sorry, darling. He drowned."
Pip wheeled away from her dad, shaking her head. "No," she said. "He can't have done. That's not what... No, he can't be!"
"I'm sorry, Pickle,"
he said, his bottom lip trembling.
"Barney died. We're going to bury him tomorrow in the garden."
"No, he can't be!" Pip jumped to her feet now, pushing Victor away as he stepped forward to hug her. "No, he isn't dead! That's not fair!" she cried, the tears hot and fast down to the dimple in her chin. "He can't be dead! It's not fair! It's not! It's not!" She dropped to her knees and sat back on the floor, hugging her legs into her chest. A chasm of unspeakable pain opened inside, glowing black. "This is all my fault!" Her mouth pressed into her knee, stifling her words. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Her dad sat down beside her and tucked her into his arms.
"Pip, I don't want you to blame yourself, not even for a second. It's not your fault he wandered away from you."
"It's not fair, Dad," she cried into his chest. "Why is this happening? I just want him back. I just want Barney back."
"Me too,"
he whispered. They sat that way for a long time on her bedroom floor, crying together. Pip didn't even hear when her mum and Josh came into the room. She didn't know they were there until they slotted themselves in, Josh sitting on Pip's lap, his head on her shoulder. "It's not fair." Chapter 36. They buried him in the afternoon. Pip and Josh planned to plant sunflowers over his grave in the spring, because they were golden and happy, just like him. Cara and Lauren came over for a while, Cara laden with cookies she'd baked for them all. Pip couldn't really talk. Every word almost stumbled into a cry or a scream of rage. Every word stirred that impossible feeling in her gut, that she was too sad to be angry, but too angry to be sad. They didn't stay for long. It was evening now, and there was a high, ringing sound in her ears. The day had hardened her grief, and Pip felt numb and dried out. He wasn't coming back, and she couldn't tell anyone why. That secret, and the guilt in its wake, was the heaviest thing of all. Someone knocked lightly at her bedroom door. Pip dropped her pen onto the blank page. "Yes," she said, her voice hoarse and small. The door pushed open, and Ravi stepped into the room.
Hi,
he said, flicking his dark hair back from his face.
how are you doing?
Not good, she said. What are you doing here?
You weren't replying and I got worried. I saw the posters were gone this morning. Your dad just told me what happened.
He closed the door and leaned back against it.
I'm so sorry, Pip. I know it doesn't help when people say that. It's just something you say. But I am sorry.
There's only one person who needs to be sorry, she said, looking down at the empty page. He sighed.
It's what we do when someone we love dies. Blame ourselves. I did it too, Pip. And it took me a long time to work out that it wasn't my fault. Sometimes bad things just happen. And it was easier after that. I hope you get there quicker.
She shrugged.
I also wanted to say to you...
He cleared his throat.
Don't worry about the Sal thing for a bit. This deadline we made for taking the photo to the police, it doesn't matter. I know how important it is to you to protect Naomi and Kara. You can have more time. You already overstretch yourself, and I think you need a break, after what's happened. And there's your Cambridge exam coming up.
He scratched the back of his head, and the long hair at the front trailed back into his eyes.
I know that my brother was innocent now, even if no one else does yet. I've waited over 5 years. I can wait a little longer. And in the meantime, I'll keep looking into our open leads.
Pip's heart knotted, voiding itself of everything. She had to hurt him. It was the only way. The only way to make him give up. To keep him safe. Whoever murdered Andy and Sal, they'd shown her they were prepared to kill again. And she couldn't let it be Ravi. She couldn't look at him. Couldn't look at his kind without trying face, or at the perfect smile he shared with his brother, or his eyes so brown and deep you could fall right into them. So she didn't look.
I'm not doing the project anymore,
she said.
I'm done.
He straightened up.
What do you mean?
I mean I'm done with the project. I've emailed my supervisor telling her I'm changing topic or dropping out. It's over.
But I don't understand,
he said, the first wounds opening up in his voice.
This isn't just a project, Pip. This is about my brother, about what really happened here. You can't just stop. What about Sal?
It was Sal she was thinking of. How, above all other things, he would have wanted his little brother not to die in the woods as he had.
I'm sorry. But I'm done. I don't... What? Look at me,
he said. She wouldn't. He came over to the desk and crouched in front of it, looking up at her in the chair.
What's wrong?
He said.
Something's wrong here. You wouldn't do this if...
I'm just done, Ravi, she said. She looked down at him and knew immediately that she shouldn't have. This was so much harder now. I can't do it. I don't know who killed them. I can't work it out. I'm finished.
But we will,
he said, desperation sculpting his face.
We will work it out.
I can't. I'm just some kid, remember?
An idiot said that to you, he said. You're not just some anything. You're Pippa fricking Fitzamoby. He smiled, and it was the saddest thing she'd ever seen. And I don't think there's anyone in this world quite like you. I mean, you laugh at my jokes, so there must be something wrong with you. We're so close to this, Pip. We know Sal's innocent. We know someone framed him for Andy and then killed him. You can't stop. You swore to me. You want this just as much as I do. I've changed my mind, she said flatly. And you won't change it back. I'm done with Andy Bell. I'm done with Sal. But he's innocent. It's not my job to prove that. You made it your job. He pushed against his knees and stood over her, his voice rising now. You barged your way into my life, offering me this chance I never had before. You can't take that away from me now. You know I need you. You can't give this up. This isn't you. I'm sorry. A 12-heartbeat silence fell between them. Pip's eyes on the floor. Fine, he said coldly. I don't know why you're doing this, but fine. I'll go to the police with Sal's alibi photo on my own. Send me the file. I can't, Pip said. My laptop got stolen. Ravi shot a look at the surface of her desk. He charged over to it, spreading her stack of papers and exam notes, eyes desperate and searching. Where's the printout of the photo? He said, turning to her, notes clutched in his hand. And now for the lie that would break him. I destroyed it. It's gone, she said. The look in his eyes set her on fire, and she withered away. Why would you do that? Why are you doing this? The papers dropped from his hands, gliding like severed wings to the floor. They scattered around Pip's feet. Because I don't want to be a part of this anymore. I never should have started it. This isn't fair! Tendons stuck out like vines up his neck. My brother was innocent, and you just got rid of the one small bit of evidence we had. If you stand back now, Pip, you're just as bad as everyone else in Kilton. Everyone who painted the word scum on our house, who smashed our windows, everyone who tormented me at school. Everyone who looks at me that way they look at me. No, you'll be worse. At least they think he's guilty. I'm sorry, she said quietly. No. I'm sorry, he said, his voice breaking. He ran his sleeve over his face to catch the angry tears and reached for the door. I'm sorry for thinking you were someone you're clearly not. You are just a kid. A cruel one, like Andy Bell. He left the room, hands to his eyes as he turned to the stairs. Pip watched him walk away for the last time. When she heard the front door open and close, she clenched her hand into a fist and punched her desk. The pen pot juddered and fell, scattering pens across the surface. She screamed herself empty into her cupped hands, holding on to the scream, trapping it with her fingers. Ravi hated her, but he would be safe now. Chapter 37. The next day, Pip was in the living room with Josh, teaching him how to play chess. They were finishing their first practice match,
and despite her best efforts to let him win, Josh was down to just his king and 2 pawns. Or prawns, as he called them. Someone knocked on the front door, and the absence of Barney was an immediate punch to the gut. No skittering claws on the polished wood, racing to stand and greet. Her mum pattered down the hall and opened the door. Leanne's voice floated into the living room. "Oh, hello, Ravi." Pip's stomach leapt into her throat. Confused, she put her night back down and wandered out of the room, her unease ramping into panic. Why would he come back after yesterday? How could he bear to look at her ever again? Unless he was desperate enough to come and ambush her parents, tell them everything they knew, and try to force Pip to go to the police. She wouldn't. Who else would die if she did? When the front door came into view, she saw Ravi unzipping a large sports rucksack and dipping his hands inside.
"My mum sends her condolences,"
he said, pulling out 2 large Tupperware boxes.
"She made you a chicken curry, you know, in case you didn't feel like cooking."
"Oh," Leanne said, taking the boxes from Ravi's offered hands. "That's very thoughtful. Thank you. Come in, come in. You must give me her number so I can thank her." "Ravi?" Pip said.
"Hello, Trouble,"
he said softly.
"Can I talk to you?"
In her room, Ravi closed the door and dropped his bag on the carpet. Pip stuttered, looking for clues in his face. "I don't understand why you've come back." He took a small step towards her.
"I thought about it all night. Literally, all night. It was light outside when I finally slept. And there's only one reason I can think of. Only one thing that makes sense of this. Because I do know you. I wasn't wrong about you.
I don't...
Someone took Barney, didn't they?"
he said.
"Someone threatened you, and they took your dog and killed him so you would stay quiet about Sal and Andy."
The silence in the room was buzzy and thick. She nodded, and her face cracked with tears.
"Don't cry,"
Ravi said, closing the distance between them in one swift step. He pulled her into him, locking his arms round her.
"I'm here,"
he said.
"I'm here."
Pip leaned into him, and everything, all the pain, all the secrets she'd caged inside, came free, radiating out of her like heat. She dug her nails into her palms, trying to hold back the tears.
"Tell me what happened,"
he said when he finally let her go. But the words got lost and tangled in Pip's mouth. Instead, she pulled out her phone and clicked onto the messages from Unknown, handing it to him. She watched Ravi's flitting eyes as he read through.
"Oh, Pip,"
he said, looking at her wide-eyed.
"This is sick."
"They lied," she sniffed. "They said I'd get him back, and then they killed him."
"That wasn't the first time they contacted you,"
he said, scrolling up.
"The first text here is from the 8th of October.
"That wasn't the first," she said, pulling open the bottom drawer of her desk. She handed Ravi the 2 sheets of printer paper and pointed at the one on the left. "That one was left in my sleeping bag when I camped in the woods with my friends on the 1st of September. I saw someone watching us. That one," she pointed to the other, "was in my locker last Friday. I ignored it, and I carried on. That's why Barney's dead. Because of my arrogance. Because I thought I was invincible. And I'm not. We have to stop. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I didn't know how else to get you to stop, other than to make you hate me, so you stayed away. Away from danger.
I'm hard to get rid of,
he said, looking up from the notes.
And this isn't over.
Yes, it is. She took them back and dropped them on the desk. Barney's dead, Ravi. And who will be next? You? Me? The killer's been here. In my house. In my room. They read my research and typed a warning on my EPQ log. Here, Ravi. In the same house as my 9-year-old brother. We are putting too many people in danger if we carry on. Your parents could lose the only son they have left. She broke off, an image of Ravi dead in the autumn leaves behind her eyes. Josh beside him. The killer knows everything we know. They've beaten us, and we have too much to lose. I'm sorry that it means I have to abandon Sal. I'm so sorry.
Why didn't you tell me about the threats?
He said. At first I thought it might just be a prank, she said, shrugging. But I didn't want you to know, in case you made me stop. And then I just got stuck, keeping it a secret. I thought they were just threats. I thought I could beat them. I was so stupid, and now I've paid for my mistakes.
You're not stupid. You were right all along about Sal, he said. He was innocent. We know that now, but it's not enough. He deserves everyone to know that he was good and kind until the end. My parents deserve that. And now we don't even have the photo that proved it.
I still have the photo, Pip said quietly, taking the printout from the bottom drawer and handing it to him. Of course I'd never destroy it. But it can't help us now.
Why?
The killer is watching me, Ravi. Watching us. If we take that photo to the police and they don't believe us, if they think we photoshopped it or something, then it's too late. We would have played our final hand, and it's not strong enough. Then what happens? Josh gets taken? You do? People could die here. She sat on her bed, picking at the lumps on her socks. We don't have our smoking gun. The photo isn't proof enough. It relies on massive interpretive leaps, and it's no longer online. Why would they believe us? Sal's brother and a 17-year-old schoolgirl. I hardly believe us. All we have are tall stories about a murdered girl. And you know what the police here think of Sal, just like the rest of Kilton. We can't risk our lives on that photo alone.
No,
Ravi said, laying the photo on the desk and nodding.
You're right. And one of our main suspects is a policeman. It's not the right move. Even if the police did somehow believe us and reopen the case, it would take them a long time to find the actual killer that way. Time we wouldn't have.
He wheeled the desk chair over to face her on the bed, straddling it.
So I guess our only option is to find them ourselves.
We can't, Pip started.
Do you seriously think walking away is the best move here? How would you ever feel safe again in Kilton, knowing the person that killed Andy and Sal and your dog is still out there? Knowing they're watching you? How could you live like that?
I have to.
For such a clever person, you're being a real plonker right now.
He leaned his elbows on the back of the chair, chin against his knuckles. They murdered my dog, she said.
They murdered my brother. And what are we going to do about it?
He said, straightening up, a daring glint in his dark eyes.
Are we going to forget everything? Curl up and hide? Live our lives knowing a killer is out there watching us? Or do we fight? Do we find them and punish them for what they've done to us? Put them behind bars so they can't hurt anyone ever again?
They'll know we haven't stopped, she said.
No, they won't. Not if we're careful. No more talking to the people on your list. No more talking to anyone. The answer must be somewhere in everything we've learned. You'll say you've given up your project. Only you and I will know.
Pip didn't say anything.
If you need more persuasion,
Ravi said, walking over to his rucksack.
I brought my laptop for you. It's yours until this is done.
He pulled it out and brandished it.
But it's yours, he said. You can use it to revise for your exam and to type up what you remember of your log, your interviews. I took some notes myself on there. I know you've lost all your research, but...
I haven't lost my research, she said.
Huh?
I always email everything to myself just in case, she said, watching Ravi's face twitch into a smile. Who do you think I am? Some reckless Ruth?
Oh, no, Sarge. I know you're a cautious Carol. So are you saying yes? Or should I have brought some bribery muffins too?
Pip reached out for the laptop. Come on then, she said. We have a double homicide to solve. They printed everything. Every entry from her production log. Every page from Andy's academic planner. A picture of each suspect. The car park leverage photos of Howie with Stanley Forbes, Jason Bell, and his new wife. The Ivy House Hotel, Max Hastings' house, the newspaper's favourite photo of Andy, a picture of the Bell family dressed up in black tie, Sal winking and waving at the camera, Pip's catfish texts to Emma Hutton, her emails as a BBC reporter about drink spiking, a printout of the effects of Rohypnol, Kilton Grammar School, the photo of Daniel De Silva and other police searching the Bell house, an online article about burner phones, Stanley Forbes articles about Sal, Nat De Silva next to information about assault occasioning actual bodily harm, a picture of a black Peugeot 206 beside a map of Roma Close and Howie's house, newspaper reports of a hit-and-run on New Year's Eve 2011 on the A413, screen grabs of the texts from unknown, and scans of the threat notes with their dates and location. They looked down together at the reams of paper on the carpet.
It's not environmentally friendly, Ravi said. But I've always wanted to make a murder board.
Me too, Pip said. And I'm well prepared stationery-wise. From the drawers in her desk, she pulled out a pot of coloured drawing pins and a fresh bundle of red string.
And you just happen to have red string ready to go?
Ravi said. I have every colour of string.
Of course you do.
Pip took down the corkboard hanging over her desk. It was currently covered with pinned-up photos of her and her friends, Josh and Barney, her school timetable, and quotes from Maya Angelou. She removed it all, and they started sorting. Working on the floor, they pinned the printed pages to the board with flat silver pins, organising each page around the relevant person in huge, colliding orbits. Andy and Sal's faces in the middle of it all. They had just started making the connection lines with the string and multicoloured pins when Pip's phone started ringing. A number not saved in her phone. She pressed the green button. Hello?
Hi, Pip. It's Naomi.
Hi. That's weird. You're not saved in my phone.
Oh, it's 'cause I smashed mine,
Naomi said.
I'm using a temp until it's fixed. Oh, yeah, Cara said. What's up? I was at my friend's house this weekend, so Cara only just told me about Barnes. I'm really sorry, Pip. I hope you're okay.
Not yet, Pip said. I'll get there.
And I know you may not want to think about this right now, she said, but I found out my friend's cousin studied English at Cambridge. I thought maybe I could see if he'd email you about the exam and interview and stuff, if you wanted. Actually, yeah. Yes, please, Pip said. That would help. I'm a bit behind on my revision.
She looked pointedly at Ravi, hunched over the murder board.
Okay, cool. I'll ask her to contact him. The exam's on Thursday, right?
Yep.
Well, if I don't see you before, good luck. You'll smash it.
Right, so,
Ravi said, when Pip had hung up the phone.
Our open leads right now are the Ivy House Hotel. The phone number scribbled out of Andy's planner.
He pointed to its page.
And the burner phone, as well as knowledge of the hit and run, access to Sal's friends' phone numbers, and yours. Pip, maybe we are overcomplicating this.
He stared up at her.
As I see it, these are all pointing to one person.
Max?
Let's just focus on the definites here, he said. No ifs or maybes. He's the only one with direct knowledge of the hit and run.
True.
He's the only one here who had access to Naomi, Millie, and Jake's phone numbers. And his own.
Nat and Howie could have.
Yeah, could have. We're looking at definites.
He shuffled over to the Max side of the board.
He says he just found it, but he has a naked picture of Andy from the Ivy House, so he was probably the one meeting her there. He bought Rohypnol from Andy, and girls were getting spiked at Calamities. He probably assaulted them. He's clearly messed up, Pip.
Ravi was going through the very same thoughts she'd struggled with, and Pip knew he was about to run into a wall.
Also, he carried on, he's the only one here we know definitely has your phone number.
Actually, no, she said. Nat has it from when I tried to phone interview her. Howie has it too. I rang him trying to identify him and forgot to withhold my number. I got Unknown's first text soon after.
Oh.
And we know that Max was at school giving a statement to the police at the time when Sal disappeared. Ravi slumped back.
We must be missing something.
Let's go back to the connections. Pip shook the pot of pins at him. He took them and cut off a measure of red string.
Okay,
he said.
The two De Silvas are obviously connected, and Daniel De Silva with Andy's dad. And Daniel also with Max, because he filed the report on Max's crashed car and might have known about the hit and run.
Yes, she said, and maybe covered up drink spiking.
Okay,
Ravi said, wrapping the string round a pin and pressing it in. He hissed when he stabbed himself in the thumb, a tiny bubble of blood bursting through.
Can you stop bleeding all over the murder board, please?
Pip said. Ravi pretended to throw a pin at her.
So, Max also knows Howie, and they were both involved in Andy's drug dealing,
he said, circling his finger round their three faces.
Yep. And Max knew Nat from school,
Pip said, pointing.
And there's a rumour she had her drink spiked as well.
Lines of red fraying string covered the board now, webbing and crisscrossing each other.
So, basically,
Ravi looked up at her.
they are all indirectly connected with each other, starting with Howie at one end and Jason Bell at the other. Maybe they all did it together. All 5 of them.
Next, you'll be saying someone has an evil twin. Chapter 38. All day at school, her friends handled her like she would shatter, never once mentioning Barney, talking around it in wide circles. Lauren let Pip have her last Jaffa cake. Connor gave up his middle seat at the cafeteria table so Pip didn't have to sit ignored at the end. Cara stayed by her side, knowing just when to talk to her and when to stay quiet. And none of them laughed too hard, checking her way whenever they did. She spent most of the day working silently through past papers for the ELAT exam, trying to push everything else out of her head. She practiced, creating brain-scribed essays in her head, while pretending to listen to Mr. Ward in history and Miss Welsh in politics. Mrs. Morgan cornered her in the corridor, her pudgy face stern as she listed the reasons why it wasn't really possible to change an EPQ title this late. Pip just mumbled, "Okay," and drifted away, hearing Mrs. Morgan tut, "teenagers," under her breath. As soon as she got home from school, she went straight to her workstation and opened up Ravi's laptop. She would revise more later, after dinner, and into the night, even though her eyes were already set inside dark planetary rings. Her mum thought she wasn't sleeping because of Barney. But she wasn't sleeping because there wasn't time to. Pip opened the browser and pulled up the TripAdvisor page for the Ivy House Hotel. This was her designated lead. Ravi was working on the phone number scribble from the planner. Pip had already messaged some Ivy House reviewers who'd posted around March and April 2012, asking if they remembered seeing a blonde girl at the hotel. But no responses yet. Next, she navigated to the website that had actually processed the bookings for the hotel. On the Contact Us page, she found their phone number and the friendly adage, "Call us anytime." Perhaps she could pretend to be a relative of the old woman who owned the hotel and see whether she could access their old booking information. Probably not, but she had to try. Secret older guy's identity could be at the end of this line. She unlocked her mobile and clicked onto the phone app. It opened on her recent calls list. She pressed over to the keypad and started to type in the company's number. Then her thumbs slackened and stopped. She stared down at them, her head whirring as the thought overturned and became conscious. "Wait," she said aloud, thumbing back onto her recent calls list. She gazed at the entry right at the top from when Naomi called her yesterday. On her temporary number. Pip's eyes traced the digits, a feeling both dreadful and strange curdling in her chest. She jumped out of her chair so fast that it whirled and crashed into the desk. With her phone in hand, she dropped to her knees and pulled the murder board out from its hiding place under her bed. Her eyes darted straight to the Andy section and to the trajectory of printed pages around her smiling face. She found it. The page from Andy's school planner. The scribbled-out phone number and her log entry beside it. She held out her phone, looking from Naomi's temporary number to the scribble. 07700900476. It wasn't one of the 12 combinations she had written out, but it very nearly was. She'd thought that the third last digit had to be a 7 or a 9. But what if that was just a loopy scribble? What if it was really a 4? She slumped back on the floor. There was no way to be absolutely certain, no way to unscribble the number and see it for what it was. But it would be one unbelievable pigs flying, hell freezing over coincidence if Naomi's old sim just happened to have a number that similar to the one Andy wrote in her planner. It had to be the same number. Just had to. And what did this mean, if anything? Wasn't this now an irrelevant lead? Just Andy copying down the phone number of her boyfriend's best friend? The number was unrelated and could be discarded as a clue. Then why did she have that sinking feeling in her gut? Because if Max was a strong contender, then Naomi was even more so. Naomi knew about the hit and run. Naomi had access to the phone numbers of Max, Millie, and Jake. Naomi had Pip's number. Naomi could have left Max's house while Millie slept and intercepted Andy before 12:45. Naomi had been the closest to Sal. Naomi knew where Pip and Kara were camping in the woods. Naomi knew which woods Pip walked Barney in, the same ones Sal died in. Naomi already had a lot to lose because of the truths Pip had uncovered. But what if there was even more to it than that? What if she was involved in Andy and Sal's deaths? Pip was getting ahead of herself, her tired brain running off and tripping her up. It was just a phone number Andy wrote down. It didn't tie Naomi to anything else. But there was something that could, she realized, when she caught up with her brain. Since taking Naomi off the persons of interest list, she'd received another printed note from the killer. The one in her locker. At the start of term, Pip had set up Kara's laptop to record everything that came through the ward's printer. If Naomi was involved in this, Pip now had a sure way to find out. Chapter 39. Naomi had a knife, and Pip stepped back. "Be careful," she said. "Oh no!" Naomi shook her head. "The eyes are uneven." She spun the pumpkin round so Pip and Kara could see its face. "Looks a bit like Trump," Kara cackled. "It's supposed to be an evil cat." Naomi placed her knife down next to the bowl of pumpkin innards. "Don't give up the day job," Kara said, wiping pumpkin goo from her hands and sauntering over to the cupboard. "I don't have a day job." "Oh, for God's sake!" Kara grumbled, on tiptoes looking through the cupboard. "Where have those 2 packets of biscuits gone? I was literally with Dad 2 days ago when we bought them." "I don't know. I haven't eaten them." Naomi came over to admire Pip's pumpkin. "What on earth is yours, Pip?" "Sauron's eye," she said quietly. "Or a vagina on fire," Kara said, grabbing a banana instead. "Now that is scary," Naomi laughed. No, this was. Naomi had had the pumpkins and knives laid out and ready for when Kara and Pip got in from school. Pip hadn't had a chance to sneak off yet. "Naomi," she said, "thanks for ringing me the other day. I got that email from your friend's cousin about the Cambridge exam. It was very helpful." "Oh, good." She smiled. "No worries." "So, when will your phone be fixed?" "Tomorrow, actually, the shop says. It's taken bloody long enough." Pip nodded, tensing her chin in what she hoped was a sympathetic look. Well, at least you had your old phone with a SIM that still worked. Lucky you held on to them. Well, lucky Dad had a spare pay-as-you-go micro-SIM kicking around. And bonus, £18 credit on it. There was just an expired contract one in my phone. The knife almost fell from Pip's hand. A climbing hum in her ears. Your dad's SIM card? Yeah, Naomi said, scoring the knife along her pumpkin face, her tongue out as she concentrated. Cara found it in his desk, at the bottom of his bits and bobs drawer. You know, that drawer every family has, full of old useless chargers and foreign currency and stuff. The hum split into a ringing sound, shrieking and stuffing her head. She felt sick, the back of her throat filling with a metallic taste. Elliot's SIM card. Elliot's old phone number scribbled out in Andy's planner. Andy calling Mr. Ward an arsehole to her friends the week she disappeared. Elliot. You okay, Pip? Cara asked, as she dropped the lit candle into her pumpkin, and it glowed into life. Yeah! Pip nodded too hard. I'm just hungry. Well, I would offer you a biscuit, but they seem to have disappeared, as always. Toast? No thanks. I feed you because I love you, Cara said. Pip's mouth filled, all tacky and sickly. No, it might not mean what she was thinking. Maybe Elliot was just offering to tutor Andy, and that's why she wrote his number down. Maybe. It couldn't be him. She needed to calm down, try to breathe. This wasn't proof of anything. But she had a way to find proof. I think we should have spooky Halloween music on while we do this, Pip said. Cara, can I go get your laptop? Yeah, it's on my bed. Pip closed the kitchen door behind her. She raced up the stairs and into Cara's room. With the laptop tucked under her arm, she crept back downstairs, her heart thudding, fighting to be louder than the ringing in her ears. She slipped into Elliot's study and gently closed the door, staring for a moment at the printer on Elliot's desk. The rainbow-coloured people from Isabel Ward's paintings watched her as she put Cara's laptop down on the oxblood leather chair and pulled open the lid, kneeling on the floor before it. When it awoke, she clicked onto the control panel and into devices and printers. Hovering the mouse over Freddie Prince Jr., she right-clicked and, holding her breath, clicked the top item in the drop-down menu, see what's printing. A small blue-bordered box popped up. Inside was a table with 6 columns: document name, status, owner, pages, size, and date submitted. It was filled with entries. One yesterday from Cara called Personal Statement Second Draft. One a few days ago from Elliot Comp, Gluten-Free Cookies Recipe. Several in a row from Naomi, CV 2017, Charity Job Application, Cover Letter 2. The note was put in Pip's locker on Friday the 20th of October. With her eyes on the Date Submitted column, she scrolled down. Her fingers drew up. On the 19th of October at 20 to midnight, Elliot Comp had printed Microsoft Word, Document 1. An unnamed, unsaved document. Her fingers left sweaty tracks on the mousepad as she right-clicked on the document. Another small drop-down menu appeared. Her heart in her throat, she bit down on her tongue and clicked the restart option. The printer clacked behind her, and she flinched. Pivoting on the balls of her feet, she turned as it hissed, sucking in the top piece of paper. She straightened up as it started to sput, sput, sput the paper through. She moved towards it, a step between each sput. The paper started to push through, a glimpse of fresh, black ink, upside down. The printer finished and spat it out. Pip reached for it. She turned it round. "This is your final warning, Pippa. Walk away." Chapter 40. Words left her. She stared down at the paper and shook her head. It was something primal and wordless, the feeling that took her. Numb rage, blackened with terror, and a betrayal that gored through every part of her. She staggered back and looked away, out of the darkening window. Elliot Ward was unknown. Elliot was the killer. Andy's killer. Sal's. Barney's. She watched the half-deadened trees beckoning in the wind. And in her reflection in the glass, she recreated the scene. Her bumping into Mr. Ward in the history classroom, the note gliding to the floor. This note, the one he'd left for her. His deceitful, kind face as he asked whether she was being bullied. Cara dropping round cookies she and Elliot had baked to cheer up the Amobis about their dead dog. Lies. All lies. Elliot, the man she'd grown up looking to as another father figure. The man who'd made elaborate scavenger hunts for them in the garden. The man who bought Pip matching bear claw slippers to wear at their house. The man who told knock-knock jokes with an easy, high laugh. And he was the murderer. A wolf in the pastel shirts and thick-rimmed glasses of a sheep. She heard Cara call her name. She folded the page and slipped it in her blazer pocket.
"You've been ages,"
Cara said, as Pip pushed open the door to the kitchen. "Toilet," she said, placing the laptop down in front of Cara. "Listen, I'm not feeling so great, and I should really be studying for my exam. It's in 2 days. I think I'm going to head off."
"Oh."
Cara frowned.
"But Lauren's going to be here soon, and I wanted us all to watch Blair Witch. Dad even agreed, and we can all laugh at him because he's such a wimp with scary films."
"Where is your dad?" Pip said. "Tutoring."
"How often are you here? You know tutoring is Mondays, Wednesdays and Thursdays. Think he just had to stay late at school."
"Oh, yeah. Sorry, the days are blurring." She paused, thinking. "I've always wondered why your dad does tutoring. Surely he doesn't need the money."
"Why?" Cara said. "Because my mum's side of the family are minted?"
"Exactly. I think he just enjoys it," Naomi said, placing a lit tea light through the mouth of her pumpkin. "He'd probably be willing to pay his tutees just to let him garble on about history." "I can't remember when he started," Pip said. Naomi looked up to think. "He started just before I was about to leave for university, I think. So, just over 5 years ago? Think so," Naomi said. "Why don't you ask him? His car's just pulled up." Pip stiffened, bumps flaring up out of her skin. "Okay, well, I'm going to head off now anyway. Sorry." She grabbed her rucksack, watching the headlights flick off to darkness through the window.
"Don't be silly," Cara said, concern lining around her eyes. "I get it. Maybe you and I can redo Halloween when you have less on."
"Yeah." A key scraping. The back door shoved open. Footsteps crossing the utility room. Elliot appeared in the doorway. The lenses in his glasses steamed up around the edges as he entered the warm room, smiling at the three of them. He placed his briefcase and a plastic bag down on the counter. "Hello, all," he said. "Gosh, teachers do love the sound of their own voices. Longest meeting of my life." Pip forced a laugh. "Wow, look at these pumpkins," he said, eyes flicking between them, a wide smile splitting his face. "Pip, are you here for dinner? I've just picked up some spooky Halloween potato shapes." He held up the frozen packet and waved it, singing a haunted, ghost-like howl. Chapter 41. She got home just as her parents were leaving to take a Harry-Pottered Josh out trick-or-treating. "Come with us, Pickle," Victor said, as Leanne zipped him into his Ghostbusters Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man costume. "I should stay in and study," she said, "and deal with any trick-or-treaters." "Can't you give yourself the night off?" Leanne asked. "Can't. Sorry." "Okay, sweetie. The sweeties are by the door." Her mum giggled at her own joke. "Got it. See you later." Josh stepped outside, waving his wand and shouting, "Accio candy!" Victor grabbed his marshmallow head and followed. Leanne paused to kiss the top of Pip's head, and then closed the door behind them. Pip watched through the glass pane in the front door. When they reached the end of the drive, she pulled out her phone and texted Ravi, "Come to my house, right now!" He stared down at the mug clasped between his fingers. "Mr. Ward?" He shook his head. "It can't be." "It can, though," Pip said, her knee rattling against the underside of the table. "He doesn't have an alibi for the night Andy disappeared. I know he doesn't. One of his daughters was at Max's house all night, and the other was sleeping round mine." Ravi exhaled, and it rippled through the surface of his milky tea. It must have been cold by now, like hers. "And he has no alibi for the Tuesday when Sal died," she said. "He called in sick to work that day. He told me himself." "But Sal loved Mr. Ward," Ravi said, in the smallest voice she'd ever heard from him. "I know." The table suddenly seemed very wide between them. "So is he the secret older man Andy was seeing?" Ravi said after a while. "The one she was meeting at the Ivy House?" "Maybe," she said. Andy spoke of ruining this person. Elliot was a teacher in a position of trust. He would have been in a lot of trouble if she told someone about them. Criminal charges. Jail time. She looked down at her own untouched tea, and the shaky reflection of herself in it. Andy called Elliot an arsehole to her friends in the days before she went missing. Elliot said it was because he found out Andy was a bully and contacted her father about the topless video. Maybe that's not what it was about. "How did he find out about the hit and run? Did Naomi tell him?" "I don't think so. She said she's never told anyone. I don't know how he knew." "There are still some gaps here," Ravi said. "I know, but he's the one who threatened me and killed Barney. It's him, Ravi." "Okay." Ravi locked his wide and drained eyes on hers. "So, how do we prove it?" Pip moved her mug away and leaned on the table. "Elliot tutors 3 times a week," she said. "I'd never really thought it was weird until tonight. The Wards don't need to worry about money. His wife's life insurance paid out a lot, and Isabel's parents are still alive and are super rich. Plus, Elliot is head of department at school. He's probably on a really good salary. He only started tutoring just over 5 years ago, in 2012.
Okay.
So what if he's not tutoring 3 times a week? She said. What if he, I don't know, goes to the place where he buried Andy, visiting her grave as some kind of penance? Ravi pulled a face, lines of doubt crossing his forehead and nose.
Not 3 times every week.
Yeah, okay, she conceded. Well, what if he's visiting her? She only thought it for the first time as the word formed in her throat. What if Andy is alive and he's keeping her somewhere, and he goes to see her 3 times a week? Ravi pulled the same face again. A handful of near-forgotten memories elbowed their way into her head. Disappearing biscuits, she muttered.
Sorry?
Her eyes darted left and right, grappling with the thought. Disappearing biscuits, she said again, louder. Kara keeps finding food missing from their house. Food she just saw her dad buy. Oh my God. He has her and he's feeding her.
You might be slightly jumping to conclusions here, Sarge.
We have to find out where he goes, Pip said, sitting straighter as something prickled up her backbone. Tomorrow is Wednesday, a tutoring day.
And what if he's actually tutoring?
And what if he's not?
You think we should tail him?
Said Ravi. Nope, she said, as an idea dragged itself to the fore. I have a better idea. Give me your phone. Wordlessly, Ravi rummaged in his pocket and pulled out his phone. He slid it across the table to her. Passcode? She said.
1122. What are you doing?
I'm going to enable Find My Friends between our phones. She clicked onto the app and sent an invitation to her own phone. She swiped it open and accepted. Now we are sharing our locations indefinitely. And just like that, she said, shaking her phone in the air. We have a tracking device.
You scare me a little bit,
he said. Tomorrow, at the end of school, I need to find a way to leave my phone in his car.
How?
I'll think of something.
Don't go anywhere alone with him, Pip.
He leaned forward, eyes unwavering.
I mean it.
Just then, there was a knock on the front door. Pip jumped up, and Ravi followed her down the hall. She picked up the bowl of sweets and opened the door. Trick or treat! A chorus of small voices screeched. Oh, wow! Pip said, recognizing 2 vampires as the Yardley children from 3 doors down. Don't you all look scary? She lowered the bowl, and the 6 kids swarmed towards her, grabby hands first. Pip smiled up at the group of adults behind, as their kids argued and cherry-picked the sweets. And then she noticed their eyes, dark and glaring, fixed on a point past Pip's shoulder where Ravi stood. 2 of the women drew together, staring at him as they muttered small, unheard things behind their hands. Chapter 42. What have you done? Kara said. I don't know. I tripped coming down the stairs from politics. I think I've sprained it. Pip fake limped over to her. I walked to school this morning. I don't have my car, she said. Oh, crap, and Mum has a late viewing. You can get a lift with me and Dad, Kara said, slipping her arm under Pip's to help her to her locker. She took the textbook from Pip's hand and placed it on the pile inside. Don't know why you'd willingly choose to walk when you have your own car. I never get to use mine now Naomi's home. I just fancied a walk, Pip said. I don't have Barney as an excuse anymore. Kara gave her a pitying look and closed the locker door. Come on then, she said. Let's hobble out to the car park. Lucky for you, I'm Muscles McGee. I did 9 whole press-ups yesterday. 9 whole ones? Pip smiled. I know. Play your cards right, and you might win a ticket to the gun show. She flexed and growled. Pip's heart broke for her then. She hoped, thinking, please, 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 over and again, that Kara wouldn't lose her happy, silly self after whatever was to come. Propped up against her, they staggered up the corridor and out of the side door. The cold wind bit at her nose, and she narrowed her eyes against it. They made their way slowly round the back and towards the teacher's car park, Kara filling the journey with details from her Halloween film night. Pip tensed every time she mentioned her dad. Elliot was there already, waiting by his car.
There you are,
he said, spotting Kara.
What's happened here?
Pip sprained her ankle,
Kara said, opening the back door.
And Leanne's working late. Can we give her a lift?
Yes, of course.
Elliot darted forward to take Pip's arm and help her into the car. His skin touched hers. It took all her strength not to recoil from him. Rucksack settled beside her, Pip watched as Elliot closed her door and climbed into the driver's seat. When Kara and Pip had clicked in their seatbelts, he started the engine.
So, what happened, Pip?
He asked, waiting for a group of kids to cross the road before pulling out of the car park and onto the drive.
I'm not sure,
she said.
I think I just landed on it funny.
You don't need me to take you to A&E, do you?
No,
she said.
I'm sure it'll be fine in a couple of days.
She pulled out her phone and checked it was on silent. She'd had it turned off most of the day, and the battery was almost full. Elliot batted Kara's hand away when she started flicking through the radio stations.
My car, my cheesy music, he said. Pip?
She jumped and almost dropped the phone.
Is your ankle swollen?
He said. She bent forward and reached down to feel it, the phone in her hand. Pretending to knead her ankle, she twisted her wrist and pushed the phone far underneath the back seat.
A little bit,
she said, straightening up, her face flushed with blood.
Not too bad.
Okay, that's good,
he said, winding through the traffic up the high street.
You should sit with it raised up this evening.
Yeah, I will, she said, and caught his eye in the rearview mirror. And then...
I've just realised it's a tutoring day. I'm not going to make you late, am I? Where do you have to get to?
Oh, don't worry,
he said, indicating left down Pip's road.
I've only got to get over to Old Amersham. It's no bother.
Phew, okay.
Kara was asking what was for dinner as Elliot slowed and swung into Pip's drive.
Oh, your mum is home,
he said, nodding towards Leanne's car as he pulled to a stop.
Is she?
Pip felt her heart doubling, scared that the air around her was visibly throbbing.
Her viewings must have been cancelled last minute. I should have checked. Sorry.
Don't be silly.
Elliot turned round to her.
Do you need help to the door?
No,
she said quickly, grabbing her rucksack.
No, thank you, I'll be fine.
She pushed open the car door and started to shuffle out.
Wait!
Kara said suddenly. Pip froze.
Please say she hasn't seen the phone. Please. Will I see you before your exam tomorrow?
Oh, Pip said, breathing again.
No, I have to register at the office and go to the room first thing.
Okay. Well, good luck, she said, drawing out the words in sing-song bursts. You'll do amazing, I'm sure. I'll come find you after.
Yes, best of luck, Pip.
Elliot smiled.
I would say break a leg, but I think the timing is a little off for that.
Pip laughed, so hollow it almost echoed. Thanks, she said. And thanks for the lift. She leaned into the car door and pushed it shut. Limping up to the house, her ears pricked, listening to the rumble of Elliot's car as it drove away. She opened her front door and dropped the limp. Hello, Leanne called from the kitchen. Do you want the kettle on? No thanks, she said, loitering in the doorway. Ravi's coming over for a bit to help me study for my exam. Her mum gave her a look. What? Don't think I don't know my own daughter, she said, washing mushrooms in the colander. She only works alone, and has a reputation for making other children cry in group projects. Studying indeed. She gave her the look again. Keep your door open. Jeez, I will! Just as she was starting up the stairs, a Ravi-shaped blur knocked at the front door. Pip let him in, and he called, "Hello," to her mum as he followed her upstairs to her room. Door open, Pip said when Ravi went to close it. She sat cross-legged on her bed, and Ravi pulled the desk chair over to sit in front of her. All good? He said. Yep. It's under the back seat. Okay. He unlocked his phone and opened the Find My Friends app. Pip leaned in closer, and, heads almost touching, they stared down at the map on screen. Pip's little orange avatar was parked outside the Ward's house on Hog Hill. Ravi clicked refresh, but there it stayed. He hasn't left yet, Pip said. Shuffled footsteps drew along the corridor, and Pip looked up to see Josh standing in her doorway. Hippo, he said, fiddling with his springy hair. Can Ravi come down and play FIFA with me? Ravi and Pip turned to look at each other. Not now, Josh, she said. We're quite busy.
I'll come down and play later, okay, bud?
Ravi said. Okay. Josh dropped his arm in defeat and padded away. He's on the move, Ravi said, refreshing the map. Where? Just down Hog Hill at the moment, before the roundabout. The avatar did not move in real time. They had to keep pressing refresh and waiting for the orange circle to jump across its route. It stopped just at the roundabout. Refresh it, Pip said impatiently. If he doesn't turn left, then he's not heading to Amersham. The refresh button spun with fading lines. Loading. Loading. It refreshed, and the orange avatar disappeared. Where's it gone? Said Pip. Ravi scrolled around the map to see where Elliot had jumped to. Stop! Pip spotted it. There! He's heading north up the A413. They gazed at each other. He's not going to Amersham, Ravi said. No, he is not. Their eyes followed for the next 11 minutes as Elliot drove up the road, jumping incrementally whenever Ravi pressed his thumb on the refresh arrow. He's near Wendover, Ravi said, and then, seeing Pip's face. What? The Wards used to live in Wendover before they moved to a bigger house in Kilton. Before we met them. He's turned, Ravi said, and Pip leaned in again. Down somewhere called Mill End Road. Pip watched the orange dot, motionless on the white pixel road. Refresh, she said. I am, said Ravi. "It's stuck." He pressed refresh again. The loading spool spun for a second and stopped, leaving the orange dot in the same place. He pressed it again, and it still didn't move. "He's stopped," Pip said, clutching Ravi's wrist and turning it to get a better look at the map. She stood up, grabbed Ravi's laptop from her desk, and settled it on her lap. "Let's see where he is." She opened the browser and pulled up Google Maps. She searched for Mill End Road, Wendover, and clicked onto the satellite mode. "How far down the road would you say he is?" "Here?" She pointed at the screen. "I'd say a bit more to the left." "Okay." Pip dropped the little orange man onto the road, and the street view popped up. The narrow country road was enclosed by trees and tall shrubbery that glinted in the sun as Pip clicked and dragged the screen to get a full view. The houses were just on one side, set back a little from the road. "You think he's at this house?" She pointed at a small brick house with a white garage door, barely visible behind the trees and telephone pole that bordered it. Ravi looked from his phone to his laptop screen. "It's either that one, or the one to the left of it." Pip looked up the street numbers. "So he's either at number 42 or 44. "Is that where they used to live?" Ravi asked. Pip didn't know. She shrugged, and he said, "But you can find out from Kara?" "Yes," she said. "I've had a lot of practice with pretending and lying." Her gut churned, and her throat tightened. "She's my best friend, and this is going to destroy her. It's going to destroy everyone. Everything." Ravi slipped his hand into hers. "It's nearly over, Pip," he said. "It's over now," she said. "We need to go there tonight and see what Elliot's hiding. Andy could be alive in there." "That's just a guess." "This whole thing has been guesswork." She took her hand away so she could hold her aching head. "I need this to be over." "Okay," Ravi said gently. "We are going to end this. But not tonight. Tomorrow. You find out from Kara which address he's going to, if it's their old house. And after you finish school tomorrow, we can go there at night, when Elliot's not there, and see what he's up to. Or we call the police with an anonymous tip and send them to that address. Okay? But not now, Pip. You can't upend your whole life tonight. I won't let you. I won't let you throw away Cambridge. Right now, you are going to study for your exam and you are going to get some bloody sleep. Okay? But, no buts, Sarge." He stared at her, his eyes suddenly sharp. "Mr. Ward has already ruined too many lives. He's not ruining yours as well. Okay?" "Okay," she said quietly. "Good." He took her hand, pulled her off the bed, and into her chair. He wheeled her over to the desk and put a pen in her hand. "You are going to forget about Andy Bell and Sal for the next 18 hours. And I want you in bed and sleeping by 10:30. She looked up at Ravi, at his kind eyes and his serious face, and she didn't know what to say. Didn't know what to feel. She was on a high cliff edge, somewhere between laughing and crying and screaming. Chapter 43. The following poems and extracts from longer texts all offer representations of guilt. They are arranged chronologically by date of publication. Read all the material carefully and then complete the task below. The ticking of the clock was a snare drum echo in her head. She opened her answer booklet and looked up one last time. The exam invigilator was sitting with his feet up on a table, his face stuck into a paperback with a craggy spine. Pip was on a small and wobbling desk in the middle of an empty classroom made for 30. And 3 minutes had already ticked by. She looked down, brain talking to block out the sound of the clock, and pressed her pen onto the page. When the invigilator called stop, Pip had already been finished for 49 seconds, her eyes following the second hand of the clock as it strutted on in a near-complete circle. She closed the booklet and handed it to the man on her way out. She'd written about how certain texts manipulate the placing of blame by using the passive voice during the character's guilty act. She'd had almost 7 hours sleep, and she thought she'd done okay. It was nearly lunchtime, and turning into the next corridor, she heard Kara calling her name. Pip! She remembered only at the last second to put the limp back into her tread. How did it go? Kara caught up with her. Yeah, fine, I think. Yay! You're free! She said, waving Pip's arm in celebration for her. How's your ankle? Not too bad. Think it'll be better by tomorrow. Oh, and? Kara said, shuffling around in her pocket. You were right. She pulled out Pip's phone. You had somehow left it in Dad's car. It was wedged under the back seat. Pip took it. Oh, don't know how that happened. We should celebrate your freedom, Kara said. I can invite everyone round mine tomorrow and have a game night or something. Yeah, maybe. Pip waited, and when there was finally a lull, she said, Hey, you know, my mum's doing a viewing of a house in Mill End Road in Wendover today. Isn't that where you used to live? Yeah, Kara said. How funny. Number 44. Oh, we were 42. Does your dad still go there? Pip asked, her voice flat and disinterested. No, he sold it ages ago, Kara said. They kept it when we moved because Mum had just got a huge inheritance from her grandma. They rented it out for extra income while Mum did her painting. But Dad sold it a couple of years after Mum died, I think. Pip nodded. Clearly, Elliot had been telling lies for a long time. Over 5 years, in fact. She sleepwalked through lunch. And when it was over and Kara was heading off the other way, Pip limped up and hugged her. All right, clingy, Kara said, trying to wriggle out. What's up with you? Nothing, said Pip. The sadness she felt for Kara was black and twisting and hungry. How was any of this fair? Pip didn't want to let her go. Didn't think she could. But she had to. Connor caught up with her and helped Pip up the stairs to history, even though she told him not to. Mr. Ward was already in the classroom, perched on his desk in a pastel green shirt. Pip didn't look at him as he staggered past her usual seat at the front and went to sit right at the back. The lesson would not end. The clock mocked her as she sat and watched it, looking anywhere but at Elliot. She would not look at him. She couldn't. Her breath felt gummy, like it was trying to choke her. Interestingly, Elliot said, about 6 years ago, the diaries of one of Stalin's personal doctors.
a man called Alexander Myasnikov were released. Myasnikov wrote that Stalin suffered from a brain illness that might have impaired his decision-making and influenced his paranoia. So... The bell rang and interrupted him. Pip jumped. But not because of the bell. Because something had clicked when Elliot said, "diaries," the word repeating around her head, slowly slotting into place. The class packed up their notes and books and started to file towards the door. Pip, hobbling and at the back, was the last to reach it. "Hold on, Pippa." Elliot's voice dragged her back. She turned, rigid and unwilling. "How did the exam go?" he said.
"Yeah, it was fine."
"Oh, good." He smiled. "So now you can relax?" She returned an empty smile and limped out into the corridor. When she was out of Elliot's sight, she dropped the limp and started to run. She didn't care that she had a final period of politics now. She ran, that one word in Elliot's voice chasing her as she went. Diaries. She didn't stop until she slammed into the door of her car, fumbling for the handle. Chapter 44.
"Pip, what are you doing here?"
Naomi stood in the front doorway.
"Shouldn't you still be at school?"
I had a free period,
she said, trying to catch her breath.
I just have one question I need to ask you.
"Pip, are you okay?"
You've been going to therapy ever since your mum died, haven't you? For anxiety and depression?
Pip said. There was no time to be delicate. Naomi looked at her strangely, her eyes shining.
"Yes,"
she said.
Did your therapist tell you to keep a diary?
Naomi nodded.
"It's a way to manage the stress. It helps,"
she said.
"I've done it since I was 16.
And did you write about the hit and run?
Naomi stared at her, lines webbing around her eyes.
"Yes,"
she said.
"Of course I did. I had to write about it. I was devastated and I couldn't talk to anyone. No one ever sees them but me."
Pip exhaled, cupping her hands around her mouth to catch it.
"You think that's how the person found out?"
Naomi shook her head.
"No, it's not possible. I always lock my diaries and keep them hidden in my room."
I have to go,
Pip said.
Sorry.
She turned and charged back to her car, ignoring when Naomi shouted, "Pip! Pippa!" Her mum's car was parked at home when Pip pulled into the drive. But the house was quiet, and Leanne didn't call out when the front door opened. Walking down the hallway, Pip heard another sound over her throbbing pulse. The sound of her mother crying. At the entrance to the living room, Pip stopped and watched the back of her mum's head over the rim of the sofa. She was holding her phone up in both hands, and small, recorded voices were playing from it.
"Mum?
Oh, sweetie, you scared me,"
she said, pausing her phone and wiping her eyes quickly.
"You're home early. So, the exam went well?"
She patted the cushion beside her eagerly, trying to rearrange her tear-stained face.
What was your essay about? Come and tell me.
"Mum,"
Pip said.
"Why are you upset?"
Oh, it's nothing really. Nothing.
She gave Pip a teary smile.
"I was just looking through old pictures of Barney, and I found the video from that Christmas 2 years ago, when Barney went round the table giving everyone a shoe. I can't stop watching it."
Pip walked over and hugged her from behind.
"I'm sorry you're sad,"
she whispered into her mum's hair.
I'm not, she sniffed. I'm happy sad. He was such a good dog. Pip sat with her, swiping through their old photos and videos of Barney, laughing as he jumped in the air and tried to eat the snow, as he barked at the vacuum cleaner, as he splayed on the floor with his paws up, little Josh rubbing his belly while Pip stroked his ears. They stayed like that until her mum had to go and pick up Josh. "Okay," Pip said. "I think I'm going to nap upstairs for a bit." It was another lie. She went to her room to watch the time, pacing from bed to door, waiting. Fear burned to rage, and if she didn't pace, she would scream. It was Thursday, a tutoring day, and she wanted him to be there. When little Kilton was the other side of 5 o'clock, Pip tugged the charger out of her phone and pulled on her khaki coat. "I'm going to Lauren's for a few hours," she called to her mum, who was in the kitchen helping Josh with his maths homework. "See you later." Outside, she unlocked the car, climbed in, and tied her dark hair on top of her head. She looked down at her phone, at the lines and lines of messages from Ravi. She replied, "It went okay, thanks. I'll come to yours after dinner, and we'll phone the police then." Yet another lie, but Pip was fluent in them now. He would only stop her. She opened the map app on her phone, typed in the search bar, and pressed go on the directions. The harsh, mechanical voice chanted up at her, "Starting route to 42 Mill End Road, Wendover." Chapter 45. Mill End Road was narrow and overgrown, a tunnel of dark trees pushing in on all sides. She pulled off onto the grass verge just after number 40 and flicked off her headlights. Her heart was a hand-sized stampede, and every hair, every layer of skin was alive and electric. She reached down for her phone, propped up in the cup holder, and dialed 999. 2 rings, and then... "Hello, emergency operator, which service do you require?" "Police," Pip said. "I'll just connect you now."
Hello?
A different voice came through the line.
Police emergency, can I help?
"My name is Pippa Fitzamoby," she said shakily. "And I'm from Little Kilton. Please listen carefully. You need to send officers to 42 Mill End Road in Wendover. Inside is a man named Elliot Ward. 5 years ago, Elliot kidnapped a girl called Andy Bell from Kilton, and he's been keeping her in this house. He murdered a boy called Sal Singh. You need to contact D.I. Richard Hawkins, who led the Andy Bell case, and let him know. I believe Andy is alive, and she's being kept inside. I'm going in now to confront Elliot Ward, and I might be in danger. Please send officers quickly."
Hold on, Pippa,
the voice said.
Where are you phoning from now?
"I'm outside the house, and I'm about to go in."
Okay, stay outside. I'm dispatching officers to your location. Pippa, can you...
"I'm going in now," Pip said. "Please hurry."
Pippa, do not go inside the house.
"I'm sorry. I have to," she said. Pip lowered the phone, the operator's voice still calling her name, and hung up. She got out of the car. Crossing from the grass verge onto the driveway, down to number 42, she saw Elliot's car parked in front of the small red brick house. The 2 downstairs windows glowed, pushing away the thickening darkness. As she started towards the house, a motion sensor floodlight picked her up and filled the drive with a garish and blinding white light. She covered her eyes and pushed through. A tree giant shadow stitched to her feet behind her as she walked towards the front door. She knocked. 3 loud thumps against the door. Something clattered inside. And nothing. She knocked again, hitting the door over and over with the soft side of her fist. A light flicked on behind the door, and in the now yellow-lit frosted glass, she saw a blurred figure walking towards her. A chain scraped against the door, a sliding lock, and it was pulled open with a damp, clacking sound. Elliot stared at her. Dressed in the same pastel green shirt from school, a pair of dark oven mitts slung over his shoulder.
"Pip,"
he said in a voice breathy with fear.
What are you doing here?"
She looked into his lens-magnified eyes.
I'm just,
he said.
Pip shook her head.
"The police are going to be here in about 10 minutes, she said. You have that time to explain it to me." She stepped 1 foot up over the threshold. "Explain it to me so I can help your daughters through this. So the Singhs can finally know the truth after all this time." All the blood left Elliot's face. He staggered back a few steps, colliding into the wall. Then he pressed his fingers into his eyes and blew out all of his air.
"It's over,"
he said quietly.
"It's finally over."
"Time's running out, Elliot." Her voice was much braver than she felt.
"Okay,"
he said.
"Okay. Do you want to come in?"
She hesitated, her stomach recoiling inside to push back against her spine. But the police were on their way. She could do this. She had to do this. "We'll leave the front door open for the police," she said. Then she followed him in and down the hall, keeping a 3-step distance. He led her right and into the kitchen. There was no furniture in it, none at all, but the counters were laden with food packets and cooking instruments, even a spice rack. There was a small, glinting key on the counter beside a packet of dried pasta. Elliot bent to turn off the hob, and Pip walked to the other side of the room, putting as much space between them as she could. "Stand away from the knives," she said.
"Pip, I'm not going to."
"Stand away from them!" Elliot moved away, stopping by the wall opposite her. "She's here, isn't she?" Pip said. "Andy's here, and she's alive?"
"Yes."
She shivered inside her warm coat. "You and Andy Bell were seeing each other in March 2012, she said. "Start at the beginning, Elliot. We don't have long."
"It wasn't like
he stuttered. He moaned and held his head. "Elliot!" He sniffed and straightened.
"Okay," he said. "It was late February. Andy started paying attention to me at school. I wasn't teaching her, she didn't take history, but she'd follow me in the halls and ask me about my day. And I don't know, I guess the attention felt nice. I'd been so lonely since Isabel died. And then Andy starts asking to have my phone number, Nothing had happened at this point. We hadn't kissed or anything, but she kept asking. I told her that would be inappropriate. And yet, soon enough, I found myself in the phone shop buying another SIM card so I could talk to her and no one would find out. I don't know why I did it. I suppose it felt like a distraction from missing Isabel. I just wanted someone to talk to. I only put the SIM in at night, so Naomi would never see anything. And we started texting. She was nice to me. Let me talk about Isabel and how I worried about Naomi and Kara.
You're running out of time, Pip said coldly.
Yes,
he sniffed.
And then Andy started suggesting we meet somewhere outside of school. Like a hotel. I told her absolutely not. But in a moment of madness, a moment of weakness, I found myself booking one. She could be very persuasive. We agreed a time and date, but I had to cancel last minute because Kara had chickenpox. I tried to end it, whatever it was we had at this point, but then she asked again, and I booked the hotel for the next week.
The Ivy House Hotel in Chalfont, said Pip. He nodded.
That's when it happened the first time.
His voice was quiet with shame.
We didn't stay the night. I couldn't leave the girls for a whole night. We stayed just a couple of hours.
And you slept with her? Elliot didn't say anything. She was 17, Pip said. The same age as your daughter. You were a teacher. Andy was vulnerable and you took advantage of that. You were the adult and should have known better.
There's nothing you can say that will make me more disgusted at myself than I already am. I said it couldn't happen again, and tried to call it off. Andy wouldn't let me. She started threatening to turn me in. She interrupted one of my lessons, came over and whispered to me that she'd left a naked picture of herself hidden in the classroom somewhere, and that I should find it before someone else did. Trying to scare me. So I went back to the Ivy House the next week because I didn't know what she'd do if I didn't. I thought she would tire of whatever this was soon enough.
He stopped to rub the back of his neck.
That was the last time. It only happened twice. And then it was the Easter holidays. The girls and I spent a week at Isabel's parents' house, and with time away from Kilton, I came to my senses. I messaged Andy and I said it was over and I didn't care if she turned me in. She texted back, saying that when school started again, she was going to ruin me if I didn't do what she wanted. I didn't know what she wanted. And then, by complete chance, I had the opportunity to stop her. I found out about Andy cyberbullying that girl. And so I called her dad, as I told you, and said that if her behaviour didn't improve, I would have to report her and she'd be expelled. Of course, Andy knew what it really meant. Mutually assured destruction. She could have me arrested and jailed for our relationship, but I could have her expelled and ruin her future. We were at a stalemate, and I thought it was over.
So why did you kidnap her on Friday the 20th of April? Pip said.
That's not, he said. It didn't happen like that at all. I was home alone and Andy turned up, I think around 10ish. She was irate, just so angry. She screamed at me, telling me I was sad and disgusting, that she'd only touched me because she needed me to get her a place at Oxford, like I'd helped Sal. She didn't want him to leave without her. Screaming that she had to get away from home, away from Kilton, because it was killing her. I tried to calm her down, but she wouldn't. And she knew exactly how to hurt me.
Elliot blinked slowly.
Andy ran to my study and started tearing those paintings Isabel made when she was dying. My rainbow ones. She smashed up 2 of them, and I was shouting for her to stop, and then she went for my favourite one, and I just pushed her to get her to stop. I wasn't trying to hurt her. But she fell back and hit her head on my desk, hard, and...
He sniffed.
She was on the floor, and her head was bleeding. She was conscious but confused. I rushed off to get the first aid kit, and when I came back, Andy had gone, and the front door was open. She hadn't driven to mine. There was no car in the drive and no sound of one. She walked out and vanished. Her phone was on the floor in the study. Well, she must have dropped it in the scuffle. The next day,
he continued,
I heard from Naomi that Andy was missing. Andy was bleeding and left my house with a head injury, and now she was missing. And as the weekend passed, I started to panic. I thought I'd killed her. I thought she must have wandered out of my house and then, confused and hurt, got lost somewhere and died from her injuries. That she was lying in a ditch somewhere and it would only be a matter of time until they found her. And when they did, there might be evidence on her body that would lead back to me. Fibers, fingerprints. I knew the only thing I could do was to give them a stronger suspect to protect myself. To protect my girls. If I got taken away for Andy's murder, I didn't think Naomi would survive it. And Kara was only 12 at the time. I was the only parent they had left. There's no time for your excuses,
Pip said.
So then you framed Sal Singh. You knew about the hit and run because you'd been reading Naomi's therapy diaries. Of course I read them, he said. I had to make sure my little girl wasn't thinking of hurting herself. You made her and her friends take Sal's alibi away. And then, on the Tuesday, I called in sick to work and dropped the girls at school. I waited outside, and when I saw Sal alone in the car park, I went up to talk to him. He wasn't coping well with her disappearance. So I suggested that we go back to his house and have a chat about it. I planned to do it with a knife from the Singh's house. But then I found some sleeping pills in the bathroom and I decided to take him to the woods. I thought it would be kinder. I didn't want his family to find him. We had tea, and I gave him the first 3 pills. Said they were for his headache. I convinced him that we should go out in the woods and look for Andy ourselves. That it would help his feelings of helplessness. He trusted me. He didn't wonder why I was wearing leather gloves inside. I took a plastic bag from their kitchen and we walked out into the woods. I had a penknife, and when we were far enough in, I held it up to his neck. Made him swallow more pills.
Elliot's voice broke. His eyes filled and a lone tear snaked down his cheek.
I said I was helping him. That he wouldn't be a suspect if it looked like he'd been attacked too. He swallowed a few more and then he started to struggle. I pinned him down and forced him to take more. When he started to get sleepy, I held him and I talked to him about Oxford. About the amazing libraries, the formal hall dinners, how beautiful the city looked in spring. Just so he would fall asleep thinking about something good. When he was unconscious, I put the bag around his head and held his hand as he died.
Pip had no pity for this man before her. 11 years of memories dissolved from him, leaving a stranger standing in the room with her.
Then you sent the confession text from Sal's phone to his dad.
Elliot nodded. staunching his eyes with the heels of his hands. "And Andy's blood?"
"It had dried under my desk,"
he said.
"I'd missed some when I first cleaned, so I placed some of it under his nails with tweezers. And the last thing. I put Andy's phone in his pocket and I left him there. I didn't want to kill him. I was trying to save my girls. They'd already been through so much pain. He didn't deserve to die. But neither did my girls. It was an impossible choice."
Pip looked up to try to push her tears back in. There was no time to tell him how wrong he was.
"And then, as more days passed,"
Elliot cried,
"I realized what a grave mistake I'd made. If Andy had died somewhere from her head injury, they would have found her by now. And then her car turns up and they find blood in the boot. She must have been well enough to drive somewhere after leaving mine. I'd panicked and thought it was fatal when it wasn't. But it was too late. Sal was already dead. And I'd made him the killer. They closed the case, and everything settled down."
"So how do we get from there to you imprisoning Andy in this house?" He flinched at the anger behind her words.
It was the end of July. I was driving home and I just saw her. Andy was walking on the side of the main road from Wickham, heading towards Kilton. I pulled over and it was obvious she'd got herself messed up in drugs, that she'd been sleeping rough. She was so skinny and dishevelled. That's how it happened. I couldn't let her return home because, if she did, everyone would know Sal had been murdered. Andy was high and disoriented, but I pulled over and got her in the car. I explained to her why I couldn't let her go home, but that I would take care of her. I'd just put this place up for sale, so I brought her here and took it off the market.
Where had she been all those months? What happened to her the night she went missing? Pip pressed, feeling the minutes escaping from her.
She doesn't remember all the details. I think she was concussed. She says she just wanted to get away from everything. She went to a friend of hers who was involved in drugs, and he took her to stay with some people he knew. But she didn't feel safe there, so she ran away to come home. She doesn't like talking about that time.
Howie Bowers, Pip thought aloud. Where is she, Elliot?
In the loft.
He looked over at the small key on the counter.
We made it nice up there for her. I insulated it, put in plywood walls and proper flooring. She picked out the wallpaper. There aren't any windows, but we put in lots of lamps. I know you must think I'm a monster, Pip, but I've never touched her. Not since that last time at the Ivy House. It's not like that. And she's not like she was before. She's a different person. She's calm and grateful. She has food up there, but I come round to cook for her 3 times during the week, once at the weekend, and let her come down to shower. And then we just sit together in her loft, watching TV for a while. She's never bored.
She's locked up there. And that's the key? Pip pointed to it. Elliot nodded. And then they heard the sound of wheels crackling on the road outside. When the police interrogate you, Pip said, hurrying now, do not tell them about the hit and run, about taking Sal's alibi away. He doesn't need one when you've confessed, and Kara does not deserve to lose her entire family, to be all alone. I'm going to protect Naomi and Kara now. The sound of car doors slamming. Maybe I can understand why you did it, she said. But you will never be forgiven.
You took Sal's life from him to save your own. You destroyed his family. A shout of, "Hello, police!" came from the open front door. The Bells have grieved for 5 whole years. You threatened me and my family. You broke into my house to scare me. I'm sorry. Heavy footsteps down the hallway. You killed Barney! Elliot's face crumpled. Pip, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't. Police! The officer said, stepping into the kitchen. The skylights glittered against the rim on his hat. His partner walked in behind, her eyes darting from Elliot to Pip and back, her tightly scraped ponytail flicking as she did. Right, what's going on here? She said. Pip looked over at Elliot, and their eyes met. He straightened up and held out his wrists. You're here to arrest me for the abduction and false imprisonment of Andy Bell, he said, not taking his eyes off her. And the murder of Sal Singh, said Pip. The officers looked at each other for a long moment, and one of them nodded. The woman started towards Elliot, and the man pressed something on the radio strapped to his shoulder. He moved back out to the hallway to speak into it. With both their backs turned, Pip darted forward and snatched the key from the counter. She ran out into the hall and bounded up the stairs. Hey! The male officer shouted after her. At the top, she saw the small, white loft hatch in the ceiling. A large padlock was fitted through the catch and a metal ring that was screwed into the wooden frame. A small, 2-step ladder was placed beneath it. Pip stepped up and reached, slotting the key into the padlock and letting it fall, clattering loudly to the floor. The policeman was coming up the stairs after her. She twisted the catch and ducked to let the reinforced hatch swing down and open. Yellow light filled the hole above her. And sounds. Dramatic music, explosions, and people shouting in American accents. Pip grabbed the loft ladder and pulled it down to the floor just as the officers thundered up the last few steps. Wait! He shouted. Pip stepped up onto it and climbed, her hands clammy and sticky on the metal rungs. She poked her head up through the hatch and looked around. The room was lit by several floor lamps, and the walls were decorated with a white and black floral design. On one side of the loft, there was a mini fridge with a kettle and a microwave on top, shelves of food and books. There was a fluffy pink rug in the middle of the room, and behind it was a large, flat-screen TV that was just being paused. And there she was, sitting cross-legged on a single bed piled high with coloured cushions, wearing a pair of blue, penguin-pattern pyjamas, the same that both Kara and Naomi had. She stared over at Pip, her eyes wide and wild. She looked a little older, a little heavier. Her hair was mousier than it had been before, and her skin much paler. She gaped at Pip, the TV remote in her hand, and a packet of Jammy Dodger biscuits on her lap. Hi, Pip said. I'm Pip. Hi, she said. I'm Andy. But she wasn't. Chapter 46. Pip stepped closer, into the yellow glow of the lamplight. She took a quieting breath, trying to think over the screeching that filled her head. She screwed her eyes and studied the face before her. Now that she was closer, she could see the obvious differences. A slight differing slope to her plump lips, the downturn to her eyes where they should flick up, the swell of her cheekbones lower than they should be.
changes that time couldn't make to her face. Pip had looked at the photograph so many times these past months. She knew every line and groove of Andy Bell's face. This wasn't her. Pip felt unattached to the world, floating away, empty of all sense. "You're not Andy," she said quietly, just as the policeman climbed up the ladder behind and placed a hand on her shoulder. The wind was screaming in the trees, and 42 Mill End Road was lit up with flashes of blue, rippling in and out of darkness. 4 police cars in a broken square filled the drive now, and Pip had just seen D.I. Richard Hawkins, in the same black coat he'd worn in all those press conferences 5 years ago, step into the house. Pip stopped listening to the policewoman taking her statement. She heard her words only as a rock slide of falling syllables. She concentrated on breathing in the fresh and whistling air. And that's when they brought Elliot out. 2 officers on either side, his hands cuffed behind. He was weeping, the blue lights blinking on his wet face. The wounded sounds he made woke some ancient, instinctive fear inside her. This was a man who knew his life was finished. Had he really believed the girl in his loft was Andy? Had he clung to that belief this whole time? They ducked Elliot's head for him, put him in a car, and took him away. Pip watched it go until the tunnel of trees swallowed all the car's edges. As she finished dictating her contact number to the officer, she heard a car door slamming behind her. "Pip!" The wind carried Ravi's voice to her. She felt the pull in her chest, and then she was running after it. At the top of the driveway, she ran into him, and Ravi caught her, his arms tight as they anchored themselves together against the wind. "Are you okay?" he said, holding her back to look at her. "Yes," she said. "What are you doing here?" "Me?" He tapped his chest. "When you didn't turn up at mine, I looked for you on Find My Friends. Why did you come here alone?" He eyed the police cars and officers behind her. "I had to come," she said. "I had to ask him why. I didn't know how much longer you'd have to wait for the truth if I didn't." Her mouth opened once, twice, 3 times, before the words found their way. And then she told Ravi everything. She told him how his brother had died, standing under shivering trees, blue light undulating all around them. She said she was sorry when the tears broke down Ravi's face, because that's all there was to say. A blanket stitch sent to mend a crater. "Don't be sorry," he said, with a half laugh, half cry. "Nothing can bring him back, I know that. But we have, in a way. Sal was murdered. Sal was innocent. And now everyone will know." They turned to watch as D.I. Richard Hawkins walked the girl out of the house, a lilac blanket wrapped round her shoulders. "It's really not her, is it?" Ravi said. "She looks a lot like her," said Pip. The girl's eyes were wide and spinning and free as she looked around at everything, relearning what outside was. Hawkins led her to a car and climbed in beside her as 2 uniformed officers got in the front. Pip didn't know how Elliot had come to believe this girl he found on the side of the road was Andy. Was it delusion? Did he need to believe Andy hadn't died as some kind of atonement for what he did to Sal in her name? Or was it fear that blinded him? That's what Ravi thought, that Elliot was terrified Andy Bell was alive and would come back home, and then he'd go down for Sal's murder. And in that heightened state of fear, all it took was a blonde girl who looked similar enough to convince himself he'd found Andy. And he'd locked her up, so he could lock up that terrible fear of being caught right along with her. Pip nodded in agreement, watching the police car drive away. "I think," she said quietly, "I think she was just a girl with the wrong hair and the wrong face when the wrong man drove past." And that other itching question that Pip couldn't yet give voice to. What had happened to the real Andy Bell after she'd left the ward's house that night? The officer who'd taken her statement approached them with a warm smile. "Do you need someone to take you home, darling?" she asked Pip. "No, it's okay," she said. "I have my car." She made Ravi get in the car with her. There was no way she'd let him drive home on his own. He was shaking too hard. And secretly, she didn't want to be alone either. Pip turned the key in the ignition, catching sight of her face in the rearview mirror before the lights dimmed. She looked gaunt and grey, her eyes glowing inside sunken shadows. She was tired. So unutterably tired. "I can finally tell my parents," Ravi said when they were back on the main road out of Wendover. "I don't know how to even start." Her headlights lit up the "Welcome to Little Kilton" sign, the letters thickening with side shadows as they moved past
Rain sound
and crossed into town. Pip drove down the high street, heading towards Ravi's house. She drew to a stop at the main roundabout. There was a car waiting on the cusp of the roundabout at the other side, its headlights a bright and piercing white. It was their right of way. "Why aren't they moving?" Pip said, staring at the dark, boxy car ahead, lines of yellow light across its body from the street lamp above. "Don't know," Ravi said. "You just go." She did, pulling forward slowly across the roundabout. The other car had still not moved. As they drew closer, and out of the glare of the oncoming headlights, Pip's foot eased up on the pedal as she looked curiously out of her window. "Oh, shit," Ravi said. It was the Bell family. All three of them. Jason was in the driver's seat, his face red and striped with tear trails. It looked like he was shouting, smacking his hand against the steering wheel, his mouth moving with angry words. Dawn Bell was beside him, shrinking away. She was crying, her body heaving as she tried to breathe through the tears, her mouth bared in confused agony. Their cars drew level, and Pip saw Becca in the back seat on this side. Her face was pale, pushed up against the cold touch of the window. Her lips were parted, and her brows furrowed, her eyes lost in some other place as she stared quietly ahead. And as they passed, Becca's eyes snapped into life, landing on Pip. There was a flicker of recognition in them, and something heavy and urgent, something like dread. They drove away down the street, and Ravi let out his held breath. "You think they've been told?" he said. "Looks like they just have," said Pip. "The girl kept saying her name was Andy Bell. Maybe they have to go and formally identify that she isn't." She looked into her rearview mirror and watched as the Bell's car finally rolled away across the roundabout towards the snatched promise of a daughter returned. Chapter 47. Pip sat at the end of her parents' bed well into the night. Her and the albatross on her shoulders, and her story. The telling of it was almost as hard as the living of it. The worst part was Cara. As the clock on her phone had ticked past 10 p.m., Pip knew she couldn't avoid it any longer. Her thumb had hovered over the blue call button, but she couldn't do it. She couldn't say the words aloud and listen as her best friend's world changed forever, as it turned dark and strange. Pip wished she was strong enough, but she'd learned that she wasn't invincible. She, too, could break. She clicked over to messages and started to type. I should be ringing to tell you this, but I don't think I could get through the telling. Not with your little voice at the end of the line. This is the coward's way out, and I'm truly sorry. It was your dad, Cara. Your dad is the one who killed Sal Singh. He was keeping a girl he believed was Andy Bell in your old house in Wendover. He's been arrested. Naomi will be safe. I give you my word. I know why he did it when you're ready to hear it. I'm so sorry. I wish I could save you from this. I love you. She'd read it over, in her parents' bed, and pressed send, tears falling against the phone as she cradled it into her cupped hands. Her mum made Pip breakfast when she finally woke at 2 p.m. There'd been no question of her going into school. They didn't talk about it again. There was nothing more to say. Not yet. But still the question of Andy Bell played on Pip's mind. How Andy had one last mystery left in her yet. Pip tried to call Cara 17 times, but it rang out each time. Naomi's phone too. Later that afternoon, Leanne drove round to the Ward's house after picking up Josh. She came back saying that no one was home, and their car was gone. They've probably gone to their Auntie Lila's, Pip said, pressing redial again. Victor came home early from work. They all sat in the living room, watching old runs of quiz shows that would usually be punctuated by Pip and her dad racing to shout out the answer. But they watched silently, exchanging furtive looks over Josh's head, the air bloated with a sad and what now tension. When someone knocked at the front door, Pip jumped up to escape the strangeness that smothered the room. In her tie-dye pyjamas, she pulled open the door, and the air stung her toes. It was Ravi, standing in front of his parents, the spaces between them perfect, like they'd prearranged the pose.
Hello, Sarge,
Ravi said, smiling at her bright and garish pyjamas.
This is my mum, Nisha.
He gestured like a game show host, and his mum smiled at Pip, her black hair in 2 loose plaits.
And my dad, Mohan.
Mohan nodded, and his chin tickled the top of the giant bouquet of flowers he held, a box of chocolates tucked under the other arm.
Parents,
Ravi said.
This is the Pip.
Pip's polite, hello, got muddled in with theirs.
So,
Ravi said.
They called us into the police station earlier. They sat us down and told us everything. Everything we already knew. And they said they'd be holding a press conference once they've charged Mr. Ward, and will release a statement about Sal's innocence.
Pip heard her mum and heavy-footed dad walking up the hallway to stand behind her. Ravi did the introductions again for Victor's sake. Leanne had met them before, 15 years ago, when she'd sold them their house.
So, Ravi continued, we all wanted to come over and thank you, Pip. This wouldn't have happened without you.
I don't quite know what to say, Nisha said, her Ravi Sal round eyes beaming. Because of what you two did, you and Ravi, we now have our boy back. You've both given Sal back to us, and there are no words for how much that means.
These are for you,
Mohan said, leaning forward and handing over the flowers and chocolates to Pip.
I'm sorry, we weren't quite sure what you're supposed to get for someone who's helped vindicate your dead son. Google had very few suggestions,
said Ravi. Thank you, Pip said. Do you want to come in? Yes, do come in, Leanne said. I'll put on a pot of tea. But as Ravi stepped into the house, he took Pip's arm and pulled her back into a hug, crushing the flowers between them, laughing into her hair. When he let her go, Nisha stepped up and folded her into a hug. Her sweet perfume smelled to Pip like homes and mothers and summer evenings. And then, not sure why or how it happened, they were all hugging. All 6 of them, swapping and hugging again, laughing with tears in their eyes. And just like that, with crushed flowers and a carousel of hugs, the Singhs had come and taken away the suffocating and confused sadness that had taken over the house. They'd open the door and let out the ghost, for at least a while. Because there was one happy ending in all of this. Sal was innocent. A family set free from the grave weight they'd carried all these years. And through all the hurt and doubt that would come, it was worth hanging on to. "What are you guys doing?" said Josh, in a small and baffled voice. In the living room, they sat around a full afternoon tea spread that Leanne had improvised.
So, Victor said, are you going to the fireworks tomorrow night?
Actually, Nisha said, looking from her husband to her son, I think we should go this year. It'll be the first time since, you know. But things are different now. This is the start of things being different.
Yeah,
Ravi said.
I'd like to go. You can never really see them from our house. Awesome sauce, Victor said, clapping his hands. We could meet you there. Let's say 7 by the drinks tent.
Josh stood up then, hurrying to swallow his sandwich so he could recite, Remember, the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. Little Kilton hadn't forgot. They'd just decided to move it to the 4th instead because the barbecue boys thought they'd get a better turnout on a Saturday. Pip wasn't sure she was ready to be around all those people, and the questions in their eyes. I'll go and refill the pot, she said, picking up the empty teapot and carrying it through to the kitchen. She flicked on the kettle and stared at her warped reflection in its chrome frame until a distorted Ravi appeared in it behind her.
You're being quiet,
he said.
What's going on in that big brain of yours?
Actually, I don't even need to ask.
I already know what you're going to say. It's Andy.
I can't pretend like it's over, she said. It's not finished.
Pip, listen to me. You've done what you set out to do. We know Sal was innocent and what happened to him.
But we don't know what happened to Andy. After she left Elliot's house that night, she still disappeared and was never found.
It's not your job anymore, Pip, he said. The police have reopened Andy's case. Let them do the rest. You've done enough.
I know, she said, and it wasn't a lie. She was tired. She needed to finally be free of all this. She needed the weight on her shoulders to be just her own. And that last Andy Bell mystery wasn't hers to chase anymore. Ravi was right. Their part was over. Chapter 48. She had meant to throw it out. That's what she told herself. The murder board needed to be thrown out because she was finished here. It was time to dismantle the Andy Bell scaffolding and see what remained of the Pip beneath. She'd made a good start, unpinning some of the pages and putting them in piles by a bin bag she'd brought up. And then, without realizing what she was doing or how it happened, she'd found herself looking through it all again, rereading log entries, tracing her finger across the red string lines, staring into the suspect's photos, searching for the face of a killer. She'd been so sure she was out. She hadn't let herself think about it all day as she'd played board games with Josh, as she'd watched back-to-back episodes of American sitcoms, as she'd baked brownies with Mum, sneaking dollops of raw batter into her mouth when unwatched. But with half a second and an unplanned glance, Andy had found a way to suck her in again. She was supposed to be getting dressed for the fireworks, but now she was on her knees, hunched over the murder board. Some of it really did go in the bin bag. All the clues that had pointed to Elliot Ward. Everything about the Ivy House Hotel, the phone number in the planner, the hit and run, Sal's stolen alibi, Andy's nude photo that Max found at the back of a classroom, and the printed notes and texts from unknown. But the board also needed adding to, because she now knew more about Andy's whereabouts on the night she disappeared. She grabbed a printout of a map of Kilton and started scribbling in a blue marker pen. Andy went to the Ward's house and left not long after with a potentially serious head injury. Pip circled the Ward's house on Hog Hill. Elliot had said it was around 10ish, but he must have been slightly off with that guess. His and Becca Bell's statements of time did not match, yet Becca's was backed up by CCTV. Andy had driven up the high street at 10:40 p.m. That's when she must have headed to the Ward's house. Pip drew a dotted line and scribbled in the time. Yes. Elliot had to be mistaken, she realized. Otherwise it meant that Andy had returned home with an injured head before leaving again. And if that had been the case, Becca would have told the police those details. So Becca was no longer the last person to see Andy alive. Elliot was. But then... Pip chewed the end of the pen, thinking. Elliot said that Andy hadn't driven to his house. He thought she'd walked. And looking at the map, Pip saw why that made sense. The Bells and the Ward's houses were very close. On foot, you just had to cut through the church and over the pedestrian bridge. It was probably a quicker walk than a drive. Pip scratched her head. But that didn't fit. Andy's car was picked up by CCTV, so she must have driven. Maybe she'd parked somewhere near Elliot's, but not near enough for him to notice. So how did Andy go from that point into non-existence? From Hog Hill to her blood in the boot of her car ditched near Howie's house. Pip tapped the end of the pen against the map, her eyes flitting from Howie to Max, to Nat, to Daniel, to Jason. There had been 2 different killers in Little Kilton. One who thought he'd killed Andy and then murdered Sal to cover it up, and another who'd actually killed Andy Bell. And which of these faces staring up at her could it be? 2 killers, and yet only one of them had tried to get Pip to stop, which meant that... Wait. Pip held her face as she closed her eyes to think, thoughts firing off and then coming back, altered and new and smoking. And one image. Elliot's face, just as the police stepped in. His face when Pip said she'd never forgive him for killing Barney. It had crumpled, his brows tensed. But, picturing it now, it hadn't been remorse on his face. No. It was confusion. And the words he'd spoken, Pip finished them off for him now. Pip, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't kill Barney. Pip swore under her breath, scrabbling over to the slumped bin bag. She pulled out the discarded pages and hunted through them, scattering paper all around her. And then they were in her hands, the notes from the camping trip and her locker in one hand, the printed texts from Unknown in the other. They were from 2 different people. It was so obvious now, looking at them. The differences weren't only in form, it was in their tone. In the printed notes, Elliot had referred to her as Pippa, and the threats were subtle, implied. Even the one typed into her EPQ log. But Unknown had called her a stupid bitch, and the threats weren't just implied. They'd made her smash her laptop up, and then they'd killed her dog. She sat back and let out her 2 full breath. 2 different people. Elliot wasn't Unknown, and he hadn't killed Barney. No. That had been Andy's real killer.
Pip, come on! They'll have already lit the bonfire!
Her dad called upstairs. She bounded over to her door and opened it a crack. You guys go on ahead. I'll find you there.
What? No! Get down here, Pipsy!
I just want to try to call Cara a few more times, Dad. I really need to speak to her. I won't be long. Please, I'll find you there.
Okay, Pickle,
he called. I'll leave in 20 minutes, I promise, she said.
Okay, call me if you can't find us.
As the front door crashed shut, Pip sat back beside the murder board, the texts from Unknown shaking in her hands. She scanned through her log entries, trying to work out when in her investigation she had received them. The first had come just after she found Howie Bowers, after she and Ravi had spoken to him and learned about Andy's dealing, about Max buying Rohypnol. And then Barney had been taken in half-term week. A lot had happened just before that. She'd bumped into Stanley Forbes twice, she'd gone to see Becca, and she'd spoken to Daniel at the police meeting. She scrunched up the pieces of paper and threw them across the room with a growl she'd never heard from herself. There were just too many suspects still. And now that Elliot's secrets were out and Sal was to be exonerated, would the killer be looking for revenge? Would they make good on their threats? Should Pip really be in the house on her own? She scowled down at all their photos. And with the blue marker, she drew a big cross through Jason Bell's face. It couldn't be him. She'd seen the look on his face in the car once the detective must have called them. Both he and Dawn, crying, angry, confused. But there'd been something else in both of their eyes, too. The smallest glimmer of hope alongside their tears. Maybe, even though they'd been told she wasn't, some small part of them had hoped it would still be their daughter. Jason couldn't have faked that reaction. The truth was in his face. The truth was in the face. Pip picked up the photo of Andy with her parents and Becca, and she stared at it. Into those eyes. It didn't come all at once. It came in little blips, lighting up across her memory. The pieces dropped and fell in line. From the murder board, she grabbed all the relevant pages. Log Entry 3, the interview with Stanley Forbes. Entry 10, the first interview with Emma Hutton. Entry 20, the interview with Jess Walker about the bells. 21, about Max buying drugs from Andy. 23, about Howie and what he supplied her with. Entry 28 and 29, about drink spiking at Calamities. The paper on which Ravi had written, "Who could have taken the burner phone?" in large capital letters. And the time Elliot said Andy left his house. She looked them over, and she knew who it was. The killer had a face and a name. The last person to see Andy alive. But there was just one last thing to confirm. Pip pulled out her phone, scrolled down her contacts, and dialed the number.
Hello?
"Max," she said, "I'm going to ask you a question."
I'm not interested. See, you were wrong about me. I've heard what happened, that it was Mr. Ward.
"Good," Pip said. "Then you know that right now I have a lot of credibility with the police. I told Mr. Ward to cover up the hit and run, but if you don't answer my question, I will ring the police now and tell them everything." "You wouldn't." "I will. Naomi's life is already destroyed. Don't think that will stop me anymore," she bluffed. "What do you want?" he spat. Pip paused. She put the phone on speaker and scrolled to her recording app. She pressed the red record button and sniffed loudly to hide the beep. "Max, at a calamity party in March 2012, she said, "did you drug and rape Becca Bell?"
What? No, I fucking didn't.
"Max!" Pip roared down the phone. "Do not lie to me, or I swear to God I will ruin you. Did you put Rohypnol in Becca's drink and have sex with her?" He coughed.
Yes, but it wasn't rape. She didn't say no.
"Because you drugged her, you vile, rapist gargoyle!" Pip shouted. "You have no idea what you've done!" She hung up, stopped the recording, and pressed the lock button. Her sharp eyes, encased in the darkened screen, stared right back into her. The last person to see Andy alive? It had been Becca. It had always been Becca. Pip's eyes blinked back at her, and the decision was made. Chapter 49. The car jerked as Pip pulled roughly onto the curb. She stepped out into the darkened street and up to the front door. She knocked. The wind chimes beside it were swaying and singing in the evening breeze, high and insistent. The front door opened, and Becca's face appeared in the crack. She looked at Pip and pulled it fully open. "Oh, hi, Pippa," she said. "Hi, Becca. I came to see if you were okay after Thursday night. I saw you in the car and... Yeah," she nodded.
The detective told us it was you who found out about Mr. Ward. What he'd done.
Yeah. Sorry.
Do you want to come in?
Becca said, stepping back to clear the threshold. Thanks. Pip walked past her and into the hallway she and Ravi had broken into weeks ago. Becca smiled and gestured her through into the duck-egg blue kitchen.
Would you like a tea?
Oh, no thanks.
Sure? I was just making one for myself.
Okay then. Black, please. Thanks. Pip took a seat at the kitchen table, her back straight, knees rigid, and watched as Becca grabbed 2 flowery mugs from a cupboard, dropped in the tea bags and poured from the just-boiled kettle.
Excuse me,
Becca said.
I just need to get a tissue.
As she left the room, the train whistle sounded from Pip's pocket. It was a message from Ravi.
Yo, Sarge, where are you?
She flicked the phone onto silent and zipped it back into her coat. Becca re-entered the room, tucking a tissue into her sleeve. She brought over the teas and put Pip's down in front of her. Thank you, Pip said, taking a sip. It wasn't too hot to drink. And she was glad for it now. Something to do with her quaking hands. The black cat came in then, strutting over with its tail up, rubbing its head into Pip's ankles until Becca shooed it away. How are your parents doing? Pip asked.
Not great,
Becca said.
After we confirmed she wasn't Andy, my mum booked herself into rehab for emotional trauma. And my dad wants to sue everyone.
Do they know who the girl is yet? Pip said into the rim of her mug.
Yeah, they called my dad this morning. She was on the missing persons register. Isla Jordan, 23, from Milton Keynes. They said she has a learning disability and the mental age of a 12-year-old. She came from an abusive home and had a history of running away and possession of drugs.
Becca fiddled with her short hair.
They said she's very confused. She lived like that for so long, being Andy because it's what pleased Mr. Ward, that she actually believes she's a girl called Andy Bell from Little Kilton.
Pip took a large gulp, filling the silence while the words in her head shivered and readjusted. Her mouth felt dry, and there was an awful tremor in her throat, echoing back her doubled heartbeat. She raised the mug and finished off the tea.
She did look like her, Pip finally said. I thought she was Andy for a few seconds. And I saw in your parents' faces that hope that maybe it would be Andy after all. That me and the police could be wrong. But you already knew, didn't you?
Becca put her own mug down and stared at her.
Your face wasn't like theirs, Becca. You looked confused. You looked scared. You knew for sure it couldn't be your sister. Because you killed her, didn't you?
Becca didn't move. The cat jumped up on the table beside her, and she didn't move.
In March 2012, Pip said, you went to a calamity party with your friend Jess Walker. And while you were there, something happened to you. You don't remember, but you woke up and you knew something felt wrong. You asked Jess to go and get the morning after pill with you, and when she asked who you'd slept with, you didn't tell her. It wasn't, as Jess presumed, because you were embarrassed. It's because you didn't know. You didn't know what happened or with who. You had anterograde amnesia, because someone had slipped Rohypnol into your drink, and then assaulted you.
Becca just sat there, inhumanly still, like a small, fleshed-out mannequin too scared to move in case she ruffled the dark side of her sister's shadow. And then she started to cry. Tears like silent minnows chased down her cheeks, the muscles twitching in her chin. Something hurt inside Pip, something congealed and cold that closed round her heart as she looked into Becca's eyes and saw the truth in them. Because the truth was no victory here. It was just sadness, deep and decaying. I can't imagine how horrible and lonely it was for you, Pip said, feeling unsteady. Not being able to remember, but just knowing that something bad had happened. You must have felt like no one could help you. You did nothing wrong, and you had nothing to be ashamed of. But I don't think you felt that way at first, and you ended up in hospital. And then what happened? Did you decide to find out what had happened to you? Who was responsible? Becca's nod was almost imperceptible. I think you realized someone had drugged you. So is that where you started looking? Started asking around about who bought drugs at Calamities and who from? And the questions led you back to your own sister. Becca, what happened on Friday the 20th of April? What happened when Andy walked back from Mr. Ward's house? All I'd found out was someone bought weed and MDMA off her once, Becca said, looking down and catching her tears. So when she went out and left me alone, I looked in her room. I found the place where she hid her other phone and the drugs. I looked through the phone. All the contacts were saved with just one-letter names, but I read through some messages and I found the person who bought Rohypnol from her. She'd used his name in one of the texts. Max Hastings, said Pip. And I thought, she cried, I thought that now I knew. We would be able to fix everything and put it right. And I thought that when Andy got home, I'd tell her and she'd let me cry on her and tell me she was so sorry and that me and her, we were going to set this right and make him pay.
The dripping.
All I wanted was my big sister. And just the freedom of finally telling someone.
Pip wiped her eyes, feeling shaky and drained.
And then Andy came home,
Becca said. With a head injury?
No, I didn't know that at the time,
she said.
I didn't see anything. She was just here in the kitchen, and I couldn't wait any longer. I had to tell her, and...
Becca's voice broke.
When I did, she just looked at me and said she didn't care. I tried to explain and she wouldn't listen. She just said I wasn't allowed to tell anyone or I'd get her in trouble. She tried to leave the room and I stood in her way. Then she said I should be grateful that someone had actually wanted me because I was just the fat, ugly version of her. And she tried to push me out of the way. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe she could be so cruel. I pushed her back and tried to explain again, and we were both shouting and shoving, and then... It was so fast. Andy fell back on the floor. I didn't think I'd pushed her that hard. Her eyes were closed. And then she was being sick. It was all over her face, and in her hair, and...
Becca sobbed.
Then her mouth was full, and she was coughing and choking on it, and I just froze. I don't know why, I was just so angry at her. When I look back now, I don't know whether I made any decision or not. I don't remember thinking anything at all. I just didn't move. I must have known she was dying. And I stood there and did nothing.
Becca shifted her gaze then to a place on the kitchen tiles by the door. That must have been where it happened. And then she went still and I realised what I'd done. I panicked and tried to clear her mouth, but she was already dead. I wanted to take it back so badly. I've wanted to every day since. But it was too late. Only then did I see the blood in her hair, and thought I must have hurt her. For 5 years, I've thought that. I didn't know until 2 days ago that Andy had injured her head before with Mr. Ward. That must be why she lost consciousness, why she was sick. Doesn't matter, though. I was still the one who let her choke to death. I watched her die and did nothing. And because I'd thought it was me who hurt her head, and there were scratches on her arms from me, signs of a struggle, I knew everyone, even my parents, would think I'd meant to kill her. Because Andy was always so much better than me. My parents loved her more. You put her body in the boot of her car? Pip said, leaning forward to hold her head because it was too heavy. The car was in the garage and I dragged her inside. I don't know how I found the strength to do it. It's all a blur now. I cleaned everything up. I'd watched enough documentaries. I knew which type of bleach you have to use. Then you left the house at just before 10:40 p.m, said Pip. It was you the CCTV picked up, driving Andy's car up the high street. And you took her... I think you took her to that old farmhouse on Sycamore Road, the one you were writing an article about because you didn't want the neighbours to buy it and restore it. And you buried her there. She's not buried, Becca sniffed. She's in the septic tank. Pip nodded gently, her fuzzy head grappling with Andy's final fate. Then you dumped her car and you walked home. Why did you leave it on Roma Close? When I looked through her second phone, I saw that was where her dealer lived. I thought if I left the car there, the police would make the connection and he'd be the main suspect. What must you have thought when suddenly Sal was the guilty one and it was all over? Becca shrugged. I don't know. I thought maybe it was some kind of sign that I'd been forgiven. Though I've never forgiven myself. And then, Pip said, 5 years later I start digging. You got my number from Stanley's phone from when I interviewed him. He told me some kid was doing a project, thinking Sal was innocent. I panicked. I thought that if you proved his innocence, I'd need to find another suspect. I'd kept Andy's burner phone and I knew she was having a secret relationship. There were some texts to a contact named E about meeting up at this hotel, the Ivy House. So I went there to see if I could find out who this man was. I didn't get anywhere. The old woman who owned it was very confused. Then, weeks later, I saw you hanging round the station car park. And I knew that's where Andy's dealer worked. I watched you, and as you followed him, I followed you. I saw you go to his house with Sal's brother. I just wanted to make you stop. That's when you first texted me, Pip said. But I didn't stop. And when I came to talk to you at your office, you must have thought I was so close to figuring out it was you, talking about the burner phone and Max Hastings. So you killed my dog and made me destroy all my research. I'm sorry. She looked down. I didn't mean for your dog to die. I let him go. I really did. But it was dark. He must have got confused and fallen in the river. Pip's breath stuttered. But, accident or not, it wouldn't bring Barney back. I loved him so much, Pip said, feeling dizzy, unjoining from herself. But I choose to forgive you. That's why I came here, Becca. If I've worked all this out, the police won't be far behind me. Not now they've reopened the case and Mr. Ward's story starts to poke holes in yours. She spoke fast, slurring, her tongue tripping up over the words. It's not right what you did, Becca, letting her die. I know you know that, but it's also not fair what happened to you. You didn't ask for any of this. And the law lacks compassion. I came to warn you. You need to leave, get out of the country and find a life for yourself somewhere. Because they will be coming for you soon. Pip looked at her. Becca must have been talking, but suddenly all the sound in the world disappeared. There was just the buzz of a beetle's wings trapped inside her head. The table was mutating and fizzing between them, and some ghost-drawn weight started to drag down Pip's eyelids. I... she stuttered. The world dimmed. The only bright thing was the empty mug in front of her, wavering, its colours dripping up into the air. You put something... my drink? There were a few of Max's pills left in Andy's hiding place. I kept them. Becca's voice came to Pip loud and garish, a shrieking clown laugh echo, switching from ear to ear. Pip pushed up from her chair, but her left leg was too weak. It gave out under her, and she crashed into the kitchen island. Something smashed, and the pieces were flying around like jagged clouds, and up as the world spun around her. The room lurched, and Pip stumbled over to the sink, leaning into it and ramming her fingers down her throat. She vomited, and it was dark brown and stinging, and she vomited again. A voice came to her from somewhere near and somewhere far. I'll work something out. I have to. There's no evidence. There's just you and what you know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do this. Why couldn't you just leave it alone? Pip staggered back and wiped her mouth. The room reeled again, and Becca was in front of her, her shaking hands outstretched. No! Pip tried to scream, but her voice got lost somewhere inside. She hurtled back and sidestepped around the island. Her fingers bit into one of the stools to keep her on her feet. She grabbed it and launched it behind her. There was a head-split echo of clattering as it took out Becca's legs. Pip ran into the wall in the hallway. Ears ringing and shoulder throbbing, she leaned into it so it wouldn't morph away from her and scaled her way to the front door. It wouldn't open, but then she blinked, and it vanished, and she was outside somehow. It was dark and spinning, and there was something in the sky, bright and colourful mushrooms and doom clouds and sprinkles. The fireworks, with a ripping the earth sound from the common. Pip picked up her feet and ran towards the bright colours, into the woods. The trees were walking in a wooden two-step, and Pip's feet went numb. Missing. Another sparkling sky roar, and it made her blind. Her hands out in front to be her eyes. Another crack, and Becca was in her face. She pushed, and Pip fell on her back in the leaves and mud. And Becca was standing over her, hands splayed and reaching down, and... A rush of energy came back to her. She forced it down her leg and kicked out hard. And Becca was on the ground too, lost in the dark leaves. I was trying to help you, Pip stammered. She turned and crawled, and her arms wanted to be legs, and her legs arms. She scrambled up to her missing feet and ran from Becca, towards the churchyard. More bombs were bursting, and it was the end of the world behind her. She grasped at the trees to help push her on as they danced and twirled at the falling sky. She grabbed a tree and it felt like skin. It lunged out and gripped her with 2 hands. They fell on the ground and they rolled. Pip's head smashed into a tree, a snaking trail of wet down her face, the iron bite of blood in her mouth. The world went dark again as the redness pooled by her eyes. And then Becca was sitting on her, and there was something cold round Pip's neck. She reached up to feel, and it was fingers, but her own wouldn't work. She couldn't prise them off. "Please," the word squeezed out of her, and the air wouldn't come back. Her arms were stuck in the leaves, and they wouldn't listen to her. They wouldn't move. She looked up into Becca's eyes. "She knows where to put you where they'll never find you, in a dark as dark place with the bones of Andy Bell." Her arms and legs were gone, and she was following. "I wish someone like you had been there for me," Becca cried. "All I had was Andy. She was my only escape from my dad. She was my only hope after Max. And she didn't care. Maybe she never had. Now I'm stuck in this thing and there's no way out except this. I didn't want to do this. I'm sorry." Pip couldn't remember now what it felt like to breathe. Her eyes were splitting, and there was fire in the cracks. Little Kilton was being swallowed by an even bigger dark, and those rainbow sparks in the night were nice to look at. One last nice thing to send you on before it all goes black. And as it did, she felt the cold fingers loosen and come away. The first breath ripped and snagged as she sucked it down. The blackness pulled back, and sounds grew out of the earth. "I can't do it," Becca said, moving her hands back to hug herself. "I can't." Then a crash of rustling footsteps, and a shadow leapt over them, and Becca was dragged off. More sounds, shouting and screaming, and "You're okay, Pickle." Pip turned her head, and her dad was here with her, pinning Becca down on the ground while she struggled and cried. And there was another person behind her, sitting her up, but she was a river and couldn't be held. "Breathe, Sarge," Ravi said, stroking her hair. We're here now." "Ravi, what's wrong with her?" "Hypno," Pip whispered, looking up at him. "Hypno in tea." "Ravi, call an ambulance now. Call the police." The sounds went away again. It was just the colours, and Ravi's voice vibrating in his chest, and threw her back to the outer edge of all sense. "She let Andy die," Pip said, or she thought she said. "So we have to let her go. It's not fair. Not fair." Kilton blinked. "I might not remember. I might get amnesia. She's in a septic tank. Farmhouse, Sycamore. That's where." "It's okay, Pip," Ravi said, holding her so she didn't fall off the world. "It's over. It's all over now. I've got you." "How did you find me?" "Your tracking device is still on," Ravi said, showing her a fuzzy, jumping screen with an orange blip on the Find My Friends map. "As soon as I saw you here, I knew." Kilton blinked. "It's okay. I've got you, Pip. You're going to be okay." Blink. They were talking again, Ravi and her dad, but not in words she could hear, in the scratching of ants. She couldn't see them anymore. Pip's eyes were the sky, and fireworks were rupturing inside. Flower sprays of Armageddon, all red, red glows and red shines. And then she was a person again, on the cold, damp ground, Ravi's breath in her ear. And through the trees were flashing blue lights, spewing blue uniforms. Pip watched them both, the flashes and the fireworks. No sound, just her rattlesnake breath and the sparks and the lights. Red and blue, red and blue, bled and drew, Belland. 3 months later.
There are a lot of people out there, Sarge.
Really?
Yeah, like 200.
She could hear them all. The chattering and the clattering of chairs as people took their seats in the school hall. She was waiting in the wings, her presentation notes clutched in her hands, sweat from the bulbs of her fingers smudging the printed ink. Everyone else in her year had done their EPQ presentations earlier in the week, to small classrooms of people and the modulators. But the school and the exam board thought it would be a good idea to turn Pip's presentation into a bit of an event, as the head teacher had put it. Pip had been given no choice in the matter. The school had advertised it online and in the Kilton Mail. They'd invited members of the press to attend. Pip had seen a BBC van pull up earlier, and the equipment and cameras unpacked.
Are you nervous?
Ravi said. Are you asking obvious questions? When the Andy Bell story broke, it had been in the national newspapers and on TV stations for weeks. It was in the height of all that craziness that Pip had had her interview for Cambridge. The 2 college fellows had recognised her from the news, gawping at her, yapping questions about the case. Her offer was one of the very first to come in. Kilton's secrets and mysteries had followed Pip so closely in those weeks, she'd had to wear them like a new skin. Except that one that was buried deep down, the one she'd keep forever to save Kara. Her best friend, who'd never once left Pip's side in the hospital.
Can I come over later?
Ravi asked her. Sure. Kara and Naomi around for dinner too. They heard a sharp patter of clip-clop heels, and Mrs. Morgan appeared, fighting through the curtain. I think we're just about ready when you are, Pippa. Okay, I'll be out in a minute.
Well,
Ravi said when they were alone again.
I'd better go and take my seat.
He smiled, put his hands on the back of her neck, fingers in her hair, and leaned in to press his forehead against hers. He told her before that he did it to take away half her sadness, half her headache, half her nerves, as she'd got on the train to Cambridge for her interview. Because half less of a bad thing meant there was room for half good. He kissed her, and she glowed with that feeling. The one with wings.
You bring the rain down on them, Pip.
I will.
Oh, and,
he said, turning one last time before the door.
Don't tell them the only reason you started this project was because you fancied me. You know, think of a more noble reason.
Get out of here!
Don't feel bad. You couldn't help yourself. I'm ravishing. He grinned. Get it? Ravishing? Ravi Singh?
Sign of a good joke, having to explain it, she said. Now go! She waited another minute, muttering the first lines of her speech under her breath. And then she walked out on stage. People weren't quite sure what to do. About half the audience started clapping politely, the news cameras panning to them, and the other half sat deadly still, a poppy field of eyes stalking her as she moved. From the front row, her dad stood up and whistled with his fingers, shouting, "Get 'em, Pickle!" Her mum swiftly pulled him back down and exchanged a look with Nisha Singh, sitting beside her. Pip strode over to the head teacher's lectern and flattened her speech down on top. "Hi," she said, and the microphone screeched, cutting through the silent room. Cameras clicked. "My name is Pip, and I know many things. I know that typewriter is the longest word that can be made with just one row of the keyboard. I know that the Anglo-Zanzibar War was the shortest in history, lasting only 38 minutes. I also know that this project put myself, my friends, and my family in danger, and has changed many lives. Not all for the better. But what I don't know," she paused, "is why this town and the national media still don't really understand what happened here. I am not the prodigy student who found the truth for Andy Bell in long articles where Sal Singh and his brother Ravi are relegated to small side notes. This project began with Sal. To find the truth." Pip's eyes uncovered him then. Stanley Forbes in the third row, scribbling away in an open notebook. She still wondered about him and the other names on her persons of interest list, the other lives and secrets that had crisscrossed this case. Little Kilton still had its mysteries, unturned stones and unanswered questions. But this town had too many dark corners. Pip had learned to accept that she couldn't shine a light into each and every one. Stanley was sitting just behind her friends, Kara's face absent among them. As brave as she had been through everything, she decided today would have been too hard for her. "I couldn't have fathomed," Pip continued, "that when this project was over, it would end with 4 people in handcuffs and 1 being set free after 5 years in her own prison. Elliot Ward has pleaded guilty to the murder of Sal Singh, to the kidnap of Isla Jordan, and perverting the course of justice. His sentencing hearing is next week. Becca Bell will face trial later this year for the following charges: manslaughter by gross negligence, preventing a lawful burial, and perverting the course of justice. Max Hastings has been charged with 4 counts of sexual assault and 2 counts of rape, and will also be tried later this year. And Howard Bowers has pleaded guilty to the charge of supplying a controlled drug and possession with intent to sell." She shuffled her notes and cleared her throat. So why did the events of Friday the 20th of April 2012 happen? The way I see it, there are a handful of people who carry some of the blame for what happened that night and the days following, morally, if not all criminally. These are Elliot Ward, Howard Bowers, Max Hastings, Becca Bell, Jason Bell, and do not forget, Andy herself. You have cast her as your beautiful victim and willfully overlook those more shaded layers of her character, because it doesn't fit comfortably with your narrative. But this is the truth. Andy Bell was a bully who used emotional blackmail to get what she wanted. She sold drugs without care or regard for how they might be used. We will never know if she knew she was facilitating drug-assisted sexual assault, but certainly, when confronted with this truth by her own sister, she could not find it in herself to show compassion. And yet, when we look closer, what do we find behind this true Andy? we find a girl, vulnerable and self-conscious. Because Andy grew up being taught by her father that the only value she had was in the way she looked and how strongly she was desired. Home for her was a place where she was bullied and belittled. Andy never got the chance to become the young woman she might have been away from that house, to decide for herself what made her valuable, and what future she wanted. And though this story does have its monsters, I've found that it is not one that can be so easily cleaved into the good and the bad. In the end, this was a story about people and their different shades of desperation, crashing up against each other. But there was one person who was good until the very end, and his name was Sal Singh. Pip looked up then, her eyes flicking straight to Ravi, sitting between his parents. "The thing is," she said, "I didn't do this project alone, as the guidelines require. I couldn't have done it on my own. So I guess you're going to have to disqualify me." A few people gasped in the audience, Mrs. Morgan loudly among them. A few titters of laughter. I couldn't have solved this case without Ravi Singh. In fact, I wouldn't have survived it. So if anyone should speak about how kind Sal Singh was, now that you're finally listening, it's his brother. Ravi stared at her from his seat, his eyes wide in that telling-off way that she loved. But she knew he needed this, and he knew it too. She beckoned with a tilt of her head, and Ravi got to his feet. Victor stood up too, whistling with his fingers again, and smacking his big hands loudly together. Some of the students in the audience joined in, clapping as Ravi jogged up the steps to the stage and walked over to the lectern. Pip stepped back from the microphone as Ravi joined her. He winked at her, and Pip felt a flash of pride as she watched him step up to the lectern, scratching the back of his head. He'd told her just yesterday that he was going to retake his school exams so he could go on to study law. Hi, Ravi said, and the microphone screeched for him too. I wasn't expecting this. But it's not every day a girl throws away a guaranteed A star for you. There was a quiet ripple of warm laughter. But I guess I didn't need preparation to talk about Sal. I've been preparing for that nearly 6 years now. My brother wasn't just a good person. He was one of the best. He was kind. Exceptionally kind. Always helping people, and nothing was ever too much trouble. He was selfless. I remember this one time when we were kids, I spilt Ribena all over the carpet and Sal took the fall for me so I wouldn't get in trouble. Oops. Sorry, Mum. Guess you had to find out sometime. More laughter from the audience. Sal was cheeky. And he had the most ridiculous laugh. You couldn't help but join in. And, oh yeah, he used to spend hours drawing these comics for me to read in bed because I wasn't a great sleeper. I still have them all. And damn was Sal clever. I know he would have done incredible things with his life if it hadn't been taken away from him. The world will never be as bright without him. Ravi's voice cracked. And I wish I'd been able to tell him all this when he was alive. Tell him he was the best big brother anyone could ever wish for. But at least I can say it now, on this stage. And know that this time, everyone will believe me. He looked back at Pip, his eyes shining, reaching for her. She drew forward to stand with him, leaning into the microphone to say her final lines. But there was one final player in this story, Little Kilton. And it's us. Collectively, we turned a beautiful life into the myth of a monster. We turned a family home into a ghost house. And from now on, we must do better. Pip reached down behind the lectern for Ravi's hand, sliding her fingers between his. Their entwined hands became a new living thing, her finger pads perfect against the dips in his knuckles, like they'd grown just that way to fit together. Any questions?